Chapter 98. The loss of the origin caused the Khanate murderous Qi to gradually shrink. In the end, the Khanate murderous Qi completely disappeared, leaving only a trace of an inexplicable aura that emitted a terrifying aura. This aura is so familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere before. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen separated a wisp of his divine sense and probed towards the aura, intending to trace its origin. Rumble. A vast and boundless earth appeared. In Feng Zichen's divine sense, the tiny aura suddenly became huge. The earthy yellow aura rolled endlessly, as if it was a world of earthy yellow. That was the origin of Earth, the origin of the Earth. That inexplicable aura was connected to the origin of Earth, allowing Feng Zichen to see a trace of the true meaning of the great Tao of Earth. In the deepest part of the origin of Earth, there was a ball of brilliant light. The light was gentle and illuminated all things, emitting an aura that carried all things. The aura of creation circulated, as if it could breed all things. The aura of the great Tao on its body was incomparably dense, describing all kinds of great Tao mysteries. It was the beginning and the end of the great Tao of Earth. Everything about the great Tao of Earth could be answered from it. This is the aura of the Chaos Demon God. The aura of the great Tao of Earth was more powerful, noble, and profound than the aura of Hutu that Feng Zichen felt in the depths of his bloodline. There was also a tyrannical aura mixed in it. Hutu was formed by Pangu's blood essence, nurtured by the Khanate murderous Qi, born with the great Tao of Earth, and born with the ability to control the laws of Earth. In the untainted land, only the Chaos Demon God, born with the will of the great Tao, could be nobler and more powerful than such an existence. Oh no, retreat quickly. Knowing that the Chaos Demon God was not to be trifled with, Feng Zichen extinguished the aura with his divine sense and flew away, not daring to pursue it any further. However, before Feng Zichen could leave, a sudden change occurred. With a rumble, the earth shook violently, like waves on the surface of water, up and down. Thick, turbid Qi of the earth that was mixed with Khanate killing intent gushed out of the ground and spread in all directions towards him. At the same time, a mighty and majestic aura descended, causing the surrounding void to instantly freeze and the great path to stop operating. Just as Feng Zichen took half a step forward, he felt that the void was like a swamp, and he was sinking deeper and deeper into it. A great terror struck his heart, and all the hair on his body stood on end. Immediately, the aura of the great Tao emanated from his body, forming all kinds of strange phenomena. 5 Khanate 5 elements divine light, Khanate supreme yang divine light, Hongmeng immortal light. All the divine powers he possessed were released at the same time. Then, Feng Zichen gathered all the mana in his body and poured it into Hongmeng Daozhong. With a clang, the Hongmeng Daozhong flew out from his sea of consciousness and hovered above his head. Countless great Daos were reflected, and strands of Hongmeng Qi hung down, covering him and protecting him. Almost at the same time, the turbid Qi that gushed out from the ground suddenly condensed into a giant claw that covered the sky, grabbing towards Feng Zichen. The giant claw slammed onto Hongmeng Daozhong, creating an earth-shattering sound. Hongmeng Daozhong trembled, and invisible bell waves spread out, turning the void into dust. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. This claw contained an incomparably shocking power, and the Khanate killing intent exploded in a large area, crushing mountains and rivers, destroying the sky, and making people tremble. Even the powerful Hongmeng Daozhong, under the infusion of Feng Zichen's mana, faced the attack of the giant claw, and trembled violently. Countless runes were destroyed, and the Hongmeng Qi collapsed in waves. One could imagine how terrifying this giant claw was. If Feng Zichen had not reacted in time and used all his strength to cast dozens of great spells to protect himself, he would have been shattered into pieces by the aftermath of the collision. Taking advantage of the moment when the giant claw was repelled by the rebound force, Feng Zichen cast the dozens of great spells that wrapped around his body at the same time, shattering the Khanate killing intent that covered the sky and earth. Without any obstacles, he quickly moved horizontally and escaped from the range of the giant claw. The remnant consciousness of the Chaos Demon God. Turning around, Feng Zichen stared at the giant claw, and his heart was filled with anger. If he had reacted a little slower, this body would have died under the claw, and even the incense light would not be spared. Moreover, he had already planned to leave, but the remnant consciousness of the Chaos Demon God was still so ruthless. What was the meaning of this? Was it looking down on him and treating him as an ant? Since stepping into the Ziwei star, Feng Zichen's personality had inevitably changed under the influence of the Ziwei star. He had become more and more arrogant. As the Lord of the Stars, the King of the Myriad Sect, and a connate divine being, he was naturally supreme. How could he not be angry after being humiliated like this? The remnant consciousness of the Chaos Demon God was really audacious and reckless to humiliate him like this. Although the giant claw had failed in its attack, it did not give up. With a whistling sound, its body continued to grow taller and its 5 claws opened. With a rumble, the connate killing intent filled the air and covered the universe, and once again pressed down on Feng Zichen. You're courting death. A mere remnant consciousness dares to attack me? Do you really think you're the reincarnation of the Chaos Demon God? With a roar, the power of the heavenly Tao rolled out from Feng Zichen's body and swept in all directions. In his rage, he had used the innate ability of the Ziwei Emperor, the incantation of the heavenly Tao. One should know that this was the Eldritch World, the graveyard of the Chaos Demon God. The remnant consciousness of the Chaos Demon God did not hide properly, but dared to come out and stir up trouble. Was the heavenly Tao really a vegetarian? Heavenly punishment. Feng Zichen said coldly. The wind and clouds changed color, and lightning suddenly appeared. The power of the heavenly Tao turned into the demon-punishing thunder and struck the giant claw. At the same time, as Feng Zichen used the heavenly Tao great mystique, the heavenly Tao in the unseen world had a slight reaction and saw everything here. In an instant, the world changed color, and the laws of nature roared. The power of the demon-punishing thunder increased exponentially and turned into the destructive thunder, ruthlessly striking the giant claw and shattering it into pieces. Roar! Just as the destructive thunder was about to strike the ground, a vague roar was heard in a trance, and it shocked all directions. Then, the connate's spiritual light shone brightly and covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles. An aura that belonged to the Eldritch World spread out. Under the cover of this aura, the heavenly Tao seemed to be blindfolded and could no longer sense the aura of the Chaos Demon God. In the blink of an eye, the mighty power of the heavenly Tao retreated, and the destructive thunder turned back into the demon-punishing thunder. A connate spiritual treasure? Using the aura of a connate spiritual treasure to conceal his own demon god aura and achieve the goal of deceiving the heavenly Tao. Good technique. The remnant consciousness of the Chaos Demon God is very intelligent. In a flash, Feng Zichen understood the purpose of the remnant consciousness of the Chaos Demon God and could not help but praise. The heavenly Tao did not have intelligence, so it could be impartial. But also because of this, the heavenly Tao did not have intelligence and could not think, so it was easy to be deceived. The remnant consciousness of the Chaos Demon God took advantage of this loophole in the heavenly Tao and used the connate spiritual treasure to deceive the heavenly Tao and avoid the attack of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 99. After the power of the Way of Heaven disappeared, the connate evil chi that had scattered into the void gathered again. The divine light of creation flickered and turned into fierce beasts that charged at Feng Zichen. However, after the bombardment of the divine thunder of destruction, the power of the connate evil chi was undoubtedly weakened and could no longer pose a threat to Feng Zichen. Feng Zichen waved his sleeve and the Zichen sword appeared in his hand. The sun, moon, and stars appeared on one side and the universe on the other. It was incomparably sharp and chilling. Die. Without much words, the word die represented his determination. Feng Zichen waved the Zichen sword in his hand and charged forward. Light surged like a sea of stars and millions of thunderbolts. Everything in the world appeared and slashed forward with his movements. Puff. 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 Blood splattered as the fierce beasts were killed by Feng Zichen. They disintegrated in the air and exploded, turning into balls of Khanate evil chi. In just a moment, the fierce beasts formed by the Khanate evil chi were all killed by him. I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to provoke me again and again. Without any hesitation, Feng Zichen turned into a purple light and rushed into the depths of the ground. He wanted to find out more about the remnant consciousness of the Chaos Demon God. This time, Feng Zichen was really angry. The remnant consciousness of the Chaos Demon God had gone too far and didn't take him seriously at all. If he didn't teach it a lesson, how could he let it go? Whoosh! 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 After passing through the rocks and the underground river, Feng Zichen went all the way down. Soon, his eyes lit up and he came to a mysterious space. Boom! 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 Looking around, the Khanate evil chi was boundless like a vast ocean. It released a dark yellow light that illuminated the surrounding void and brought a trace of light to the underground that was always dark. Roar! 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 As if it had sensed the aura of a stranger, the Khanate evil chi became restless. The chi of creation of the earth appeared and gave birth to half-Daoist level fierce beasts that roared at Feng Zichen. Humph! With a cold snort, Feng Zichen took out the Hongmeng Daozhong and tapped it lightly. Dang! The Hongmeng Daozhong trembled slightly, and layers of ripples appeared in the void. Wherever it passed, nothing existed. The newly born vicious beast was swept by the ripples, and it was silently destroyed, turning into nothingness. Nothing was left behind. However, as soon as the ferocious beasts were destroyed, new ferocious beasts were born amidst the tumbling innate murderous chi, blocking Feng Zichen's advance. Clang! 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 A series of hurried chimes rang out. It was Feng Zichen with an impatient expression, continuously ringing Hongmeng Daozhong. With the support of the Hongmeng Daozhong, more and more ripples appeared in the void, spreading faster and faster. One after another, they crushed the Khanate evil chi. Those ferocious beasts that had just been born, those that were still in the process of being nurtured, as well as the innate fiendish chi, were completely unable to resist the primordial chaos Dao Bell's unparalleled power. They were all turned into nothingness one after another. When the chimes stopped, Feng Zichen's eyes were empty. The sea of Khanate evil chi had been completely destroyed by the Hongmeng Daozhong. Ha! With a chuckle, Feng Zichen's body bloomed with a brilliant golden light of merit, which turned into a great sun, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. After that, he stepped into the depths of the earth. This was an acquired merit treasure, the light of merit. It was Feng Zichen's strongest defensive means. No one below the Daoist could break it. Even Daoist Jingxian could resist it for a while. Although he was angry, he did not lose his mind. The depths of the earth were the enemy's territory. Now that he had rushed in, he could not be too careful. Even if Feng Zichen died here now, he would only lose an incarnation. It would not have much impact on his original body on the Ziwei star. However, this physical body was his original body, which had witnessed his transformation. From the beginning of the acquired body to the Khanate body, and now to the Khanate Taoism aptitude, he had worked hard to achieve it. It contained all his efforts and was of great significance to him. He could not die here. With the great sun of merit above his head, Feng Zichen did not encounter any more trouble. He smoothly arrived at the depths of the earth, where the remnant consciousness of the Chaos Demon God was. Compared to the previous place, the depths of the earth were like another world. As soon as Feng Zichen stepped in, he felt a change in the laws of heaven and earth. The air was filled with the aura of chaos. In front of him, the origin of the earth gathered. It was a vast expanse of yellow, exuding a noble aura that made people want to worship it. As he walked forward, wisps of black gas appeared. They were extremely deep and did not emit any shocking aura. They just surged toward him calmly and inconspicuously. This is chaotic evil aura. However, when he saw this wisp of black gas, Feng Zichen's pupils suddenly shrank. His face was full of horror. He quickly dodged to the side, not daring to let the black gas get close to him. That was the evil aura emitted by the Chaos Demon God. It was the source of the Khanate evil aura. It was extremely magical. It seemed ordinary and inconspicuous. However, if it fell on a person, he would be directly transformed into a ferocious beast under the influence of the Daoist. If the Daoist Jingxian touched it, it would not be good for him. His origin would be damaged, his spiritual altar would be covered in dust, and his strength would be greatly reduced. It would take tens of thousands of years for him to recover. Moreover, the chaotic evil aura had another ability. It could deceive a cultivator's spiritual sense. One must know that a cultivator's spiritual sense was extremely powerful. It could predict danger in advance. It was one of the most powerful means that cultivators relied on to survive. However, the chaotic evil aura could deceive it directly, making it impossible for people to sense its danger. In addition, its ordinary appearance was simply impossible to guard against. If not for the fact that Feng Zichen often comprehended the memory of opening the sky and was extremely sensitive to the things on the Chaos Demon God, he would have recognized it at a glance. Otherwise, with its inconspicuous appearance, he would not care about the evil aura and would casually hit it. If that happened, it would be troublesome. Carefully avoiding the chaotic evil aura, Feng Zichen continued to walk in, looking for the remnant consciousness of the Chaos Demon God. That remnant consciousness is quite good at hiding. It hasn't shown any trace until now. After wandering in the depths of the underground for half a day, Feng Zichen found nothing except the earth origin and the chaotic evil aura, let alone the remnant consciousness of the Chaos Demon God. Huh. Now you know how to be afraid. Why didn't you come out earlier? If you don't come out, I will force you out. Seeing that the remnant consciousness of the Chaos Demon God could not hide, Feng Zichen smirked and said to the void with a mocking smile. Clang! 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 Behind Feng Zichen, 5 divine lights shot into the sky. That was the evolution of the innate 5 elements divine light. After advancing to the Tai Jingxian stage, the power of the 5 elements divine light had become stronger. As the 5 divine lights rotated, they were like 5 celestial swords unsheathed, strangling everything and sweeping through the universe. Whoosh! As the 5 elements divine light brushed past, large patches of earth origin disappeared and turned into pure 5 elements origin, strengthening the 5 elements realm. Chapter 100. Stop! An ancient Tao sound resounded, resonating with heaven and earth and resonating with all Daos. Supreme majesty spread in all directions, and the Khanate 5 elements divine light disintegrated inch by inch. Oh! Finally willing to come out, I thought you would continue to endure. Feng Zichen said leisurely as he stared at a certain void. Judging from the heavenly Tao's loathing of the Chaos Demon God, the rich earth origin here was definitely not condensed by him. Since it was not the work of the heavenly Tao, then the earth origin could not have appeared out of thin air. Obviously, this was the origin emitted by the Chaos Demon God. The Khanate 5 elements divine light rampaged, wantonly plundering the earth origin here. Seeing this, the remnant consciousness of the Chaos Demon God, who was its master, could not sit still. He did not care about hiding his tracks and immediately showed himself. Rumble. A khaki-colored ball of light, surrounded by the chi of chaos, slowly rose from the earth origin with the aura of the great Tao spreading around it. No wonder you did not dare to show yourself, so that's why. You are not the remnant consciousness of the Chaos Demon God, but a living creature formed by the remnants of the Chaos Demon God's body. Feng Zichen frowned and was deeply surprised to find that things were a little different from what he had imagined. In the khaki-colored ball of light, there was vitality everywhere, and a vague figure could be vaguely seen. Obviously, there was a life being born in it. You dare to be so arrogant before you are born. If you are born, you will be terrible. Maybe you will be another demon who will cause chaos in the untainted land. With this thought, Feng Zichen raised his sword and swung it. Mighty sword chi surged out and slashed at the khaki-colored ball of light. In an instant it was as if the Milky Way had fallen and the sea of stars had exploded. A vast expanse of purple, dazzling sword light emerged, and the sun, the moon, and the stars appeared. With the momentum to cut through the universe, it slashed down with a loud bang. Almost at the same time, the khaki-colored ball of light in the sky trembled violently. Runes blazed, and golden splendor sprinkled down. Rays of khaki-colored light intertwined and turned into a Kangmang continent, which collided with the sea of stars. With a loud bang, the continent and the sea of stars collided violently and shattered one after another, turning into spots of light and slowly dissipating. As expected, this devil's fetus is still in the realm of Tai. He has yet to become Daoist Jingxian. After a round of probing, Feng Zichen determined the other party's cultivation level. Although it was a few levels higher than his, they were still in the same cultivation level. Human, you've gone too far. After the shockwaves subsided, the devil's fetus suddenly spoke. Past? Am I wrong? What a joke. Hearing Devil's Fetus's words, Feng Zichen first doubtfully muttered to himself before laughing out loud. His laughter revealed a bone-chilling intent. This Devil's Fetus had not only ordered the ferocious beasts to besiege Yi City, but he had also ruthlessly attacked him. Now, he was saying that he had gone overboard. Feng Zichen was so angry that he laughed. Die. His face instantly turned cold. Feng Zichen held the sword in one hand and formed a seal with the other. As the rhythm of the Tao lingered, the order of heaven and earth was disrupted, and yin and yang were reversed. An unparalleled mighty force descended and directly attacked the devil's fetus. This was a great divine ability, the reversal of yin and yang. It could reverse the order of heaven and earth, cause the sun and moon to lose their order, and confuse right and wrong. It could be seen that under the effect of this power, the laws were distorted and everything was reversed. The vitality on the devil's fetus was constantly transforming into the aura of death. Life and death were intertwined. Facing this attack, the devil's fetus did not panic at all. He coldly spat out a word, break. In an instant, time and space stagnated. The domineering will that belonged to the chaos demon god suddenly burst out and turned into a giant hand covered in yellow scales. It quietly floated above the devil's fetus without any movement. Even so, the power that could reverse everything suddenly disappeared after the giant hand appeared. In the blink of an eye, the aura of death on the devil's fetus disappeared and vitality was restored. Everything returned to normal. Clang! A melodious bell rang. After the giant hand appeared, the Hongmeng Daozhong trembled slightly for a moment. The shadow of a chaos demon god appeared on the bell, as if it was the origin of the great Tao of earth. The shadow of the chaos demon god and the giant hand above the devil's fetus gave off the same aura. The shape of the arm could be compared to the giant hand. That is, the arm of the earth demon god. That day in the deepest part of Mount Buzhou, Feng Zichen used the special ability of the Hongmeng Daozhong to imprint the images of 3,000 chaos demon gods on the bell, so that he could comprehend them in the future. He did not expect that when he came to look for the remnant consciousness of the chaos demon god in a fit of anger, he would encounter a living creature born from the remnant body of the chaos demon god. Under the guidance of the aura, the shadow of the chaos demon god automatically appeared on the Hongmeng Daozhong. The aura of the great Tao of earth on the chaos demon god was so strong that Feng Zichen understood the origin of the giant hand. It was a living creature born from the arm of the earth demon god. The imprint of the chaos demon god. That was indeed not my illusion. You really have the inheritance of the chaos demon god. It was not in vain that I tried so hard to lure you here. The appearance of the shadow of the earth demon god immediately attracted the attention of the devil's fetus. He was so excited that he could not help but shout. When Feng Zichen was massacring the ferocious beasts in Yi City, the devil's fetus had noticed him. He vaguely felt that there was a familiar aura on him that inexplicably attracted the devil's fetus's mind. For this reason, the devil's fetus sent ferocious beasts one after another to attack Yi City, with the intention of exploring Feng Zichen's secrets. Later, when the devil's fetus discovered the aura of the demon god on Feng Zichen, it did not hesitate to provoke him, infuriating him, and luring him here. It was all for the inheritance of the demon god on him. The arm of the earth demon god was cut off by Pangu. It was a miracle that it remained intact. The various great Tao rules contained in it naturally could not be preserved, and they were all destroyed by Pangu's axe light. Therefore, although the devil's fetus was formed from the remains of the earth demon god's body, he did not obtain the inheritance of the earth demon god other than the aura of the arm that gave birth to him. It could be said that the imprint of the earth demon god imprinted on Hongmeng Daozhong contained more inheritance than the devil's fetus. And, you will pay the price for your arrogance in the end. Saying this, the devil's fetus's body rippled with divine light, and the origin of the earth instantly boiled. With a rumble, the boundless origin of the earth madly converged toward the devil's fetus, turning into a giant that was 1,000,000 feet tall. It was surrounded by runes, dazzling divine light, and a powerful aura that intimidated the surroundings. As for the devil's fetus itself, it sank into the giant's body and disappeared. As a living being formed from the remains of the chaos demon god, it did not obtain the inheritance of the chaos demon god. How humiliating was that? Hand over the inheritance of the chaos demon god. With a roar, the devil's fetus controlled the giant and charged toward Feng Zichen. Scoundrel, hiding in the origin of the earth, what kind of ability is that? If you have the guts, break open the devil's fetus and have a real fight with me. Only then can you live up to the name of your father, the chaos demon god. Chapter 101. Although Feng Zichen mocked him, he didn't slow down either. As his merit spiritual aura flowed, he raised the Zichen sword and faced the attack. Although the giant formed by the earth origin was extremely powerful and was infinitely close to Daoist Jinxian's level, it was still a hair's breadth away and was still in the Tai realm. A hair's breadth was like a chasm. As long as the giant was still in the Tai Jinxian realm and had the protection of the merit spiritual aura, Feng Zichen had nothing to fear. Kill. As the purple imperial sword danced, the heaven-opening Daoist rhymes shot out endless beams of world-destroying light. It was as if the heavens and earth were splitting apart as it slashed towards the yellow giant. You're courting death. Being mocked by Feng Zichen like this, the devil's fetus was furious. When he attacked, he actually increased his strength. The earth origin rolled out and suppressed Feng Zichen with an aura that could crush the heavens. Even the chaos demon god himself wasn't a match for Pangu, let alone the chaos demon god's inheritance that the devil's fetus had only scratched the surface. So, how could he block the heaven-splitting sword aura? With a boom, the earth origin was no match for the heaven-splitting sword aura and was shattered into pieces. Then, the sword aura didn't slow down and suddenly slashed the giant's body, cutting off his left arm. Hiss! Pangu's aura. You actually have Pangu's inheritance, haha. You're really bringing me more and more surprises. Sensing the majestic power, the fear that came from the depths of the devil's fetus bloodline made him tremble uncontrollably. But when he thought about how he could obtain everything about Feng Zichen and master this majestic power after devouring him, the devil's fetus felt excited. Waves of earth origin surged toward the giant, trying to reform the giant's left arm. But the heaven-splitting sword aura was indestructible and the Daoist rhymes were everlasting. The blurry purple light flickered, and no matter what the devil's fetus did, he couldn't restore it. Good. Good. This is the power I'm looking forward to. The giant was unable to recover, but the devil's fetus wasn't angry. Instead, he was delighted. With a loud laugh, the giant exploded, and a huge shockwave swept out in all directions. Buzz! The self-destruction of a doppelganger that was equivalent to the ultimate state of Tai Jingxian was so powerful that it caused the virtuous spiritual light to tremble. Boom, 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 the origin of the earth began to change again. It was like a yellow ocean with boundless waves. One giant after another walked out of the ocean, stepping on the waves as they charged toward Feng Zichen. Hand over the inheritance of the chaos demonic god. Hundreds of giants roared in unison. Their roars reverberated for thousands of miles, causing ripples to form in the void and spread out. Zichen's sword was placed in front of his chest. Feng Zichen's eyes were calm as he lightly flicked the blade of the sword. A clear and melodious sword chime leisurely sounded out, shattering the surging ripples. Then, his body moved and he rushed into the giant crowd. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of sharp sword light flew out of Feng Zichen's hand and slashed at the giants that were coming from all directions. Wherever the sword radiance passed, the heaven-splitting Daoist rhymes filled the air. The giants couldn't resist at all. They were either slashed horizontally or cut vertically. In an instant, flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and severed limbs flew everywhere. Unfortunately, every time Feng Zichen killed a giant, the origin of the earth would form another giant and continue to charge toward him. It was simply impossible to kill all of them. The heaven-splitting sword radiance is so powerful. It must consume a lot of energy. How long can you last if you keep using the heaven-splitting sword radiance like this? But I'm different. The origin of the earth here is endless. I can squander it however I want. Sooner or later, I'll exhaust you to death. You have the inheritance of the God Fiend and Pangu. You have a lot of opportunities. Your future will be incomparably bright. There's no need to fight to the death with me here. Moreover, if you accidentally die here, wouldn't it be a waste of your great opportunity? Why don't you make a copy of the inheritance of the God Fiend and Pangu and leave it here? Then, I'll let you go. How about that? In the battle, the giants spoke one after another. They tried to persuade Feng Zichen to hand over the inheritance. Are you so sure that I'll lose? I don't think so. I think that the person who will die today will definitely be you. After hearing the devil's fetus's words, Feng Zichen didn't respond immediately. Instead, he crushed the giant in front of him and took the time to speak to the void leisurely. Stop trying. You won't be able to find where I am. As soon as Feng Zichen finished speaking, the giants around him had strange looks on their faces. They spoke to him in the same tone. As the saying goes, to catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. As long as he killed the devil's fetus hiding in the dark, these giants would lose their medium and become rootless duckweeds. At that time, Feng Zichen wouldn't have to do it himself. These giants would collapse on their own. However, he didn't expect the devil's fetus to be so alert. He had been hiding in the dark and didn't give himself away at all. Feng Zichen couldn't do anything about it. This devil's fetus is already so difficult to deal with even before he's born. If he's born, I'm afraid he can kill me with a flip of his hand. Fortunately, this devil's fetus was transformed from the remains of the Chaos God Fiend. If he were to take a human form, he would definitely be punished by the heavens. There would be no escape until he died. This devil's fetus hasn't taken a human form yet. I'm afraid he's not sure if he can escape the attack of the Way of Heaven. Therefore, he doesn't dare to take a human form. In this way, Feng Zichen fought with the giants while thinking of a way to defeat the enemy. Imagine, with the strength of the Chaos God Fiend, even the impurities expelled from his body could be called a treasure in the untainted land, not to mention the devil's fetus transformed from his arm. The devil's fetus's power of origin was extremely strong. It was not inferior to that of Daoist Jingxian. If he were to be born, he could save hundreds of millions of years of bitter cultivation and directly become Daoist Jingxian. But success and failure depended on this matter. As a creature completely transformed from the remains of the Chaos God Fiend, his destiny was not in the long river of destiny. Therefore, once he came to the untainted land with the appearance of Daoist Jingxian, the aura of the Chaos God Fiend on his body could no longer be concealed. It was equivalent to exposing himself to the way of heaven. The consequences could be imagined. In order to hide from the sight of the way of heaven and avoid the attack of the way of heaven, the devil's fetus expelled most of his power of origin from his body, causing his power to fall from that of Daoist Jingxian to that of Tai Jingxian. It was precisely because of this that Feng Zichen could fight with him in full swing. If he had come a few yuanhui earlier, the devil's fetus could still be compared to Daoist Jingxian. He could kill him with a flip of his palm. And the power of the earth here was the power of the devil's fetus that was expelled from his body. Therefore, the devil's fetus could control it so smoothly. Forget it, I won't fight anymore. You're good. Let's end it here today. Let me go back and rest. I'll visit you another day. Seeing that the giants were endless, Feng Zichen gradually became annoyed. Moreover, as time passed, he felt more and more tired when he waved the Zichen sword. He simply put away the sword, shouted at the void, and flew into the air. Chapter 102. Humph. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Seeing that Feng Zichen was about to leave, the devil's fetus snorted coldly. How could he let him do as he wished? Lock me. As the chaotic ancient words fell, heaven and earth suddenly throbbed inexplicably. A strange aura filled the air, and a strange force descended. Feng Zichen felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire and was sinking continuously, unable to move. At the same time, the giant on the origin of earth roared and turned into divine chains of the great path. It rushed into the sky and wrapped around Feng Zichen, trying to pull him into the origin of earth. Knowing that the situation was critical, Feng Zichen's mind moved. In an instant, he mobilized all the mana in his body and fiercely rang the Hongmeng Daozhong. Clang! The grand sound of the bell rang. It was like the sound of the great path, but also like the roar of heaven and earth. The strange force suddenly disappeared, and the void returned to normal. Whoosh! After the bell wave broke the seal of the void, it did not disappear. Instead, it continued to spread and crushed the divine chains of the great path attacking Feng Zichen. Ha! If I want to leave, you can't stop me. Looking at the origin of earth below, Feng Zichen's face turned cold. He waved his sleeve and threw out several bolts of 10,000 godly thunder. Rumble! Thunder suddenly sounded. The 10,000 godly thunder first turned into a sea of thunder and struck down. When it came close to the origin of earth, it suddenly evolved into the sun, moon, stars, and the universe, forming a vast world and smashing down with a loud bang. In an instant, lightning splashed everywhere, and heaven and earth were covered in white. Let's go! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Feng Zichen stretched out his hand and tore open the space, revealing a space tunnel. He flashed and walked into it. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Don't you know whose territory this is? The devil's fetus, who was hiding in the dark, noticed Feng Zichen's movement and sneered. He did not stop him and quietly watched him walk into the space tunnel. Walking out of the spatial tunnel, Feng Zichen looked around and couldn't help but be shocked. The great earth origin source in front of him was rolling endlessly, boundless and boundless. Releasing his divine sense, Feng Zichen was surprised to find that he was only 100 steps away from his previous position. In other words, he had only teleported a distance of 100 steps across space. It was not even as far as he could go with a single leap. This is a space of its own. It's easy to enter, but difficult to leave. Without my permission, no one can leave. A mass of earth origin rose and turned into a burly figure. It walked in front of Feng Zichen and said to him, "Tell me, what are your conditions? What do I have to do for you to let me go?" Seeing the devil's fetus appear, Feng Zichen seemed to admit defeat. Glancing at Hongmeng Daozhong with fear, the devil's fetus promised, "If you want to leave this place, you can. As long as you leave behind the inheritance of the Chaos Demon God and Pangu, I will allow you to leave. I will not stop you." "Oh. How can I trust you? How can you guarantee that after you get the inheritance, you will not turn against me ruthlessly?" Hearing the devil's fetus's guarantee, Feng Zichen just smiled. Although he didn't care in his heart, it was another way of saying it. "Do you have a choice? You can only trust me. Either you hand over the inheritance and I will let you go, or you fight to the death with the great earth origin. After you die of exhaustion, I will devour your true spirit and still get the inheritance." Sensing a trace of fear in Feng Zichen's words, the devil's fetus became more and more aggressive. His words were full of dominance, as if victory was in his hands. Then there's no room for negotiation." Nodding, Feng Zichen suddenly raised Hongmeng Daozhong and smashed it at the devil's fetus's doppelganger in front of him. The doppelganger's brain was smashed, and he died tragically on the spot. "Bastard! If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." In the distance, another doppelganger of the devil's fetus appeared and cursed at Feng Zichen in a flustered and exasperated manner. As soon as the devil's fetus finished speaking, Feng Zichen suddenly felt his heart palpitate. All the hair on his body stood on end, and the back of his head felt like it was being pricked by needles. His true spirit trembled violently. Without much time to think, his body erupted with resplendent divine light. Innate Tao patterns flickered, and all kinds of divine abilities were unleashed. His blood energy surged. With a swoosh, Feng Zichen instantly moved horizontally like a ray of light and hid in the distance. Almost at the same time, just as Feng Zichen's foot left, a jet-black arrow with a hint of blood shot over and hit the place where he was just standing. With a boom, the void exploded, and the place was completely boiling. This arrow carried an incomparably astonishing power. When it hit the void, it exploded with a boom. Chaotic evil chi erupted in all directions, and a violent aura spread in all directions as if it could destroy the world and shock the world. That is, the blood of the Chaos Demon God. Feng Zichen trembled a little. The blood on the arrow was the bloodstain left behind by the Chaos Demon God. It could destroy the Tao and destroy one's true spirit. Not to mention being hit by it, even if he was grazed by it, his physical body would be destroyed. Nothing would be left except for his physical body. Fortunately, he had obtained many opportunities and cultivated the 3 pure Daoist scriptures, which made his spiritual sense extremely powerful. It was far superior to other cultivators of the same level. Otherwise, he would have been dead. Good, very good. At this moment, Feng Zichen suddenly turned around and stared at the origin of the earth. Killing intent surged in his heart as he gritted his teeth and said, "What? What a sharp spiritual sense. You actually dodged it." On the other side of the origin of the earth, another clone of the devil's fetus appeared. He was shocked by Feng Zichen's spiritual sense. He held a large black bow in his hand. It was the arrow that he had shot just now. However, even if you can dodge it the first time, can you dodge it the second time or the third time? There will definitely be an arrow that will hit you. After recovering from his shock, he aimed at Feng Zichen again and shot 3 arrows in a row. Danger, extreme danger. Before the arrows even got close, Feng Zichen felt a chill run down his spine. The shadow of death loomed over his heart, and his body could not help but tremble. Facing the 3 arrows, the light of merit could not block them. After all these years of understanding, Feng Zichen already understood that although the light of merit was strong, the filthy qi in the world was the best counter to it. During the battle with the world devastator Daoist in the Thunder Lock, Feng Zichen had suffered a loss in this aspect, so it was especially memorable. The arrows carried a trace of the blood of the Chaos Fiend God and were the most ferocious objects in the world. Nature was the nemesis of the light of merit and was its greatest nemesis. Buzz! A golden seal appeared between Feng Zichen's eyebrows. The light of the sun shone brighter and brighter. It was as dazzling as a sun that illuminated the greater world. The connate divine light of Yang was the purest light. It belonged to the same category as the sun and was the best counter to the ferocious qi. Huff! A beam of connate divine light of Yang shot out from between his eyebrows and pierced through the void like a golden immortal sword, sacred and powerful. In the clanging sound, the blinding blood arrow was blocked by the connate divine light of Yang and then cut into pieces. In the end, the arrow was purified and turned into a wisp of smoke. Chapter 103. Suddenly, a cloud of pitch-black fog appeared. It was a vast expanse of darkness, and it silently blew toward Feng Zichen without causing the slightest ripple. Chaotic baleful qi. After destroying the arrow, Feng Zichen hadn't even had the time to catch his breath when he saw the black mist from the corner of his eye, and he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart as he spoke abruptly. Hongmeng qi, go! Knowing the formidability of the chaotic baleful qi, Feng Zichen formed seals with his right hand, and the magic energy in his body surged while the aura of the Tao coiled around him. His index and middle fingers formed a sword and slashed towards the sky. Splash! The sound of water resounded. As his sword slashed, a dazzling violet light flashed, and the sky suddenly split apart. Hongmeng qi surged out and transformed into a violet river that was extremely dazzling as it flowed forward and surged towards the chaotic baleful qi. Rumble! The Hongmeng qi and the chaotic baleful qi collided with each other, and they intertwined and devoured each other. It was extremely intense. One was the qi of Genesis, and it was the origin of everything that could assimilate everything. The other was the qi of destruction, and it was the most evil energy in the world that could corrode everything. The two collided, and the violet qi and black qi intertwined as if they were describing the principles of life and death. The aura of the Grand Tao suffused the air, and countless changes instantly occurred. An ocean of stars appeared, phantoms of fiend gods appeared, all living beings roared, ferocious beasts howled. They fought with each other, and they either exploded or collapsed, and it was extremely tragic. The chaotic baleful qi came from the fiend gods of chaos, and its might was naturally extremely shocking. On the other hand, even though the Hongmeng qi was of high quality, Feng Zichen's cultivation was too low, and he was unable to bring out its proper might. As a result, not only did the Hongmeng qi fail to gain the upper hand under the assault of the chaotic baleful qi, it gradually fell into a disadvantageous position, and it could only withdraw its strength and enter into a stalemate with the chaotic baleful qi. Humph! I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to actually have such ability. However, no matter how many abilities you have, it's useless in this place. Seeing that his two trump cards were blocked by Feng Zichen, the devil's fetus was shocked, but he didn't show it on his face. With a thought, the origin of Earth spewed out tens of thousands of rays of yellow light towards him. In midair, Feng Zichen stood with his sword in hand. Seeing the earthy yellow brilliance surging towards him, he turned around and drew a sword ring in the void where the tip of his sword passed. Whoosh whoosh! Purple light suddenly appeared, forming a ring. Boundless sword qi shot out, sweeping in all directions, slashing at the incoming yellow light, shattering it one by one. Get down here! Just as Feng Zichen was fighting with the yellow light, the devil's fetus let out a loud roar. The origin of the earth suddenly changed and evolved into a huge vortex. Rumble, rumble, rumble! After the vortex appeared, it emitted a powerful suction force that swallowed everything in all directions, sucking towards Feng Zichen in the air. What? Feng Zichen only felt a huge force assault him, as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. His body suddenly became tens of thousands of times heavier. Caught off guard, he couldn't help but fall down into the vortex. Seeing this, the devil's fetus laughed loudly and mobilized the origin power to suppress Feng Zichen. "Huh, suppress for me." In an instant, the origin of Earth changed again. Huge mountains appeared, rising into the sky and falling into the vortex, blocking it and suppressing Feng Zichen. As the mountains fell one after another, the origin of Earth within the vortex became thicker and thicker. It was so heavy that it seemed like it would collapse the world, suppressing Feng Zichen to the point where he couldn't move at all. In the void, an ancient voice resounded, carrying a bewitching intent as it spoke to Feng Zichen, "Fellow Daoist, I'll give you one more chance. As long as you hand over the inheritance, I'll let you go and spare your life." "Just you? A coward who hides his head and shows his tail wants to kill me? Dream on." Unable to move, Feng Zichen rolled his eyes and cursed at the void. At the same time, he released his divine thought and scanned the void, trying to find the devil's fetus's real body. Unfortunately, the voice came from all directions and was erratic. Feng Zichen couldn't locate the devil's fetus. After scanning the void several times with his divine thought, he still couldn't find any trace of the devil's fetus. Obviously, the devil's fetus was very cautious. Even though Feng Zichen was suppressed and couldn't move, he still hid in the dark and refused to show himself. "Humph. I was going to spare your life, but since you don't know what's good for you and want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Innate Earth Elemental Formation, Refine." Although he could still obtain Feng Zichen's inheritance if he killed and devoured him, it would inevitably be incomplete. In the end, it wouldn't be as complete as the one he had voluntarily handed over. But Feng Zichen's mouth was extremely foul, calling him a coward. This infuriated the devil's fetus, and he couldn't care less. He immediately activated the formation to refine Feng Zichen to death. Rumble. The earthen yellow light surged and attacked Feng Zichen. It entered his body through his pores and flowed to his limbs and bones, constantly changing the structure of his body and petrifying him. In just a few moments, this boundless energy washed over Feng Zichen's skin and turned it into stone. So this formation is the legendary innate earth elemental formation. No wonder it was able to trap me and make me unable to break free. That devil's fetus was formed from the arm of the earth demon god, so it's understandable that he could control this formation. But I didn't expect him to be so patient. He waited until now to use this formation to catch me off guard. If I hadn't planned to run, he probably wouldn't have even used this formation. He would have continued to hide it and kept it as a trump card to deal a fatal blow at a critical moment. This demon is very scheming. From the devil's fetus's words, Feng Zichen understood that he was being suppressed by the innate earth elemental formation. The giant whirlpool, the countless mountains on his body, and the earthen yellow light surging into his body were all evolved from this formation. The innate earth elemental formation was the embodiment of the earth elemental Tao. It was born from the heavens and earth and was the highest formation of this Tao. It contained the various mysteries of the earth elemental Tao. At the same time, it was one of the 5 innate formations that formed the innate 5 elements formation. A single innate earth elemental formation was powerful, but in the wilderness, it could only be considered a first-rate formation. It was far from being called a top-tier formation. But the innate 5 elements formation was different. It was a true top-tier formation of the wilderness. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other in a cycle. Everything was in it and it was the cornerstone of the heaven and earth. The innate 5 elements formation was named after the 5 elements. It was obvious how powerful it was. If this formation was the innate 5 elements formation, it might really be able to suppress me. Unfortunately, a mere innate earth elemental formation can't do anything to me. Moreover, your innate earth elemental formation is incomplete. It lacks the materials to set it up and its power is greatly reduced. How can it kill me? One had to know that a top-tier formation was a top-tier formation not only because of the great Tao it represented, but also because of the materials used to set it up. Chapter 104. In the primordial world, there were many connate formations. They all had great origins and were the embodiment of the connate Tao. Among them, the Tao of Yin and Yang, the Tao of 3 talents, the Tao of 5 elements. The connate formations derived from the connate Tao that supported the primordial world were extremely powerful and represented the origin of heaven and earth. However, why were the Zhoxing formation, the great formation of divine fiends, and the immortal slaying sword formation listed separately and called the 3 top formations of the primordial world? It was not that the other connate formations were not strong, but that the materials used to set up these 3 connate formations were too extraordinary and much more powerful than the other connate formations. It could be said that the reason why these 3 connate formations could dominate the primordial world and suppress the other connate formations was more because of the reputation of the forces behind them. In terms of power, they were not much stronger than the other connate formations. The Zhoxing formation used 365 main stars as the foundation and was controlled by more than 300 Daoist Jingxian and several sage to suppress the endless void. The great formation of divine fiends used Pangu's heart as the foundation and was controlled by 12 sage ancestral magi to gather Pangu's real body. The immortal slaying sword formation was a set of connate cardinal treasures. It was formed by 5 supreme-grade connate spirit treasures. After it was set up, the murderous aura would surge and kill immortals and gods. Only 4 cultivators of the same realm could break it. This was what they relied on to dominate the primordial world. If they could not gather these things, they would not be able to unleash their destructive power even though they were still the top formations of the primordial world. Compared to the other connate formations, they would no longer have any advantages. They were on the same level and could not live up to the name of the 3 top formations of the primordial world. The connate earth element formation set up by the devil's fetus was only a set of formations. Although it was powerful, it lacked a main object, so it could not unleash its full power. Therefore, although this formation could suppress Feng Zichen, it was not powerful enough to kill him. I'm afraid your formation won't be able to kill me. Looking at his gradually petrifying skin, Feng Zichen did not panic at all. He laughed loudly and the mana in his body exploded. With a rumble, divine light blossomed. The divine apertures all over his body were shining with incomparably bright light. The image of a high and mighty deity appeared. Amidst the chanting, the godly spirits' phantoms formed hand seals. Strands of mysterious Tao light flew out from their hands and surged into Feng Zichen's body, forming a heaven and earth furnace. Heaven and earth furnace, refine for me. As soon as the worldly furnace appeared, it started to revolve on its own, and an enormous suction force suddenly appeared, completely suppressing and refining the earth quintessence that was surging into Feng Zichen's body. However, the earth origin energy was boundless, pouring endlessly into Feng Zichen's body. Even though the heaven and earth furnace was refining the earth origin energy with all its might, its power was still insufficient. Many of the earth origin energy escaped and continued to destroy Feng Zichen's body. Can't I? Then again. Sensing that the heaven and earth furnace could not resist the earth quintessence, Feng Zichen frowned slightly. The 5 qi in his chest surged out and strengthened the furnace. In an instant, 5 colored brilliance shone, and the heaven and earth furnace rumbled. The 5 elemental sacred beasts' phantoms appeared on the furnace, and its power multiplied. The speed of refining the earth quintessence also increased. It's useful. Again. The heaven and earth furnace's transformation made Feng Zichen happy. He continued to cast his skills to strengthen the furnace. Whoosh! The innate 5 elements divine light swept out and enveloped the heaven and earth furnace. As the 5-colored light spread out, a terrifying aura spread out. The laws of heaven and earth appeared, and the earth quintessence in Feng Zichen's body was completely absorbed. Boom! The 10,000 elephant divine lightning and innate extreme yang divine light blasted out at the same time, turning into raging flames. The majestic power distorted the void and burned fiercely towards the heaven and earth furnace, helping it refine the earth quintessence. Under the support of various great skills, the heaven and earth furnace underwent a shocking change. An aura that could refine the heaven and earth rose from its body, twisting the Tao and shattering the laws. Wang! 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 The heaven and earth furnace trembled for a moment and broke through the innate earth quintessence array's blockade. It flew out of Feng Zichen's body and floated above his head, spinning. Suddenly, a huge suction force was released, twisting the surrounding void and causing it to collapse, forming a huge spatial vortex. Ha! Fellow cultivator, you used the earth quintessence array to suppress me. Now, an eye for an eye. Take this. Amidst his laughter, Feng Zichen stood up and broke away from the suppression of the innate earth quintessence array. Rumble. As if the Milky Way was descending, the earth quintessence in the surroundings rushed madly towards the vortex and was absorbed and refined by the heaven and earth furnace. In the blink of an eye, an unknown amount of earth quintessence was refined by it. At the same time, a yellow light rose from Feng Zichen's body. The light was warm and incomparably heavy, and it emitted an aura that could bear all things. It was the earth quintessence refined by the heaven and earth furnace. Suddenly obtaining so much earth quintessence and under the impact of the earth quintessence Tao, Feng Zichen couldn't help but feel uncomfortable with his current strength. After all, he mainly cultivated the Tao of stars, not the Tao of earth. A large amount of earth quintessence surged into his body and began to change his body continuously, transforming him into an innate earth quintessence Tao body. New innate Tao patterns were born on his bones, and the aura of earth filled the air. Oh no! Changing his Tao body was equivalent to changing his Tao foundation. How could Feng Zichen tolerate this? As his expression changed drastically, a yellow Tao seal appeared in his body. It was shaped like a huge mountain, holding up the sky and filling the air with vicissitudes of life. It was the seal of Mount Buzhou. As the backbone of Pangu, the pillar of the eldritch world, connecting heaven and earth, Mount Buzhou contained the most earth quintessence in the eldritch world. It could be said to be the most profound eldritch world. As soon as the seal appeared, the earth quintessence seemed to have found its source and rushed towards it impatiently, causing the seal of Mount Buzhou to become clearer. Its divine aura became stronger and its Tao rhythm became more profound. As a result, the pressure on Feng Zichen's body suddenly disappeared. His entire body felt lighter, and the transformation of his body stopped abruptly. From Feng Zichen's escape to him condensing the Buzhou Tao seal, and so on, a series of things happened in a short period of time. What? How did you escape? At this moment, the devil's fetus finally realized what had happened. His expression changed drastically, and he was shocked. However, he didn't have time to think about how Feng Zichen had escaped. Oh no, earth quintessence pearl, suppress. Large amounts of earth quintessence were being refined by the heaven and earth furnace, causing the devil's fetus to feel heartache. At that moment, he couldn't care less about hiding his tracks. He walked out from a void somewhere and personally took charge of the innate earth quintessence array. Above the earth quintessence, a yellow cocoon of light appeared. Innate Tao patterns circled around it, and it emitted an aura that was different from the eldritch world. On top of the cocoon of light, a yellow pearl rose up. The mysteries of the earth flowed around it, and it was surrounded by a gentle light, illuminating the surroundings. Chapter 105. In mid-air, the earthly spirit pearl glowed faintly, and thousands of rays of light shone down. Suddenly, the origin of earth condensed and turned into a huge piece of land. It was ancient and boundless, and no matter how much the heaven and earth furnace absorbed, it couldn't move it at all. This is the connate spiritual treasure earthly spirit pearl. Feng Zichen mumbled as he put away the heaven and earth furnace. After this pearl appeared, the chaos pearl in his body suddenly became restless and sent out a wave of excitement. It wanted to fly out of his body and devour the pearl. Obviously, this was the Khanate spiritual treasure, one of the 4 spirit pearls, the earthly spirit pearl. Moreover, after so many years of nourishment from the origin of earth, the earthly spirit pearl's grade had improved a lot. It had evolved from a superior grade Khanate spiritual treasure to a supreme grade one. It was much stronger than the other 3 pearls. Don't worry, don't worry. It won't fly away when it's in your hands. It'll be yours in a while. After calming down the restless chaos pearl, Feng Zichen looked at the devil's fetus and said, "Hey, you're finally here. Yo, fellow Daoist, you're finally willing to come out. You don't intend to continue hiding with me? Kill." The devil's fetus didn't reply. It was obvious that it had lost its patience. It spoke coldly, and its murderous intent was directed at Feng Zichen. Boom! The Khanate Earth Elemental Formation was activated. Huge mountains rose into the sky like sharp swords, piercing towards Feng Zichen. At the same time, the boundless power of the earth rolled in, extremely heavy and mighty. Everywhere it passed, the great Tao rumbled, the void collapsed, and the divine chains of laws clanged as if they were about to break. It was a scene of the end of the universe. You think I'm afraid of you? Chaos Array, open for me. Feng Zichen waved his sleeves, and a cloud appeared above his head. The Chaos Pearl fell, and in a flash of grey light, the Khanate Tao diagrams spread out one by one, forming a divine diagram of the Great Tao. The Chaos Array was activated. Hiss! Another supreme-grade Khanate numinous treasure, you. Inside the Khanate Earth Elemental Formation, Devil's fetus was stunned speechless when he sensed the power of the Chaos Bead. In the next moment, the 2 formations collided fiercely, forming a terrifying shockwave. Chaotic chi and the origin of the earth splashed out, and the laws of heaven and earth were shattered. The void had long since ceased to exist. The power of the Chaos Formation was stronger than the Khanate Earth Formation in the first place. In addition, there was a superior-grade Khanate spiritual treasure in the Khanate 5 Elements Ring. As such, how could the innate Earth Elemental Grand Formation be a match for the Primal Chaos Grand Formation? It didn't take long for the innate Earth Elemental Grand Formation to be beaten back by the Primal Chaos Grand Formation, shrinking into a ball and defending with all its might. The Devil's fetus was hiding in the Array Formation. Seeing that the Array Formation was constantly shaking under the impact of the Chaos Chi and was in danger of shattering at any moment, he felt a shadow of death looming over his heart, causing him to be filled with fear. No. I can't hide anymore. The power of this Array Formation is too strong. It won't be long before it breaks through the innate Earth Elemental Grand Formation and devours me. Under the threat of death, the Devil's fetus's voice trembled. He knew that if he continued to hide, he would definitely die. Thus, he steeled his heart and decided to fight it out with Feng Zichen. You forced me to do this. Explode! With a furious roar, the Devil's fetus brazenly detonated the innate Earth Elemental Grand Formation. Violent energy instantly spread out, rumbling and exploding the entire Primal Chaos Grand Formation. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Devil's fetus controlled the earthly spirit pearl and the origin of the earth, frantically fleeing underground. Even now, he was still a little confused. A moment ago, he clearly had the upper hand, firmly suppressing Feng Zichen in the origin of the earth, and the inheritance was within reach. But in the next moment, everything changed. In the blink of an eye, the situation was reversed. He was the one being beaten back by Feng Zichen. The great advantage he had was gone, and he could only flee for his life. Where do you think you're going? Stay here for me. Seeing that the Devil's fetus was about to leave, how could Feng Zichen allow it? Not to mention the previous enmity, he had to make him stay for the earthly spirit pearl. As soon as his voice fell, the 5 qis in Feng Zichen's body gathered, and the 5 emperor's great palm rumbled out. With a whistling sound, it slammed towards the devil's fetus. Then, with a flip of his right hand, lightning rolled and formed a lightning net, which also wrapped around the devil's fetus. At the same time, he opened his mouth and let out a long roar, emitting the sound of a dragon's roar. A large number of runes appeared, forming a special sound wave that shook the void and whistled forward. Kill. In the end, Feng Zichen turned into a ray of light, and a terrifying aura spread out, as if it could stir the sea of stars and move mountains and rivers. It was incomparably terrifying, and he took the initiative to attack. Just as these supernatural powers were about to hit the devil's fetus, the earthly spirit pearl above his head spun, and a yellow light curtain dropped down, protecting him within. Boom! 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 These divine abilities slammed into the light barrier one after another, causing rumbling sounds to ring out. Even the void was twisting and exploding. Unfortunately, the light curtain flashed and blocked these supernatural powers one by one, firmly protecting the devil's fetus, not allowing him to be hurt at all. At this time, Feng Zichen suddenly arrived, and with the Hongmeng Daozhong raised, it carried an aura that could destroy all things, and slammed it down towards the devil's fetus. Clang! The Hongmeng Daozhong smashed into the light curtain, and thousands of strands of Hongmeng Qi fell down, and the light curtain collapsed inch by inch. At the critical moment, the earthly spirit pearl suddenly slammed into the Hongmeng Daozhong, and a huge force came, knocking Feng Zichen away, and this time, the devil's fetus would have been smashed into pieces. Phew, that was close. After hurriedly escaping for a few miles, the devil's fetus panted in shock, but he stopped and turned around to look at Feng Zichen. Run! Why aren't you running anymore? Could it be that you finally remembered your pride as a descendant of the Chaos Demon God, and want to fight me to the death? Amidst his sarcasm, Feng Zichen increased his speed, and raised his sword to attack. Go to hell. The devil's fetus didn't speak at first, but when Feng Zichen came close, he suddenly let out a ferocious roar, and used himself as a weapon to slam into Feng Zichen. Seeing that the devil's fetus had even used the light cocoon to nurture himself, Feng Zichen knew in his heart that he had been forced into a desperate situation. This move was definitely his last resort, and it was bound to be very powerful. Putting away the contempt in his heart, Feng Zichen calmed his heart and faced it calmly. When Zichen waved his sword, the heaven-splitting Daoist rhymes swirled around, and as if it was splitting the heavens and earth, it slashed towards the light cocoon. Clang! Zichen's sword slashed on the light cocoon, and a crisp sound rang out, just like the sound of metal clashing against metal. A huge recoil came, and Feng Zichen's hand that was holding the sword went numb, and Zichen's sword almost slipped out of his hand. What? After retrieving Zichen's sword, Feng Zichen clenched his right hand back and forth, and after a few times, the numbness finally subsided. My light cocoon is formed by the arm of the demon god. You, a mere Tai Jingxian, an ant-like existence, want to destroy it? What a joke! As he spoke, the light cocoon's body surged, and its appearance changed drastically. It turned into a huge yellow hand that was covered with scales, and it covered the sky, as if it was the incarnation of Taoism, and it slapped towards Feng Zichen. It was the arm of the earth demon god. Suddenly, a tyrannical aura rose into the sky, and a murderous aura swept out. Chapter 106. Kill. 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 At the same time, he was gradually losing his rationality. He had the desire to destroy everything. His fangs were protruding, and he was gradually becoming a ferocious beast. Just as Feng Zichen was about to lose his rationality, the Hongmeng Daozhong sensed his danger. It buzzed and trembled, and wisps of Hongmeng's aura were hanging down. Dong! A long bell rang. It seemed to come from the past and the future. It was like the roar of the great Tao. It echoed in Feng Zichen's ears, cleansing his soul and destroying the external demons. Suddenly, as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head, Feng Zichen woke up with a start. The murderous aura in his body disappeared, and his body gradually returned to normal. Hiss! It's so powerful. Is this the Chaos Demon God? Just the aura of a broken arm almost made me fall. No wonder it's the most powerful creature in the world. If the Hongmeng Daozhong hadn't woken me up in time, I would have fallen and become a ferocious beast. After waking up, Feng Zichen's face turned pale. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his face was full of fear. This was the closest he had ever been to death. He had almost died. What a great treasure! The devil's fetus, who had witnessed all this, couldn't help but praise the Hongmeng Daozhong. But it's mine now. After that, he suddenly made a move and brazenly grabbed towards the primordial Dao Bell, and he revealed an intent to obtain it. The devil's fetus's demon god arm was only a few feet long, but in Feng Zichen's eyes, it was so huge that it covered the sky and the sun. It seemed to fill the entire void, and it grabbed at him as if it could shrink the sky and the earth. The lines on his palm contained the truth of the Great Tao, which was the manifestation of the Great Tao of Earth. He was the master of the Great Tao, the source of the Great Tao of Earth. Boom, 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 the giant hand came closer and closer. The aura of the Great Tao filled the air, enveloping the surroundings. It was as if it had completely occupied Feng Zichen's mind, causing him to see nothing but the giant hand. The shadow of death came, and there was no way to avoid it. Retreat! Feng Zichen did not dodge, nor was he able to dodge. He poured all of his mana into the Hongmeng Daozhong and used all of his strength to activate its power. He blasted it out and collided with the giant hand. Bang! Amidst the shocking explosion, the two of them collided violently and were both sent flying. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions, forming a destructive storm that destroyed everything. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Not good. Seeing the destructive storm blowing towards him, Feng Zichen was horrified. He didn't have time to call back Hongmeng Daozhong. His figure flashed as he hid inside the chaos bead. After an unknown amount of time, the destructive storm gradually subsided, and the void regained its tranquility. Is it over? Inside the chaos bead, Feng Zichen secretly sent out a strand of divine consciousness. He scanned the surroundings for a moment, and only walked out when he saw that there was no danger. In the distance, sensing Feng Zichen's aura, a purple light flashed, and the Hongmeng Daozhong wobbled back to his side. It kept circling around, as if expressing its dissatisfaction with him for abandoning it. Where's the devil's fetus? Suddenly, Feng Zichen had a thought. He raised the Hongmeng Daozhong and knocked it above his head. Almost at the same time, the demonic god's arm suddenly appeared above his head and slammed down. With a boom, the demonic god's arm was repelled by the Hongmeng Daozhong. A huge recoil came, and Feng Zichen's internal organs were shattered. With a cry, he opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. He had suffered serious injuries. I see. After being injured by the devil's fetus, Feng Zichen was not worried. Instead, he was overjoyed. As if he had figured something out, he pointed at Feng Zichen and laughed. No wonder you didn't dare to use this move at the start. So it's because you don't know how much power this move has left. The earth demonic god's arm had been chopped off by Pangu, and its origin had already fallen greatly. Later on, it had given birth to the devil's fetus, and as a result, its origin had fallen by another layer. After the devil's fetus gained consciousness, it did not hesitate to expel its own origin in order to survive. This weakened its presence and made it easier for it to use the earth spirit bead to hide from the heavenly Tao. The origin of the earth beneath their feet had come from this. The demonic god's arm had been weakened layer by layer, and its power had already fallen greatly. Even the devil's fetus did not know how much its power had fallen. If not for the fact that the devil's fetus had been forced into a corner by Feng Zichen, it would not have taken the risk to use this move. Fortunately, although the demonic god's arm was not as powerful as before, it was enough to protect itself. Humph. So what if I am? A chaos demonic god is a chaos demonic god after all. Even if it's just an arm, no matter how much its power has fallen, it's still not something an ant like you can deal with. As it spoke, the demonic god's arm emitted a chaotic aura that caused the surrounding space to change greatly. An aura that was completely different from the primeval world rushed towards them, ancient and profound. In the blink of an eye, a chaotic space appeared. There was no up, down, left, right, past or future. The great Tao of the world became clearer and clearer. However, it was not any great Tao that Feng Zichen was familiar with. In this chaotic space, Feng Zichen could clearly feel that everything he knew about the world had become blurry and deviated. The rules and abilities that he had comprehended in the primeval world, and even the power that he had painstakingly cultivated, were disappearing and being taken away by the chaotic space. The power of the chaotic space. Feng Zichen clenched his fists. A vast and incomparably divine aura rose from his body. It was vast and mighty, and it broke through the seal of the chaotic space, breaking through all restraints. This was Pangu's aura, which could suppress all eternity. The realm of the demonic god of chaos was too high. It was an existence that Feng Zichen could not understand. When the devil's fetus activated the power of the demonic god's arm at all costs, only Pangu's aura could contend against it. Rumble. The yellow light condensed, and the shadow of Mount Buzhou appeared. With an indomitable and vast momentum, it suppressed the arm of the demonic god. Kill. Knowing that there was no way out, the devil's fetus did not care too much. In an instant, the origin of the earth was ablaze. Abundant power was injected into the demonic god's arm. The chaotic power surged out with an ancient aura and slapped the shadow of Mount Buzhou with all its strength. At this moment, something out of Feng Zichen's expectations happened. After the shadow of Mount Buzhou sensed the aura of the demonic god, it shook slightly. Then, in the center of the primeval world, where Mount Buzhou was, a Daoist rime fell, making it more solid and its power increased sharply. In an instant, the demonic god's arm was fixed in the void. It was suppressed by the shadow of Mount Buzhou and could not move at all. The origin of the earth broke away from the control of the devil's fetus and rushed to the shadow of Mount Buzhou. When everything calmed down, the origin of the earth had completely disappeared and turned into a mini Mount Buzhou. It was about 10,000 feet tall and pressed down on the devil's fetus, suppressing everything about him. Whoosh! Before Feng Zichen could collect the spoils of war, the tree of world impatiently stretched out a root and rooted in the devil's fetus, absorbing his origin. Chapter 107. Kaboom! After swallowing the devil's fetus, the tree of worlds suddenly expanded. Its branches and leaves lifted the void, its trunk opened the heavens and the earth, and its roots connected to the endless dimensions. Runes surrounded its body, and Tao and reason intertwined, giving rise to all kinds of laws of heaven and earth. Connate chi fell like a waterfall, and the aura of the great Tao filled the air. 3,000 balls of light appeared and surrounded it, shining brightly, and clustered around it. Around the balls of light, there were billions of light spots floating in the void. Some were big and some were small, and they were looming in and out of existence, mysterious and unpredictable. What is this? Looking at those bright balls of light, Feng Zichen was curious. He separated a strand of his divine thought and looked forward. After his divine thought came into contact with the balls of light, strange scenes appeared in front of him, too much for his eyes to take in. Ignoring these scenes, Feng Zichen separated another strand of his divine thought and looked inside the balls of light. This is a greater world. What he saw was so shocking that Feng Zichen couldn't help but exclaim. Inside the balls of light was a strange world. It was extremely vast, and the landscape was strange and ancient. There were no signs of life, and it was a primitive scene. Are these balls of light the legendary 3,000 greater worlds and the billions of small and medium-sized worlds? There were 3,000 balls of light and billions of light spots. Didn't they correspond to the 3,000 greater worlds and the billions of small and medium-sized worlds? With this thought, Feng Zichen didn't hesitate anymore. His majestic divine thought surged out and swept toward the balls of light. Vast worlds appeared in front of him. They were different, but they all exuded the aura of heaven and earth. Inside the worlds, the space was full of cracks, and destructive storms intertwined. The rules of heaven and earth were exposed, and they exuded a terrifying aura. The chaotic qi had not dissipated, and it tore the space apart. The connate qi had not separated, and it was stagnant and floating in the air. The earth had just been born, and there was still a lot of connate qi flowing. In the sky, there was nothing else except the connate qi that was rolling endlessly. There was no heavenly Tao aura. The entire world was empty and devoid of any signs of life. It was as if the heavens and earth had just been opened and the world had just been born. When he looked at those specks of light again, he could still see the appearance of a medium realm, but a minor realm was just a mass of heaven and earth origin qi. If it weren't for the fact that there were laws within it, it wouldn't look like a world at all. This world tree is indeed a chaos spiritual root. It's so miraculous that it can connect with the 3,000 worlds that have yet to be fully formed. Feng Zichen exclaimed in shock after looking at the tree of world for a while. As the world tree grew, its power grew stronger and stronger. It extended 3,000 roots and took root in the depths of the void, connecting with the 3,000 great worlds. Moreover, on top of these 3,000 roots, there were countless tentacles that extended outwards, connecting to millions upon millions of small and medium worlds. It could be seen that only a small portion of the origin energy from the world tree flowed down. Most of the rest flowed into the greater thousand worlds through the roots of the world tree, accelerating their growth. Sigh. I was wondering why the more the world tree grows, the less the origin energy from the world tree. It turns out that the roots are here. Feng Zichen shook his head and sighed regretfully. This was an act of obedience to the heavens, which was greatly beneficial to the evolution of the untainted world. To the way of heaven, it could be said that there were many benefits. If Feng Zichen dared to be greedy for the origin energy of the world, the way of heaven would not let him off easily. With a thought, Feng Zichen stepped forward, intending to follow the roots of the world tree into the newly born greater thousand worlds to look for opportunities. However, just as he approached the light ball, a great terror suddenly struck his heart. A line of sight appeared in the dark, staring at him coldly. It was as if he dared to take another step forward, the power of thunder would descend and kill him. This is the way of heaven. The will of death approached him, causing Feng Zichen to involuntarily stop in his tracks. All the hair on his body stood on end, and he stood there stiffly, not daring to move. Phew! After standing quietly for a moment and sensing that the way of heaven's line of sight had disappeared, Feng Zichen hurriedly retreated until he was far enough away from the light ball. Only then did he relax and let out a long breath. The way of heaven actually values the 3,000 great worlds so much that it did not hesitate to leave behind a trace of its gaze and pay attention to this place at all times. How terrifying! It seems that I can't go to the 3,000 great worlds now. Looking at the light ball in the distance, Feng Zichen's face was filled with fear. Facing the majesty of the way of heaven, that feeling of not being able to control oneself was not good. Sigh. I've done all the dirty and tiring work. Now that there are benefits, you kick me away. This table manners are too ugly. Feng Zichen could not help but complain as he took out the chaos bead and stored the world tree that had stopped growing. He had paid so much to grow the world tree. It was not easy for him to see some gains, but the way of heaven did not even let him touch it. Naturally, Feng Zichen was dissatisfied. However, no matter how dissatisfied he was, he did not dare to show it on his face, for fear of angering the way of heaven. The higher one's cultivation was, the more they understood how terrifying the way of heaven was. Feng Zichen came to the front of Mount Buzhou formed by the earth origin and waved his hand fiercely. Come! Rumble! The mini Mount Buzhou began to collapse, turning into streaks of yellow flowing light that flowed into Feng Zichen's body and converged into a Daoist seal. In an instant, a mighty force rose from his body, shaking the mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. What a powerful divine power! Sensing the power contained in the Mount Buzhou Daoist seal, Feng Zichen was shocked. For some reason, the strand of Mount Buzhou's origin did not leave after suppressing the devil's fetus. Instead, it merged with the Mount Buzhou Daoist seal. In addition, when suppressing the devil's fetus, the Mount Buzhou Daoist seal had absorbed so much of the earth origin that its power had increased to a terrifying level. As for how powerful it was, Feng Zichen could not describe it, because with his current strength, he could not activate this divine power at all. It seemed that the gap between their levels was too great, causing it to exceed Feng Zichen's understanding. If he used it by force, he would probably be sucked dry in an instant. Buzz! While Feng Zichen was still in shock, a yellow light suddenly flashed from the position where the devil's fetus was suppressed and flew rapidly into the distance. It was the Khanate spiritual treasure, Earthly Spirit Pearl. Ha, I've been guarding against you for a long time. With a smile, Feng Zichen stretched out his hand and pointed. The Hongmeng Daozhong and the Chaos Bead flew out one after another and hit the Earthly Spirit Pearl. After being promoted to an ultimate primordial spiritual treasure, the Earthly Spirit Pearl had gained some spirituality. Naturally, it was unwilling to be devoured by the Chaos Bead and immediately resisted fiercely. Unfortunately, even though they were both ultimate primordial spiritual treasures, the Earthly Spirit Pearl was still inferior to the Hongmeng Daozhong and the Chaos Bead, not to mention that it was fighting one against two. Before long, the Hongmeng Daozhong suddenly exploded and knocked the Earthly Spirit Pearl out of the ground. Then, the Chaos Bead shone brightly and suppressed it. Chapter 108. Buzz! Buzz! The Chaos Bead trembled for a moment and completely devoured the Earthly Spirit Bead. Its power increased greatly. Strands of black light bloomed, and the law of chaos filled the air, rippling with an astonishing aura. Huh, what a treasure! Feng Zichen was overjoyed by the changes in the Chaos Bead. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. He waved his hand and summoned the Chaos Bead back. He placed it in his palm and looked at it carefully. At this time, the Chaos Bead became more and more illusory. The past, present, and future were untraceable and unimaginable. It was as if they didn't exist in this world. Calculating the time, Emperor Sui should have attained the Tao of Daluo. It's time to go back. Let's go. Feng Zichen nodded in satisfaction. He put away the Chaos Bead and flew to the ground. Now that everything was over, it was time to return to the human race. Maybe he could go back now and witness the scene of Emperor Sui attaining the Tao. At the human ancestral temple on the coast of the East Sea, a bright light shot into the sky. It was earth-shattering, and majestic power swept across the 6 directions. It caused the sky to lose its color, the void to tremble, and the mountains and rivers to shake. Emperor Sui has begun to break through. In the distance, Feng Zichen smiled when he saw the light pillar rising from the East Sea. He knew what had happened. He couldn't help but quicken his pace and rushed to the East Sea. At this time, in the human ancestral temple, Suiren's 5 chi were rolling in his chest like 5 huge dragons. His body was covered with golden flames. He was like the sun, dazzling and shining in all directions. That fire was the fire of civilization, the fire of inheritance. It was endless. That light was the light of Tao, the light of all spirits, the light of humanity. It was extremely bright. In the flames, shadows of humans appeared. They came to the primordial world barehanded. They had no one to rely on and were not afraid of death. They fought the heavens, the earth, and the beasts. After experiencing all kinds of hardships and overcoming all kinds of tribulations, he started from nothing and went through all kinds of hardships to create a home that belonged to him in the primeval age. On their bodies, there was an incomparably firm belief, a heart that constantly strived to become stronger. This was the spirit of humanity that shook the heavens and the earth. Now, Swearin ignited this spirit, his understanding of the great Tao, and his love for the human race. They turned into his understanding of fire, burning fiercely and helping him to open the door of Daoist. Boom! As the human Tao spirit burned, the flames on Swearin's body burned even more fiercely. Terrifying heat radiated, burning the void into nothingness. Go! Under the burning heat, the Chou clan and the Z clan who were guarding Swearin could not bear it. They looked at each other and hurriedly left the ancestral temple to hide in the distance. Not long after they left, the terrifying heat rushed out of the ancestral temple and spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the land was scorched for thousands of miles and quickly attacked the humans. Swearin was completely immersed in the enlightenment of the great Tao. He had no sense of what was happening in the outside world, not to mention restraining his own strength. Just when everyone was in danger, the statue of Nuwa in the ancestral temple suddenly shone with divine light. An invisible force spread out and eliminated the terrifying heat at once. The strange phenomenon of Swearin's breakthrough was completely sealed in the ancestral temple, and no trace of it leaked out. Tao! A clear and melodious voice, like the sound of the great Tao, echoed in Swearin's ears and cleared his doubts. It was Nuwa's voice. As the creator of the human race, Swearin had attained the Tao of Wuxia Xianxia. How could such a big movement be hidden from her? Therefore, Nuwa, who lived in Emperor Nvua's palace, deliberately lowered her eyes and came to the ancestral temple of the human race to help Swearin. With Nuwa's help, Swearin vaguely perceived a strange space that inexplicably attracted his mind and tried to pull him into it. He knew that it was a space formed by the Tao of fire. As long as he got there, he would be half of Wuxia Xianxia. Not daring to delay, Swearin hurriedly touched his true spirit and rushed to the space of fire according to the guidance in his heart. But in the void, earth, fire, water, wind, thunder, and fire suddenly appeared, endless tribulations appeared and turned into a tribulation of Tao, blocking his path. This was the first difficulty of Wuxia Xianxia, the tribulation of Tao obstruction. Swoosh! Behind Swearin's head, the dazzling golden light of merit appeared and shone brightly. It dissolved all kinds of tribulations and opened a path to the space of fire. In this way, Wuxia Xianxia's first tribulation was broken. In the space of fire, the essence of fire filled the air, filled with all kinds of innate flames. They burned fiercely and emitted amazing power. This was the origin of fire. Everything related to fire could be seen here, whether it was the Tao of Li fire or the Tao of true fire, they were all branches of the Tao of fire. Imprinting one's understanding of the Tao of fire in the space of fire and using one's own Tao to explain the Tao of fire, this was Wuxia Xianxia. Strolling in the space of fire, Swearin released wisps of torch flame from his body and merged into the void. This was Swearin's Tao, the Tao of torch flame. It represented his vision of the human race, passing down the torch and growing endlessly. As the torch flame merged into the space of fire, a wisp of the Tao of torch flame appeared in the space of fire. Swearin's true spirit began to sublimate, and the eternal light of Tao enveloped him. Suddenly, the connate flames floating in the air underwent a transformation. They transformed into numerous enormous figures that charged at Swearin. This was Wuxia Xianxia's second challenge, the struggle for the great Tao. The Daoist struggle was for the right to explain the great Tao. The Tao of fire was only a concept, and it generally referred to everything related to fire. Therefore, every Daoist Jingxian who had attained the Tao of fire had a different understanding of the Tao of fire. Those who were able to become golden immortals were all favored by the heavens and people with firm Tao hearts. All of them believed that their understanding of the Tao of fire was the most correct and strongest, and no one could convince anyone else. They all wanted to use their own understanding to explain the Tao of fire and become the master of the Tao of fire, occupying the innate fire fate. In the ancient times, things were still fine. Phoenix was the first to attain the Tao of fire and naturally became the master of the Tao of fire. With the nirvana flame as the source of all flames, she explained the Tao of fire and the world obeyed her. But after the ancient times, Phoenix abdicated and everything changed. At this time, the Tao of fire had given birth to many Daoist Jingxian, and it would be difficult for them to become the master of the Tao of fire. Therefore, under the suppression of everyone, the position of the master of the Tao of fire was left empty. In order to reduce the number of competitors, the Daoist Jingxian treated all those who had attained the Tao of fire with the greatest hostility. Following the principle of stopping as many as possible, they showed no mercy in their attacks. Soaring had not completed his transformation, so how could he be a match for these experienced Daoist? Even with the help of the Soaring lamp, he was still defeated. Chapter 109. Chirp. Just as Soaring was about to be thrown out of the fire dimension, a sharp chirp of a bird was heard. It was intimidating and majestic. When the Daoist Jingxian heard the chirp, they stopped attacking Soaring. They stopped what they were doing and looked into the depths of the fire dimension in bewilderment. Over there, a ball of 7-colored brilliance gradually rose up like a burning flame. The brilliance was dazzling and resplendent. The image of a phoenix appeared, and its graceful and luxurious aura was fully revealed. That's Phoenix. What's going on? Since ancient times, this existence has been removed from the position of Daoist master. He has been in seclusion. Why did he suddenly appear today? What's going on? Could it be that he wants to regain the position of Daoist master? But with his strength, the position of Daoist master is dispensable. He shouldn't be here to compete with the poor Wei and the others, right? For a moment, the appearance of Phoenix caused the Daoist Jingxian to be confused. They were trying to figure out the purpose of his appearance. After all, Phoenix was too famous. If he were here, the Daoist Jingxian would have nothing to do with the position of Daoist master. Unfortunately, Phoenix didn't answer their doubts. He just glanced at them coldly. Oh no! That Daoist master is related to Phoenix. At this moment, the Daoist Jingxian suddenly understood the purpose of Phoenix's appearance. But it was too late. Boom! 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 Under the gaze of Phoenix, the Daoist shadows shattered and turned back into balls of congenital fire. It would take thousands of years for them to recover and reform their Daoist shadows. Thank you, Taoist priests. At the side, Xianxia, who had just escaped from the crisis, quickly thanked the Phoenix. It's okay. Since I have promised to protect the human race, how can I allow them to stop you from achieving the Tao? Nodding at Soaring, Phoenix's Tao shadow slowly disappeared. The human race is so lucky to have Zichen. Soaring exclaimed after standing still for a while. How could he not understand that the reason why Phoenix helped him today was all because of Feng Zichen's teaching that day? Soaring put away his unnecessary thoughts and tried his best to prove his Tao. With so many things on his shoulders, he could not afford to fail. Boom! Xianxia flew out from his body and merged into the fire elemental dimension. Gradually, a tiny dot of Xianxia appeared in the void. Although it was incomparable to the other innate fires, it was still growing stronger. At the same time, Soaring's comprehension of the fire elemental Tao poured into his true spirit and attacked his spiritual altar. This was Daoist Jingxian's third obstacle. the Dao assimilation and also the most dangerous one. Facing the impact of the Dao assimilation, Daoist Jingxian would be free and unfettered from then on. But if he couldn't, his spiritual altar would shatter and his consciousness would be erased by the Dao assimilation, becoming a part of the Dao of heaven and earth. This obstacle was filled with both opportunities and dangers. It was the most dangerous one. But that was only for others. For someone like Soaring, who had great merits, this obstacle was only a fortuitous encounter and not a dangerous one. The golden light of merits in his body shone brightly and covered his spiritual altar. No matter how the Dao assimilation attacked him, it would protect his mind and allow him to digest the Dao assimilation. 100 years later, in the fire elemental dimension, Xianxia had completely transformed into Soaring's appearance. This meant that there was a new branch of the Dao of Xianxia in the fire elemental dimension. Then, Soaring's figure suddenly disappeared and returned to his mortal body. Dazzling Dao light rose from his body, exuding an immortal and indestructible aura. His majestic aura swept out in all directions and shook the heavens and earth. At this moment, the human race had their own Daoist Jingxian, Soaring. Whoosh! The river of fate appeared. In the misty river, the light that represented Soaring turned into a Xianxia and leaped out of the water, transcending above it and disappearing. The river of destiny has appeared again. Is a new Daoist Jingxian born? Is it the monster race? Or the witch race? Sensing the birth of a new Daoist Jingxian, the mighty figures who were sitting quietly revealed a slight fluctuation. They looked towards the river of destiny to see who had transcended the river of destiny and become their friend. Hiss, the new Daoist Jingxian is a human. It's only been a few 100,000 years since Nuwa created humans. A new Daoist Jingxian was born in the human race? How can his cultivation speed be so fast? As expected of a saint's creation. He's really extraordinary. Discovering that the new Daoist Jingxian was a human, the mighty figures could not help but be curious. What kind of power could allow an acquired creation to ascend to the realm of Daoist in just a few 100,000 years? With that thought in mind, the Daoist hearts of these mighty figures began to ripple. They could no longer maintain their composure, and they all looked at the humans in shock. Humph! In the palace of Empress Hua, Nuwa was displeased to see the mighty figures peeping at the human race so unscrupulously. She could not help but snort coldly. Suddenly, the gazes that were looking at the human race were shattered. The mighty figures smiled embarrassedly but did not dare to peep at the human race again. Now that Soaring has attained the Dao, the poor way, as the holy mother of the human race, must reward him. After warning the mighty figures, Nuwa thought for a while and said to the beauty in palace dress beside her. Golden Phoenix, you go to the human race on behalf of the poor way and bring the 3 ancestors of the human race to the palace of Empress Hua. Over the years, the human race has developed well under their governance. The poor way certainly has to express her gratitude. The beauty in palace dress nodded and bowed to Nuwa. As you command, Your Highness. After that, she turned and walked out of the palace of Empress Hua, turned into a golden phoenix, and flew towards the untainted land. Congratulations on attaining the realm of Daoist. From now on, you will be immortal and free. Outside the ancestral temple of the human race, seeing that all the fluctuations had subsided, the Chou clan and the Zi clan were overjoyed. They walked quickly into the hall and congratulated Soaring. Ha! Second brother, third sister, you are too polite. After successfully attaining the realm of Daoist, Soaring could not hide his excitement even though he was usually calm. He could not help but smile. After meeting you today, I know that the vastness of Daoist is not something that Tai can fathom. I was really narrow-minded in the past. Seeing Soaring's figure, some members of the Chou clan sighed with envy. At this time, Soaring's temperament was as profound as the Tao. His body was surrounded by Taoist light, and his every move was in harmony with the heaven and earth, giving people a feeling of boundless vastness. Yes, without attaining the realm of Daluo, you will never know the power of Daluo. The past, the present, and the future are all in one. This is a power that Tai Jingxian can't reach. Feeling the changes in his body, Swearen agreed. However, second brother, third sister, you don't have to be envious. I feel that a great opportunity is coming. Perhaps your chance of attaining the Tao lies in it. Seeing that the two were a little depressed, Swearen comforted them. Chapter 110. What? An opportunity to attain Tao? Big brother, please don't lie to me. Is there really a great opportunity coming soon? Some members of the Zhou clan were overjoyed when they heard this. They asked Swearen for confirmation. The members of the Z clan were also hopeful. They hoped to get a positive answer. Of course. Why would I lie to you about this? Swearen smiled and replied with certainty. After becoming the Daluo Jingxian, Swearen's spiritual awareness had increased greatly. He was more sensitive to things related to himself. Therefore, he sensed it the moment Nuwa gave the order. He knew that an opportunity was coming. Emperor Sui, congratulations. Some members of the Zhou clan wanted to ask more questions, but Feng Zichen's voice came from afar. Then, a purple light flashed and he appeared in front of the three of them. That's. The moment Feng Zichen appeared, Swearen felt an awe-inspiring aura rush toward him. It was majestic, sacred, and powerful. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes and look at him. Mount Buzhou. Behind Feng Zichen, the shadow of a majestic sacred mountain appeared. It was ancient and unsophisticated. Its Daoist rhymes were thick, sacred, and inviolable. It exuded an indomitable aura as if it could suppress everything. Zichen, what's going on? Why did the shadow of Mount Buzhou appear behind you? Swearen was shocked. He asked curiously. Oh, Emperor Sui, are you talking about Mount Buzhou? That's a new superpower that I've obtained. It's very powerful. However, I can't use it with my current strength. What a pity. Feng Zichen had seen the power of the shadow of Mount Buzhou with his own eyes. He had already mastered such an earth-shattering superpower, but he couldn't use it because of his current strength. This made him very depressed. Not bad, this power is already beginning to resemble Daluo's might. Swearen nodded in agreement. The aura of this mystique made even the Daluo Jingxian frown. It was obvious how powerful it was. Big brother, what is this great opportunity that you're talking about? Speaking halfway, you're really making me anxious. Seeing that Swearen and Feng Zichen were chatting as if no one else was around, a member of the Zhou clan anxiously interrupted them. Opportunity? What kind of opportunity made Chao Huang so excited? Feng Zichen had just arrived, so he didn't know much about what had happened. He smiled and asked curiously. Second brother, you're confused. What is an opportunity? It's because it's unknown that it's called an opportunity. If I knew what it was, I would have taken it directly. I wouldn't have waited for it to come to me. Swearen frowned a little at the Zhou clan's behavior just now. He waved his sleeves, and a clear light flew out and entered the body of a member of the Zhou clan. Big brother, I'm sorry. I was too impulsive. The clear light entered the body of a member of the Zhou clan and woke him up instantly. He thought about his actions and quickly apologized. It's okay. Achieving Tao is related to your future. It's normal for you to be anxious. But your emotions have been unstable recently, and you often do impulsive things. You don't have the demeanor of a Tai Jingxian at all. Is there something wrong with your body? Swearen thought about the Zhou clan's recent abnormalities and couldn't help but ask with concern. By the side, Feng Zichen was also somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, primordial unity golden immortals should not be disturbed by their emotions and should not be trapped by their emotions. They should be quiet and free, and should not be impulsive. Why was Chao Huang's emotion so unstable? Thinking of this, Feng Zichen secretly used his sun-moon godly gaze and looked at Yu Chaoshi. Resentment. Why is there so much resentment in Chao Huang's body? Feng Zichen could clearly see through the vision of the sun-moon god eyes that there was a thick resentment between the eyebrows of a member of the Chou clan. It was giving off an ominous aura. Affected by this resentment, a member of the Chou clan's spiritual altar was covered in dust and his true spirit was dim. This caused him to lose his mind and be easily swayed by his emotions. But this doesn't make sense. Chao Huang's body is protected by the golden light of merit, which can repel all evil. Moreover, the golden light of merit is the best at restraining this kind of filthy aura. Usually, before these grievances can even get close to the Nest Emperor, they would be destroyed by the virtue qi emitted from his body. They wouldn't be able to get close to him. But what's going on with this resentment? How did it go around the golden light of merit and entangle itself with Chao Huang? Feng Zichen closed his eyes and used the crepe myrtle divination technique. He silently calculated in his heart and traced the origin of the resentment. After a while, he opened his eyes and looked at the Chou clan with a complicated expression. He quietly looked away, but there was nothing he could do about it. "Alright, second brother, third sister, you can go back first. It's been hard on you these past few days. Go back and have a good rest." Suerensher's mouth twitched when he saw Yochaoshi's bitter smile. "Yes." The Zi clan responded and pulled the Chou clan away. "Zi Chen, you've noticed as well, right?" After the two of them had walked far away, Sueren spoke with a worried expression. His tone was filled with worry. "Yes." Feng Zichen nodded and continued, "But judging from Chao Huang's current situation, we can't help much. He can only rely on himself to overcome it." The resentment came from the human immortals who had died at the hands of the ferocious beasts. They blamed Feng Zichen and the others for driving them out of the East Sea and causing them to live in a precarious state. They blamed Feng Zichen and the others for not helping them and allowing them to die tragically at the hands of the ferocious beasts. Because of all these reasons, their resentment didn't dissipate after their deaths. It turned into a monstrous resentment and attacked Feng Zichen and the others. However, Feng Zichen and the others were protected by the aura of virtue. Before the resentment could reach them, it was purified by the aura of virtue. It didn't even cause a splash. However, the Chou clan was different. He cultivated the Tao of protection and took it as his duty to protect the human race. He couldn't tolerate any harm to the human race. In the past, the Chou clan built a nest and gave the human race a place to live. They didn't have to be threatened by the wind and rain or bullied by the ferocious beasts. Seeing the happy faces of his clansmen, a member of the Chou clan was enlightened and found his future path. He wanted to protect his clansmen and everything they had created. Therefore, when the ferocious beasts broke out and caused a large number of deaths, a member of the Chou clan fell into deep self-blame. When the resentment surged, not only did he not purify it, but he also suppressed the aura of virtue and allowed it to enter his body. He planned to punish himself in this way in an attempt to eliminate the resentment of his clansmen. Yes, this kind of thing can only be understood by oneself. No matter how much outsiders say, it's useless. Sueren nodded with some melancholy. He's going to a dead end. Yes, I've got it. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen said to Sueren, "Now, the East Sea is at the East Sea. You've broken through to the Daoist realm. Why don't you take this opportunity to preach for everyone for 100 years? Chapter 111. Firstly, it can strengthen the unity of the human race. Secondly, it can give Chao Huang something to do. It will make him forget about what happened before, so that he won't have any problems." That makes sense. Later, I will let my second brother arrange everything about the sermon so that he won't have any free time. Soaring clapped his hands and smiled. He was very satisfied with Feng Zichen's suggestion. 3 years later, hundreds of thousands of immortals of the human race gathered outside the ancestral temple to listen to Soaring's sermon. Wuxia Xianxia's sermon was not uncommon in the untainted land, but it was the first time for the human race. Naturally, there were many followers. Even some of the Water Tribe members had rushed over from afar after hearing the news, hoping to gain some enlightenment from Big Luo's Tao preaching and take a step forward. Sitting on the cloud platform, Soaring seemed to be one with the heaven and earth. When he opened his mouth, Tao sounds rumbled and he explained the Tao of fire. Fire is the essence of yang. Fire has the nature of fire. Fire is one of the 5 elements. When the essence of yang is dispersed, it is distributed as fire. It has qi but no substance. It can kill all things. It is very powerful. When people use fire, they must take wood. When the 4 seasons and 5 elements change, they strengthen the fire and disperse the qi. When the fire is weak, it is weak. When the fire comes out in the spring, it is new. There is one yang fire in people. It is the Lord Fire, located in the heart and intestines. It is called the Li fire. There are 2 yin fires in people. The gate of life is called the fire of fire. It comes from the North Sea and is called the fire of fire. The fire of 3 tastes is called the pure yang fire. There are 6 yang fires and 6 yin fires in total. With Soaring's sermon, the connate fire qi in the heaven and earth gathered and formed all kinds of strange phenomena, such as the celestial orchid tree, the dancing fire dragon, and the swaying of Fusang. 100 years later, Soaring stopped his sermon. Seeing that everyone was still immersed in the Tao rhythm and had not yet woken up, he thought for a while and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, he grabbed at the void. Rumble. This claw seemed to tear apart the endless void. Instantly, the void cracked open, and huge cracks appeared. Xiantian Qi rolled out from the cracks and surged towards the crowd. How much connate Qi would be required for hundreds of thousands of immortals to cultivate together? The coast of the East Sea was not a blessed land. How could there be so much Xiantian Qi for everyone to cultivate? In less than 100 years, the Xiantian Qi that the Eastern Sea had accumulated for tens of thousands of years was completely consumed. If it weren't for Feng Zichen secretly communicating with Zichen's heavenly abode and drawing in the innate qi, the lecture would have ended early due to the exhaustion of the innate qi. Now that Soaring had woken up and discovered this situation, he didn't need to think too much about it. He personally took action and captured boundless Xiantian Qi from the void. In the blink of an eye, he made up for the deficiency of this place. Another 100 years passed, and everyone who was immersed in the Tao woke up one after another. Powerful auras burst out, devouring the surrounding Xiantian Qi. However, there were quite a number of people who benefited greatly from Soaring's lecture and advanced to a higher level. Boom! 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 Beams of fiery light shot up into the sky. 3 human golden immortals and Daoists reached the realm of Tai Jingxian. The qi of water and fire also burst out and blended with each other, forming a Tai diagram of water and fire. A member of the Water Tribe had comprehended the Tao of water and fire by analogy and stepped into the realm of Tai Jingxian. Alas! As expected of a big ancient clan. There are so many talented people. How many of us humans can compare with such talent? Such actions caused Soaring to take a few more glances at him, and he praised in his heart. After waiting for a few more years, Soaring saw that most of the people had woken up. He said slowly, "Well, the lecture is over. You can leave now. Thank you, Emperor Sui, Taoist priests, for the lecture." Soaring didn't say anything else. He smiled and gradually disappeared. Shriek. One day, when the people were discussing the affairs of the human race in the ancestral temple, a sweet chirp of a bird was heard. The chirp was so loud that it shook everyone's mind. "This is, our opportunity has arrived." Hearing this bird cry, before the others could react, Youqiaoshi and Zishi felt their true spirits tremble, faintly expressing a sense of joy. They couldn't help but look at each other, and with wild joy, they turned and ran out. Opportunity? What kind of opportunity made Chao Huang and Zi Huang so excited? Let's follow them and see. The people were curious. After thinking for a while, they followed them out. Before long, a golden phoenix flapped its wings and flew towards them. It arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye and passed down a decree. By the decree of Her Majesty Nuwa, Swearing, Chou clan and Zi clan of the human race are summoned to the palace of Emperor Nviwa for an audience. It's the decree of Her Majesty. Hearing this, the people were shocked at first. Then, they all knelt down with a solemn look. They didn't dare to show any disrespect. Swearing, Chou clan and Zi clan follow the decree of Her Majesty. The three people stepped forward and said at the same time, "Her Majesty doesn't like empty formalities. It's good that you've shown your sincerity. Daoist priests, please let them rise first." The golden phoenix turned into a beautiful woman in a palace dress. She walked to Swearing and said respectfully, "Daoist Jingxian was the incarnation of the Great Way." Even though the golden phoenix came from the palace of Emperor Nviwa, she didn't dare to disrespect Swearing as long as she was not Daoist Jingxian. "Please wait for a moment, fairy." Swearing nodded. Then, he turned around and said to the people, "Rise." "Thank you, Her Majesty." The people bowed in the direction of the ancestral temple before they got up and left. "Fairy, please take a rest in the hall. We have many things to do and need some time to go to the palace of Emperor Nviwa to meet Her Majesty." Speaking of this, Swearing asked uneasily, "Her Majesty, you won't mind, right? Her Majesty is so resourceful that she knows everything. When she sent me here, she didn't ask the Daoist priests to take action immediately. I think she has already expected this. What's more, Her Majesty is so broad-minded and kind. She won't argue with the Daoist priests over such a trivial matter." "Daoist priests, you're overthinking." After thinking for a while, the golden phoenix replied. "Then I'm relieved." Swearing took a deep breath and led the golden phoenix into the ancestral temple. In the ancestral temple, the golden phoenix looked at Swearing curiously and said, "Daoist priests, if you have something to do, just go ahead. Don't worry about me." It took Swearing more than 100,000 years to reach the level of Daoist Jingxian. Except for the innate sages, he was the most powerful innate living being. Therefore, many living beings in untainted land were curious about him. They wondered how he had cultivated and how he could transcend the river of fate and enter the realm that all living beings dreamed of. Speaking of which, Swearing didn't cultivate as long as the golden phoenix. However, the former was already the immortal Daoist Jingxian. The latter was still struggling in the mortal world, looking for a way to transcend. Fate was really unpredictable. Chapter 112. In that case, I'll take my leave now. By the way, if you're bored here, you can go out for a walk and see how the human tribe is doing now. With that, Swearing smiled apologetically, got up, and left the hall. "Second brother, go get some red jujubes, the best of the best. Sister, this is the innate enlightenment tea that Zichen gave me. Go and make a pot of it. When I get the red dates, send them in together." As soon as he left the hall, Swearing hurriedly ordered the Chou clan and the Zi clan behind him. "Brother, this is..." The members of the Zi clan frowned and asked in confusion. "It's the first time that Her Majesty sent someone to the human tribe. We can't be impolite. If we neglect her, Her Majesty will be displeased. Besides, since she was sent here by Her Majesty, she must be someone close to Her Majesty. Now that we've established a good relationship with her, we'll have a way to ask Her Majesty's palace for help in the future. After sealing the surrounding void, Swearing explained to the two of them. Brother, after you get the red dates, give them to sister and ask her to send them in. Then, I'll have to trouble you to summon the leaders of all clans and the elders to the conference hall for a discussion. Sister, please take care of this fairy. Don't let the clansmen offend her. Speaking of this, Swearing looked displeased. After all, this fairy is so beautiful. Some of the clansmen are really bad and hard to get rid of. It's inevitable that they'll act rudely. The human tribe had a large population, and Swearing couldn't take care of all of them. It was inevitable that some of them would be born with bad habits. If they accidentally offended the Golden Phoenix, it would be a small matter. However, if Nuwa heard about it, she would be displeased with the human tribe. Then, they would be in big trouble. I understand. As the leader of the Z clan, who was responsible for educating the clansmen, he naturally knew the character of his clansmen. After serving the immortal tea and spirit fruits, the representative of the Z clan said to the Golden Phoenix with a smile, "The human race has just been born, and its foundation is shallow. We are unable to bring out anything good to entertain you, fellow Daoist. Please forgive us." Fellow Daoist, you must be joking. From afar, Golden Phoenix could sense the primordial spiritium emanating from the Taoist tea and red date. He thought that it was just the Z clan's humble words and didn't take it seriously. Receiving the jade cup, the Golden Phoenix took a sip. He felt a cool and refreshing air flow through his body, cleansing his mind and body, and allowing him to comprehend the Tao. This is. Looking at the Daoist tea in her hand, Jin Huang's expression changed for the first time. She was shocked. Within the jade cup, a green tea leaf floated on the surface of the water. Its markings seemed to be interwoven from the Tao, and its entire body was covered in natural talisman markings and emanated the aura of the Grand Tao, causing it to be extremely profound. I didn't expect the human race to have such a treasure. I forgot myself. Putting down the jade cup, the Golden Phoenix said to the Z clan, "Such a treasure is rare even in the palace of Empress Enviwa. The human race has a good opportunity. Fellow Daoist, you've misunderstood. Although this tea is good, it doesn't belong to the human race," the representative of the Z clan explained with a smile. This tea is called the Primordial Enlightenment Tea. It is a top-grade primordial spiritual root. It is the treasure of Taoist Xianqing, the leader of Mount Sanxian of the East Sea. Zichen is a good friend of his. He specially asked for some tea leaves from him and gave them to my elder brother. Usually, my big brother treasures these tea leaves. Even if it's my second brother and I, it's extremely difficult to get some enlightenment tea leaves from him. If it weren't for the hospitality, I'm afraid he wouldn't have taken them out so easily. Today, I've benefited from you." Saying this, the Z clan laughed. "Taoist priests, you're too polite." The Golden Phoenix also smiled and asked doubtfully, "What's the background of Taoist Xianqing?" His name seems to be related to the Taoist priests of the Three Pure Ones, but why haven't I heard of him? It's normal that you haven't heard of him. He's a primordial fiend god nurtured by the Nine Heavens' clear chi. It's only been tens of thousands of years since he was born. Therefore, his name isn't prominent in the untainted land. Speaking of his relationship with the Taoist priests of the Three Pure Ones, I've heard Zichen mention it before. I vaguely remember that before the chaos of the ferocious beasts, he was taken in as a disciple by the Taoist priests of the Xianxia clan who traveled the East Sea and was taken to Mount Kunlun. Because of this, Zichen couldn't get any more primordial enlightenment tea from him. That's why my elder brother became more and more anxious about the tea leaves in his hands. Taken in as a disciple by the Taoist priests of the Xianxia clan? After a moment of silence, the Golden Phoenix said with some envy, "The Taoist priests of the Xianxia clan are the future saints. It's really a great opportunity for the Taoist priests of the Xianqing clan to be his disciple." She knew her own family well. Although she could often receive guidance from Nuwa, she didn't have an official status after all. Therefore, she couldn't be considered as a disciple of the Nuwa. Therefore, she was quite envious of the real disciples of the saints. Fellow Daoist, how many members of the Zichen clan are there in the human race? I wonder if the Zichen clan you're talking about is the same as the Zichen clan I know? The Golden Phoenix seemed to have thought of something and asked the Zi clan. Zichen? Fellow Daoist, are you talking about Zichen? The Zi clan was a bit confused. Why did he mention Feng Zichen out of the blue? Could it be that they knew each other? However, they didn't hear Zichen mention that he knew someone from the palace of Empress Hua. That's right. If there isn't a second Zichen in the human race, then the person you're talking about should be the same person as me, the Golden Phoenix said with certainty. The Zichen clan is our chosen successor. After we abdicate, he will be the leader of the human race. Naturally, there can only be one. Why? Do you know him? Why don't I call him over? Seeing that the Golden Phoenix seemed to really know Feng Zichen, the Zi clan suggested. I don't know him, but the Empress often mentions this name. Therefore, I'm a bit curious. I want to know who he is and why the Empress pays so much attention to him, the Golden Phoenix said with some confusion while shaking his head. Not only did the Nuwa praise him, but even the Phoenix ancestor also spoke highly of him. This made the Golden Phoenix curious. What ability did this Feng Zichen have to be praised by two supreme existences? When Zichen was young, he was indeed favored by the Empress and received her teachings. However, I didn't expect that the Empress would still pay attention to him after so many years, the Zi clan said thoughtfully as they thought of Feng Zichen's fortuitous encounter when he was young. There's such a thing? Fellow Daoist, can you take me to see fellow Zichen? Golden Phoenix had never heard of this before. Of course. Fellow Daoist, please come with me. The Zi clan nodded and led the Golden Phoenix outside. On the way, the Golden Phoenix suddenly said to the Zi clan, in the future, when we enter Empress Hua's palace, you and I will be family. Calling me fellow Daoist will make me feel like an outsider. How about we call each other sisters? Zi greets elder sister. Seeing that Golden Phoenix didn't seem to be joking, the Zi clan responded with a smile. Good. Good. Elder sister left in a hurry and didn't bring anything good. Take this essence of fortune first. When we return to Empress Hua's palace, I'll give you a gift. Golden Phoenix happily took out a piece of essence of fortune and stuffed it into the Zi clan's hands. Thank you, elder sister. Chapter 114. In Zichen's grotto heaven, Feng Zichen sat cross-legged under the star tree, visualizing the Tai Yin star in his heart. Gradually, a black moon rose behind him, half hidden and half hidden. It shone with a black light, and the innate Tai Yin Qi rolled out, spreading in all directions. Everything within 10,000 miles was shrouded in black mist. Come! With a command, the star tree trembled violently, and the Tai Yin star's shadow appeared like a mirror, swaying in the wind, and palaces, streaks of silver light fell from the sky, turning into Tai Yin origin Qi and fusing into the black moon behind Feng Zichen, making it even darker. Then, the Tai Yin star's shadow dissipated into specks of light as if it had run out of energy, and the star tree returned to normal. Innate Tai Yin divine light, form. Feng Zichen formed a seal with his hands, and the black moon behind him shrunk, turning into an illusory black light that devoured the innate Tai Yin Qi in a frenzy. Again. In the sky above Zichen's grotto heaven, the illusory Tai Yin star shook violently, and strands of innate Tai Yin Qi helped the innate Tai Yin divine light to form a solid form. However, just as the innate Tai Yin divine light was about to form, Feng Zichen's innate Yang divine light suddenly appeared on its own, as if it sensed a threat. A dot of innate Yang divine light flashed, and the innate yang divine light shattered the innate Tai Yin divine light. In an instant, the Tai Yin Qi flowed out, freezing everything within 10,000 miles. Still not enough? As he spoke, Feng Zichen waved his sleeves, and a vast amount of dermic powers surged out. With a cracking sound, the ice shattered, and turned back into innate Tai Yin Qi, which was then sent into the Tai Yin star. Sigh. It seems like my plan to cultivate the innate yin-yang divine light has failed. After a long while, Feng Zichen sighed. He had suffered a great loss this time. He had planned to use the Tai Yin origin Qi to cultivate the innate Tai Yin divine light, and then merge it with the innate yang divine light to evolve into the legendary innate yin-yang divine light. Unfortunately, he didn't expect the repulsive force of yin and yang to be so strong. The innate divine light of yang shattered the divine light of yin directly, not allowing it to exist in his body. After all, the innate extreme yang divine light was condensed from Feng Zichen's essence, while the innate extreme yin divine light was condensed from an innate extreme yin origin. The difference between their natures was too great. One side was strong while the other was weak. Moreover, they were hostile to each other, so it was naturally impossible for them to coexist peacefully. As such, not only did Feng Zichen fail to cultivate the innate Tai Yin divine light, but he also lost a surge of his qi of origin. It was truly heartbreaking. It seems like I'll have to find an innate source of yin to cultivate the innate yin-yang divine light. But the eldritch wilderness has been established for so long. Innate sources have either turned into innate fiend gods or innate spiritual treasures. Where am I going to find one? Feng Zichen scratched his head. He had been coveting the innate yin-yang divine light for a long time, but now he found out that he couldn't cultivate it. Sigh, the demons are really a hindrance. In fact, the innate yin origin wasn't too difficult to find. At the very least, the innate yin origin wasn't lacking in the Tai Yin star. However, that was the demon's territory after all. Now, Feng Zichen didn't even dare to use the starlight, let alone steal the innate yin origin from the Tai Yin star. It was fine when he was in the golden immortal realm. The starlight he used was scattered on the eldritch wilderness, so the demons couldn't discover it. But after he became a Tai Jingxian, he could use the power of the Zhouxing origin. If he used it once or twice, it would be fine. But if he used it frequently, the demon Star Lord wasn't blind. How could he not discover it? By then, the demons would think that he was the innate star god hiding in the eldritch wilderness. That would be fun. Forget it, after the Great Witch Demon War, I'll go to the Tai Yin star and collect the innate yin origin. No, by then, I still want the innate yin origin. I want the entire Tai Yin star. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen put aside his distracting thoughts and took out the chaos bead. He planned to deduce a supreme grand skill. Qi. With Feng Zichen's current strength, he couldn't activate the shadow of Mount Buzhou. But with the shadow of Mount Buzhou in his body, he could suppress all external forces, including the qi. As soon as the innate evil qi rushed into his body, before it could do any damage, the Buzhou mountain's shadow trembled slightly, and a suppressive force came from it, pressing the innate evil qi into a ball, stopping it from moving. Great! Innate 5 elemental divine light, innate yang divine light, 10,000 elephant divine lightning. Go! Feng Zichen's arcane energy surged out madly as he cast all kinds of skills onto the heaven and earth furnace. Roar! Above the heaven and earth furnace, there were the roars of sacred beasts, thunder rumbling, and divine light flashing, causing its power to increase exponentially. The refining power surged and swept towards the connate baleful aura with all its might. Under the suppression of the shadow of Mount Buzhou, the innate evil qi couldn't resist at all. It was constantly refined by the furnace of heaven and earth, turning into streaks of black light that flowed into Feng Zichen's body. Qi. He understood that this was because his body was too weak and could not withstand the power of the innate baleful qi, causing his physical body to be damaged and sending him intense pain. In Feng Zichen's sea of consciousness, an illusory figure of a deity with a blurry face appeared. His aura was incomparably majestic, and a purple-black evil spirit flowed on his body. As the strongest chaos demon god, Panga naturally had an innate baleful aura. However, it was not called Chaos Baleful Aura, but Dutian Divine Baleful Aura. As the innate evil qi circulated, strands of evil qi fused into his flesh and blood, constantly strengthening his body. Slowly, the sharp pain began to lessen until it disappeared completely. Chapter 115. Buzz. 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 The chaos bead trembled for a moment and spat out a black crystal. It was so dark that it seemed to absorb all the light, plunging the surroundings into darkness. The wails of gods and demons sounded, and the scene of thousands of creatures dying appeared. It was extremely terrifying, as if the gods had all fallen and the world was coming to an end. A terrifying aura filled the air. The black crystal came from the deepest part of Mount Buzhou. It was a product of highly condensed chaotic evil qi and contained a large amount of chaotic evil qi. Since the Khanate evil qi had been exhausted, it was time to use the stronger chaotic evil qi. This time, Feng Zichen went all out and was determined to cultivate the divine evil qi. Heaven and Earth Furnace, go. As soon as Feng Zichen finished speaking, a powerful suction force came from the Heaven and Earth Furnace and sucked the black crystal in. Attacked, the black crystal exploded, releasing wisps of chaotic evil qi that crashed into the Heaven and Earth Furnace with boundless power. Crack! Crack! The chaotic evil qi was so powerful that it cracked the Heaven and Earth Furnace with just one hit. It was full of cracks and would shatter at any time. Rumble. Sensing the existence of the chaotic evil qi, the phantom of Mount Buzhou emitted a deeper Taoist rhyme, revealing a vast and ancient aura. Vast divine power suddenly pressed down and suppressed the chaotic evil qi. With a flash of divine light, the cracks on the Heaven and Earth Furnace disappeared, and refining power surged out toward the chaotic evil qi. Unfortunately, even though it was suppressed by the phantom of Mount Buzhou, the chaotic evil qi was still extremely powerful. Compared to it, the refining power of the Heaven and Earth Furnace was too weak and couldn't shake it at all. Feng Zichen wasn't surprised by this. If he could easily refine the chaotic evil qi, how could he live up to its name? Break! Raising the Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen struck it hard. A loud bell rang, and a power that could destroy all things broke the black crystal into pieces. At the same time, the Tree of Worlds spat out a stream of origin energy of heaven and earth, which turned into blazing flames and burned toward the Heaven and Earth Furnace. The chaotic evil qi was refined, and a trace of purple-black evil qi gradually appeared on Feng Zichen's body. Outside Zichen's cave, the members of the Z clan cast a spell, opened a passage, and pulled the golden phoenix inside. Sister, this is the place. Zichen is cultivating in seclusion inside. Is this a high-grade grotto heaven? Walking into Zichen's grotto heaven, the rich Xiantian qi gushed out, shocking the golden phoenix. The two of them entered Zichen's grotto heaven and continued walking. Not long after, they saw Feng Zichen sitting on the ground with his eyes closed. His body was surrounded by a thin layer of dark purple evil qi. As for the star tree, although it was rooted in Zichen's cave, its real body was in the endless void. Besides Feng Zichen, no one could see it. The star tree was related to the fate of Zhouxing. If outsiders knew that the tree was in the hands of the human race, it would definitely attract many powerful figures to fight for it. With Feng Zichen's strength, he would not be able to keep it. It's so powerful. Just by looking at the dark purple evil qi, the golden phoenix felt as if her eyes had been pricked by needles. At the same time, she felt a sense of extreme danger, which made her shudder. Feng Zichen opened his eyes, and a purplish-black light flashed. A terrifying aura spread out, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Cold qi filled the air. Nice to meet you, Zihuang. Standing up, Feng Zichen first greeted the Zi clan, and then asked in confusion, "May I know who this fairy is?" "This is the golden phoenix of Emperor Nvua's palace. I have something to discuss with you. Also, the evil qi here is so strong." "Zichen, what are you doing?" The surrounding cold qi made the Zi clan feel uncomfortable. She could not help but frown and ask. "This is a great divine sense that I have just cultivated. I'm not familiar with it yet, so it caused the qi to leak out. It's not a big deal." Shaking his head, Feng Zichen did not explain too much. Using evil qi to cultivate a divine sense would inevitably offend cultivators, even if the divine sense originated from Pangu. "May I know why you are looking for me?" Feng Zichen turned around and asked the golden phoenix. "His Majesty Zhu Huang asked me to give you this as a gift to thank you." With that, the golden phoenix took out a phoenix feather and handed it to Feng Zichen. "His Majesty Zhu Huang and Her Majesty Nua both praise you. Your future is really limitless. It's all thanks to the two majesties." Feng Zichen took the phoenix feather and smiled modestly. The phoenix feather was long and narrow, emitting a colorful light. The qi of the five virtues was circulating around it, and the nirvana flame was burning around it, deducing the truth of life and death. As soon as it was in his hand, the phoenix feather shone brightly with colorful light. Innate talismans emerged and turned into a connate Dao scripture, which fell into Feng Zichen's heart. The connate Dao scripture of life and death. This was a Dao scripture of life and death, which directly evolved from the Dao of life and death. It explained the truth of life and death. If one could fully comprehend it, he could become Daoist Jingxian. This is too precious. At this time, Feng Zichen realized how extraordinary this item was. Not to mention the connate Dao scripture of life and death, this phoenix feather was also an extraordinary treasure. It was not inferior to ordinary connate spiritual treasures. Judging by its power, it was probably Zhu Huang's tail feather. "My friend, this phoenix feather is the tail feather of His Majesty Zhu Huang when he transformed into the vermilion bird. It is extremely precious and contains part of His Majesty Zhu Huang's origin. Countless people in the Phoenix clan yearn for it but can't get it. His Majesty Zhu Huang gave it to you, which shows how much His Majesty values you." After that, the golden phoenix looked at Feng Zichen curiously. He wondered what he did for Zhu Huang that made Zhu Huang give this item to him. One must know that there were only 9 phoenix feather in the entire Phoenix clan. However, although the golden phoenix was curious, he did not ask Feng Zichen about it rashly. It was better to know less about the affairs of the Almighty, lest trouble come knocking on his door one day. Then, "I'll accept it shamelessly." After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen put away Zhu Huang's phoenix feather. After all, for Zhu Huang, no matter how precious this item was, it was not as important as freedom. "Fairy, this is the first time you've come to the human clan. I suppose you don't know much about the human clan. How about I show you around and show you the sights of the human clan?" Feng Zichen suggested after looking around. "Thank you, my friend." The golden phoenix thought for a while and nodded. It would be bad if she did not know anything about the human clan when the Nua asked her about it after returning to Emperor Nvua's palace. "Fairy, you're too polite. If you can put in a few good words for the human clan in front of Her Majesty, Zichen will be very grateful." Feng Zichen waved his hand and said, "Pfft! You're such an interesting person. The human clan was created by Her Majesty and is equivalent to Her Majesty's child. Her Majesty cares a lot about the human clan. There's no need for me to put in a good word for them." The golden phoenix could not help but laugh after hearing Feng Zichen's words. Chapter 116. On the shore of the East Sea, Ao Shui, Water Dragon King, and an unfamiliar man appeared with a flash of light and flew towards the human ancestral temple. Ao Shui and Water Dragon of the Dragon Clan, and Xianxia of the Black Tortoise Clan, have come to congratulate sworn Daoist priests. Their voices came from afar before they even arrived. In the meeting hall, Suerenshir's heart skipped a beat when he heard this voice. He transmitted his voice to Feng Zichen. Zichen, our friends from the Dragon Clan and the Black Tortoise Clan are here. There will be friends from other clans coming in a bit. I can't leave right now, so please receive them on my behalf. Inside Zichen's grotto heaven, Feng Zichen, who was taking Golden Phoenix to tour the Ziwei Mountain, suddenly stopped and said apologetically, "Fairy, I'm really sorry. I have some matters to attend to in the human ancestral temple. Please forgive me." "It's fine. The human ancestral temple is more important. Please go ahead." Golden Phoenix nodded in understanding. "Thank you for your understanding." With a smile, Feng Zichen took a step forward and arrived outside Zichen's grotto heaven. With another step, he arrived in front of Ao Shui and the others. "Ao Shui, Dragon Lord, long time no see." Feng Zichen was very happy to see old friends. He couldn't help but quickly walk up and greet the two. Noticing the unfamiliar man beside the two, Feng Zichen asked, "How should I address you, fellow Daoist?" "This is Xianxia of the Black Tortoise Clan. He came with us to congratulate fellow Daoist swearing." Seeing the confusion in his eyes, Water Dragon King stepped forward and introduced him. "Greetings, fellow Daoist Zichen. I've heard of your name for many years. It's a pleasure to finally meet you today." Xianxia carefully sized up Feng Zichen and said, "Everyone, this is not the place to talk. Please follow me to the guest hall." With a wry smile, Feng Zichen changed the topic and led the three to the guest hall. He didn't know how the 5 elemental sacred beasts praised him in their clans, but most of the clans had a different impression of him. Their words gave off a strange feeling. Golden Phoenix was like that, and now Xianxia was like that. Mo Zhang of the Qilin clan and the White Tiger clan. Jian Shan of the White Tiger clan is here to congratulate swearing Daoist priests. Before Feng Zichen's friends and clans and white clans of the White Dragon clan, and the White Dragon King and White Dragon came. Our friends from the Qilin clan and the White Tiger clan are here. I'll go and pick them up. Please wait for a moment. After the 5 elemental sacred beasts agreed to protect the human tribe became the ally of the 5 elemental sacred beasts. Although this ally was a little weak, it seemed to have great potential. Now that Swearin had succeeded Daluo Jingxian, the human tribe's strength had increased greatly. As allies, the 5 elemental sacred beasts couldn't help but send 5 outstanding clansmen to congratulate them. After the meeting, Swearin first received the representatives of the 5 elemental sacred beasts. Then, he called Feng Zichen to the main hall of the ancestral temple. "Zichen, Her Majesty has ordered the 3 of us to go to Emperor Nvuo's palace for an audience. And we don't know how long it will take for us to come back. Therefore, I've decided to pass on the position of chief of the human tribe to you. In the years to come, you will lead the human tribe." Under the statue of Nuwa, Swearin said to Feng Zichen solemnly. "Ah. What? Emperor Sui, you mustn't do this. Even if you don't want to be the chief of the human tribe, there are still Chao Huang, Zihuang, the elders, and the city lords. How can you bypass them and pass the position to me directly?" Feng Zichen was shocked and refused repeatedly. Although he was very interested in the position of chief of the human tribe, his seniority in the human tribe was too low. If he suddenly took the position, the human tribe would inevitably be unconvinced. According to his previous plan, after the human tribe occupied the majority of the human tribe, he would ascend to the position of chief of the human tribe in one fell swoop. But now, Swearin obviously intended to push him to the position of chief of the human tribe despite the objections of the masses. "You don't have to worry about this at all. second brother and third sister are going to Emperor Nvuo's palace to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. They will return to the human tribe after becoming Daoist Jingxian. At that time, the position of chief of the human tribe won't mean much to them. Moreover, it's not my idea to pass the position of chief of the human tribe to you alone. It's the idea of all three of us. Therefore, you don't have to worry that they will be dissatisfied with you because of this. As for the elders. At this point, Xianxia paused and continued in an inexplicable tone. In terms of ability, they are far inferior to you. In terms of strength, they are also far inferior to you. In terms of contribution to the human tribe, they can't compare to you at all. So, how can they have the face to compete with you for the position of chief of the human tribe? How can such mediocre people be the chief of the human tribe? How can they lead the human tribe to prosperity? I'm afraid they can't even survive in the untainted land. As he finished speaking, Xianxia's face sank, and it carried a strand of rage while his tone couldn't help but become stern. Looking at Xianxia's increasingly gloomy face, Feng Zichen looked ahead silently and dared not say a word. It seemed that something unpleasant must have happened in the meeting just now. Otherwise, Emperor Sui wouldn't have been so angry. In fact, Feng Zichen knew that many of the elders of the human tribe were dissatisfied with him. Especially after he drove the human tribe immortals out of the East Sea, there were even more elders who were dissatisfied with him. If Youqiaoshi and Xianxia hadn't spoken up in time and taken responsibility for this matter, those angry elders of the human race would have joined hands to expel Feng Zichen from the higher echelon of the human race. After all, when he chased the human clan immortals out of the East Sea, he treated them all equally. No matter who they were, as long as they were at the heaven immortal stage or above, he chased them all out without giving them any consideration. Among these immortals, there were many disciples, relatives, descendants, and even their own children. Many of them died in the riot of the ferocious beasts. The death of a large number of immortals caused the strength of some elders' tribes to be greatly reduced. Coupled with the death of their relatives, how could the elders of the human tribe not hate him? They didn't dare to be dissatisfied with Xianxia, so they targeted Feng Zichen, the initiator of all this. They madly vented their dissatisfaction and hated him very much. Feng Zichen could imagine the angry faces of those elders of the human tribe who were hostile to him when Emperor Sui mentioned that he would pass on the position of patriarch of the human tribe to him, and their faces flushed red when they argued with Emperor Sui. Fortunately, most of the elders of the human tribe were still wholeheartedly loyal to the human tribe. After all, only a very small number of them had selfish motives. Moreover, the city lords had more or less received favors from Feng Zichen, so they naturally stood firmly behind him. In addition, Feng Zichen's contributions to the human tribe were obvious to all. Everyone knew that they couldn't compare with him, so Emperor Sui was able to smoothly finalize this matter. Chapter 117. Of course, if Emperor Sui insisted, with his prestige in the human tribe, he could settle this matter, but it would inevitably hurt the harmony of the human tribe, and leave a hidden danger for Feng Zichen to govern the human tribe in the future. Zichen, go and prepare. Later, under the witness of everyone, I will pass on the position of patriarch to you, so that I can go to Emperor Nvuo's palace with peace of mind. After a while, Xianxia calmed down and said to Feng Zichen, don't worry. Yes, Emperor Sui, don't worry. I will lead the human tribe to prosperity and live up to your expectations. Feng Zichen calmed down and said firmly. Good. I am very relieved to hand over the human tribe to you. Xianxia nodded and left to gather the people. However, just as Xianxia was about to step out of the hall, he suddenly stopped and said to Feng Zichen with his back to him, you were born in the human tribe after heaven. Many elders have criticized me for passing on the position to you. For example, the Guyue clan, Jushan clan, and Bingtu clan are proud of their Xiantian status. It is inevitable that they will not accept you. If they try to sow discord between the Xiantian and Hotian human tribes after I leave, and use this to attack your prestige, you must not be soft-hearted. Remember, no matter who they are, no matter what their relationship with me is, if they dare to stir up the conflict between the Xiantian and Hotian tribes, you must not be soft-hearted. Remember. 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 After saying that, Swearen continued to walk forward and out of the hall. Yes, Zichen will remember. Swearen's words were very, very light. Although Feng Zichen could not see his expression, he could tell from his tone that Emperor Sui must have made a great decision to say these words. I really don't know what Elder Guyue and the others said in the hall. They forced Emperor Sui to say these words. After Swearen walked away, Feng Zichen said to himself in confusion. What did he mean by not being soft-hearted? It meant that when it was time for him to kill, he had to kill without mercy. They were old companions who had lived and eaten together ever since they were born. They had experienced countless hardships together, and their relationship was extremely deep. Even so, Emperor Sui, who had a good temper, was forced to kill them. It could be seen that they had gone too far in the council hall. Damn it! If I had known that something big was going to happen in the conference hall, I would have participated in it no matter what. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so clueless about the situation. For a moment, Feng Zichen couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Why did he become a tour guide for no reason? Not only did he listen to a bunch of ambiguous words, but he also delayed his own important matters. However, although Emperor Sui said so, if I really dared to kill them, the Xiantian human race might rebel. It seems that I have to think of a way to drive them out. Feng Zichen thought as he rubbed his head. 3 days later, Swearen and the other two walked into the ancestral temple with the elders of the human race and many city lords. Under the witness of the representatives of the 5 races, they held the coronation ceremony for Feng Zichen. Zichen, from today onwards, I entrust the human race to you. You are the new leader of the human race. You are responsible for the future of hundreds of millions of people. You have a great responsibility. In the future, don't be impulsive when you do things. Think more, observe more, be generous, and be impartial. Swearen gave Feng Zichen the fir wood that represented the human race's inheritance to Feng Zichen. Then, he told Feng Zichen about his experience in governing the human race. Yes, Zichen, I will remember everything. I will not let Emperor Sui down. Feng Zichen took note and promised Emperor Sui. Everyone, Zichen has just ascended to the throne. It is inevitable that he will make some mistakes. After I leave, I hope that you will assist him with all your heart. Find out what he has done and make up for what he has done. Together, we will prosper the human race. I'll thank you in advance. After instructing Feng Zichen, Swearen turned around and said to the crowd. We don't dare. Emperor Sui, you are too serious. This is what we should do. Even if you didn't say it, we will assist the Zichen clan with all our heart. Seeing that Swearen was about to bow to them, the crowd hurriedly bowed and said that they didn't dare. That's good. Seeing their sincere attitude, Swearen smiled with satisfaction. Well, we have been delayed for so long. It is time for us to go to Empress Wa's palace. As Swearen spoke, an auspicious cloud rose and carried the Chou clan, the Zi clan, and the Golden Phoenix to Empress Wa's palace. We respectfully bid farewell to Emperor Sui, Chao Huang, and Zi Huang. Seeing the 3 of them leave, the crowd bowed to them. With the abdication of Swearen and the other 2, the luck that represented the human race's patriarchs was drawn from them and gathered in Feng Zichen's body. Rumble. In the sky above the human race's ancestral temple, auspicious clouds suddenly appeared. Thousands of rays of light and thousands of strands of auspicious qi appeared. The laws of great Tao fell and the order of heavenly Tao appeared. Then, in front of the crowd's astonished eyes, a ball of fire surrounded by 5-colored brilliance slowly appeared in the void. It was dazzling and had the aura of human Tao flowing around it. It was endless and everlasting. This is the manifestation of the human race's luck. At the first sight of the ball of fire, the crowd felt a burning passion in their hearts. Hot blood gushed out and the desire to improve themselves was born. At the same time, as the ball of fire flickered, images appeared in front of the crowd, showing the past of the human race and awakening the memories in the depths of their minds. A feeling of bloodline connection came, allowing the crowd to naturally understand the origin of the ball of fire. Under the contrast of the 5-colored brilliance, the ball of fire was extremely dazzling. It was like a great sun hanging high in the void, illuminating the entire world. After the ball of fire illuminated all the humans in the coast of East Sea, it suddenly descended and merged into Feng Zichen's body. Rumble. In an instant, a powerful aura shot out from Feng Zichen's body and turned into a huge whirlwind, stirring the clouds in all directions. The sky changed color, the sky shook, and the earth trembled. A terrifying aura burst out, causing everyone to be unable to breathe. This aura, this power, there's no doubt about it, it's Daoist Jingxian. But, how can it be? The crowd was shocked and stared at Feng Zichen, who was in the center of the whirlwind, in disbelief. The human race's luck, supported by the luck of the 5 innate races, had long surpassed the river of destiny and had the power of Daoist Jingxian. It was just that the human race's luck was only 30%, so it couldn't really display its true power. Moreover, after all these years of development, the human race's luck had greatly increased, and the power it contained had become stronger. Now, Soaring and the other 2 had abdicated, and the human race's luck had been drawn out from their bodies and merged into one, pouring into Feng Zichen's body. This gave him the power to contend with Daoist Jingxian for the time being. Although his cultivation level hadn't changed, under the support of the human race's luck, Feng Zichen was no different from Daoist Jingxian in other aspects, except that he couldn't be immortal. Chapter 118. In Emperor Nvuo's palace, Nuwa frowned and gently stroked the void when she sensed the change in the human clan's fate. In an instant, the secrets of heaven seemed to be covered by a layer of gauze, blurred and unfathomable. An invisible aura appeared and enveloped the entire coast of the East Sea, completely concealing the Daoist Jingxian's aura on Feng Zichen. Who is it? In the untainted land, a strange Daoist Jingxian's aura suddenly appeared. Although this aura disappeared in a flash, the powerful figure's spiritual senses were so sharp that they detected it the moment it appeared. It's gone. After scanning the untainted land for a moment, the powerful figures did not discover the existence of a new Daoist Jingxian. Puzzled, they began to calculate silently in their hearts. It's gone. In the eyes of the powerful figures, the secrets of heaven were normal and the long river of destiny was quiet. There was no new Daoist Jingxian born, as if the strand of Daoist's aura just now was an illusion. Immediately, the powerful figures understood that a higher-level existence had taken action to conceal the secrets of heaven so that they could not pry into it. Knowing that the other party had a great origin, the powerful figures immediately withdrew their curiosity and regained their calmness. Only some of the top powerful figures looked at Emperor Nvuo's palace with indescribable expressions. No one knew what they were thinking. With the blessing of the human clan's fate, Feng Zichen felt that his true spirit was constantly rising into the sky. As his true spirit rose, his vision also expanded and he could see the myriad of living beings in the untainted land. Rumble. With a loud sound, his true spirit crossed layers of space and came to the sky above the long river of destiny. Standing above the void, Feng Zichen looked down at the long river of destiny. He saw spots of light, hazy, big and small, struggling desperately in the river, trying to jump out of the river. Unfortunately, their strength seemed to be too tiny when compared to the river of destiny. A single wave was enough to strike them down to the bottom of the river, and they were carried along by the river water as it flowed forward. In a trance, Feng Zichen seemed to have understood something. Those light spots were the fates of all living beings. Whether it was birds, beasts, fish, insects, grass, trees, rivers, or all living beings, as long as they did not reach Daoist Jingxian, their fates would turn into light spots and fall into the river. At the instant every living being was born, the fate of his life had already been determined by the heavenly Tao, and according to the established trajectory, he walked step by step towards his final destination. And cultivation was the beginning of changing one's destiny. As one's cultivation increased, the light that represented destiny would become brighter and stronger. It would constantly struggle in the river of destiny and change its own destiny. When he became the Daoist Jingxian, he rose from the river of fate and transcended it. Feng Zichen's gaze flashed past the fates of countless living beings and looked towards the depths of the river of destiny. He wanted to find the light spot of destiny that belonged to him in the boundless river. The Daoist's vision was so profound that he could see through all the secrets of the great thousand worlds. He could see through all the living beings, life and death, suffering and happiness, and he could see all the various forms of the world. The past, present, and future were all in the Daoist's eyes. With Big Luo's vision, how could the mist above the river block Feng Zichen's vision when he peered into the river of destiny? In the blink of an eye, he saw through the layers of mist and sorted out the countless truths of life. He found the light that belonged to him in the light of the fates of countless living beings. This light was resplendent and flowed with purple light. It was round and flawless, like a pearl, like a star. The aura of the Tao coiled around it, and a myriad of phenomena were born. When Feng Zichen's gaze touched it, rays of purple light flew out from its body and transformed into Feng Zichen's appearance, deducing his various futures. In these futures, Feng Zichen would either die tragically at the hands of ferocious beasts, be killed by demons, or become a sect master. There were good and bad things, but there was no possibility of him becoming the Daoist Jingxian. It was as if the Tai Jingxian was his end. Humph. You want to mess with my Tao heart with this? Dream on. With a cold snort, Feng Zichen suddenly waved his hand and wiped away all the futures derived from the life providence. In the primordial world, apart from connate god-fiends, there was no restriction on connate and postnatal. The future of all living beings was the Tai Jingxian. This was the restriction set by the heavenly Tao on all living beings. The Daoist Jingxian was the incarnation of the great Tao. It was an existence that occupied the origin of the world. Every additional one of them would increase the burden of the world. Therefore, the heavenly Tao did not like the Daoist Jingxian. Therefore, apart from the connate god-fiends who were the origin of the world, it was difficult for any living being to become the Daoist Jingxian. The river of destiny was the strongest method of the heavenly Tao to prevent the Daoist Jingxian from being born. It controlled the fate of all living beings and planned the future for all living beings. Transcending the river of destiny meant that one's fate was in their own hands and not in the hands of the heavenly Tao. In the river of destiny, a five-colored fire quietly appeared and enveloped Feng Zichen's life providence. It gradually disappeared. Although it was still in the river of destiny, it could no longer be seen. It was similar to transcendence. Is this the Daoist Jingxian? It's so powerful. The moment the life providence disappeared, Feng Zichen completely transformed. Unparalleled power appeared in his body and the laws of heaven and earth appeared clearly in front of him. The various great Daos seemed to be within his reach and the past and future appeared in his heart. He was almost omnipotent. Changing the past and future? This is incredible. With this power, Feng Zichen felt that he could change the past and set the future at will. However, just as he was about to use this ability, a vast divine aura came from the depths of time and space. It scared him so much that he quickly extinguished this thought. Feng Zichen believed that if he dared to recklessly manipulate time and space, Mount Buzhou would definitely suppress him without any mercy. Sigh. Born in the wilderness, I don't know if these Daoist Jingxian should be sad or happy. With a sigh, Feng Zichen left the River of Destiny and returned to his body. In the wilderness, although he had lost the ability to reverse the flow of time, he saw the possibility of taking a step forward. It was really a blessing and a curse. From the time the human race's qi entered his body to the time he returned from the River of Destiny, Feng Zichen experienced a series of things. It seemed to have taken a lot of time, but in fact, it was only an instant. Everyone's consciousness was still stuck in the previous moment. It was probably because the Daoist Jingxian's concept of time had undergone a fundamental change. Although he was in the river of time and space, he was not affected by it and drifted outside of time. With a thought, he could stop time and space, and with a thought, he could change the world. Just now, under the influence of the Daoist power that Feng Zichen had erupted, everyone's time had stagnated. As a result, after he returned, everyone stood there motionless with ugly expressions. Withdraw. Seeing this, Feng Zichen hurriedly withdrew his aura. In an instant, the stagnant time resumed flowing, and everyone's expressions began to become lively. Chapter 119. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. After everyone regained consciousness, they first let out a series of violent coughs. Then, they began to pant heavily, letting out heavy breathing sounds. My fellow cultivators, I'm really sorry. This happened so suddenly that it was completely out of my expectations. I didn't expect to disturb all of you. It's really Zichen's fault. Zichen apologizes to all of you here. I hope you can forgive me. Feng Zichen quickly apologized. He knew that everyone had lost their composure because of the Daoist's aura. It's okay, we're fine. Water Dragon King had the highest cultivation among all of them. He was half a step away from Daoist Jingxian. Therefore, he was the first to recover. He waved his hand and said to Feng Zichen, everyone, please rest assured. After a while, everyone recovered and said that they were fine. They told Feng Zichen not to worry. Phew. I'm relieved. Seeing that no one was injured, Feng Zichen heaved a sigh of relief. Obviously, those that were sent to the human race by the five-element sacred beasts were all outstanding geniuses of their respective races. Perhaps they were unable to go against a golden immortal, but it was more than sufficient for them to protect themselves under the might of a golden immortal. After all, with their status, they would not lack connate spiritual treasures. As for the human tribe, this was the human tribe's ancestral temple, where the Nuwa was worshipped. If this aura did not come from Feng Zichen, it would not even cause a ripple. My fellow cultivator, your luck is really enviable. Water Dragon King sighed with envy when he sensed that Feng Zichen's aura was not inferior to Daoist Jingxian's. What's there to be envious of about Dragon Lord? Dragon Lord's aura is only half a step away from Daoist Jingxian. I'm afraid that the next time we meet, I'll have to call you Dragon Sovereign. Feng Zichen joked with a smile. You can't compare, you can't compare. You have the fortune of the human race. In the future, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Maybe when you become a Daoist Jingxian, I'll still be struggling in Tai Jingxian. After all, to me, the difference of half a step is like a natural chasm. As for you, Daoist Jingxian is already within reach. You just lack the accumulation. Hearing Feng Zichen's teasing, Water Dragon King smiled helplessly. He was not as lucky as Feng Zichen, who had the fortune of the human race assisting him in his cultivation. Dragon Lord, you're underestimating yourself. With your accumulation and the help of His Majesty the Ancestral Dragon, becoming a Daoist Jingxian will not be difficult. Feng Zichen did not believe that a supreme existence like the Ancestral Dragon would not have some treasures that could help people become a Daoist Jingxian. I hope so. Shaking his head, Water Dragon King sighed with emotion. In the end, the fortune of the world is the most precious treasure in the Eldritch world. There is no other treasure. Dragon Lord is right. The fortune of the world is the reason why our three races ended up like this. Could it be because of the fortune of the world? How could there be so many disputes in the Eldritch world? Isn't the current war between the shamans and the demons also caused by the fortune of the world? Water Dragon King's words seem to have evoked everyone's memories and triggered a resonance. The people of the five races opened their mouths one after another, detailing the disputes caused by the fortune of the world. Among the people of the ancestral temple, except for the people of the human race present who had less experience and shallow knowledge, the people of the ancestral temple were all the outstanding people of the five races. The others were all outstanding geniuses of the five clans, and all of them possessed abundant experience and knowledge. Coupled with their family's knowledge, they were naturally extremely clear about the uses of the karmic luck of the heavens and the earth. Feng Zichen also nodded, agreeing with this statement. Not to mention that because he had obtained the fortune of the human race, he directly possessed strength comparable to Daoist Jingxian. The reason why Soaring and the other two could improve so quickly was because of the fortune of the human race in their bodies. With great fortune, one could do everything according to one's wishes. When one went out, one would encounter treasures and turn misfortune into good fortune. With the fortune of the world, one could increase one's strength, deepen one's connection with the world, and speed up one's cultivation. If the fortune of the world was thick enough, one could directly peek into the origin of the world and cultivate in the sea of the great Tao. The heavenly Tao would be open to one, and there would be no more secrets in the world. It was because of this that the saints of the later generations did not care about their pride and carried out various schemes just to obtain more fortune of the world and speed up their comprehension of the divine Tao in order to advance to a higher realm. In the untainted world, the most ancient way to become a saint was related to the fortune of the world. Countless people yearned for it. According to ancient legends, if someone could unify the untainted world, there was no need for the Hongmeng purple qi. With the boundless fortune, one could directly condense the sage position and become an indestructible and untainted saint. It was also because of this that the ancestor dragon, phoenix, and Qilin ancestors wanted to dominate the untainted world. They were instigated by the demon ancestor, Rahu, and triggered the calamity of the dragon Han. Dijun also established the heavenly court because of this. He wanted to unify the untainted world, gather the boundless fortune, and become a saint. Unfortunately, this action angered the witch race and triggered the calamity of the shamans. It was only after this that the 6 great saints appeared and each occupied a part of the fortune of the world, that this path of gathering the fortune of the world and condensing the sage position was completely cut off. The fortune of the human tribe was a part of the fortune of the world. Just a very small part of it allowed Feng Zichen to have the power to rival Daoist Jingxian. How powerful was the heavenly emperor, Dijun, who was at the center of the world and possessed the fortune of the demon tribe, Zhosheng, and the boundless fortune of the untainted world. It was no wonder that when Dijun ruled the untainted world, no one except the witch race dared to compete with him. Later on, when the 6 great saints appeared, not only did they fail to suppress Dijun, but they were also overshadowed by his brilliance and became a supporting role. With such a strong fortune of the world, even if Dijun was not a saint, he should have the power of a saint. The only difference between him and a saint was that he lacked the fortune of the world, which prevented him from condensing the sage position. To be frank, mastering the fortune of the world meant mastering the origin of the world and the right to speak in the untainted world. The more fortune of the world one possessed, the stronger the origin of the world one could mobilize, and the greater the right to speak. One had to know that the origin of the untainted world was very strong. Who could stop Dijun? Who could mobilize a small part of the origin of the untainted world? The fact that Dijun could still suppress the untainted world after the sages appeared was enough to prove that the sages could not do anything to Dijun. The outbreak of the Great War of the Shamans and the Demon tribe was due to the deep hatred between the two tribes, but there was no lack of instigation by the sages. To be able to make a saint do such a dirty thing, didn't it also reflect the strength of the shamans? If they could directly push over, why did they have to sow discord between the shamans and the demons in the northern land? I wonder if I can completely overshadow the glory of the sages like Di Jun after I take charge of Zhouxing. Chapter 120. Feng Zichen was able to guess Di Jun's strength based on his own situation. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride rising in his heart, as if he was a real man. Fellow Daoist, you've just taken control of the human race. I'm afraid you'll be busy for a while. If that's the case, we won't disturb you any longer. We'll take our leave first. After they discussed for a while, Water Dragon King suddenly stood up and said goodbye. Seeing this, the others also stood up and planned to leave. Feng Zichen thought for a while and also felt that if he was busy in the future, he wouldn't be able to take care of these people. Therefore, he didn't ask them to stay. Then I won't ask you to stay any longer. When you return, please send my greetings to the emperors. When I'm free, I'll definitely pay them a visit. After that, he turned to Youyu clan, who had just returned from 7 Luminaries Prefecture, and said, Elder Youyu clan, please send fellow Daoist Imo Zhang and fellow Daoist Jian Shan off for me. Yes, clan leader. Youyu clan leader answered, then stepped forward and said to Imo Zhang and Jian Shan, fellow Daoists, please follow me. You're too polite. Many people of the Beast clan are very interested in you. I wonder what kind of person you are to be praised by the Qilin ancestor and the Tiger ancestor. I'm looking forward to the moment when you come to the Beast clan's sacred land. When that time comes, the scene will be very exciting. While laughing, Imo Zhang and Jian Shan cupped their fists and left with Youyu clan leader. After Youyu clan leader and the others left, Feng Zichen smiled and said to Ao Shui and the other two, then, let me send you off. I wanted to catch up with you, but I didn't expect so many things to happen. Since there's still some time, let's talk while we walk. Ao Shui and the other two nodded and followed Feng Zichen out. Feng Zichen had been in the untainted land for so many years, and Ao Shui was his only friend. Naturally, they were very close. Now that the two of them had been separated for so many years and had finally met each other, they were about to be separated again before they even had the chance to speak. It was inevitable that they would feel a little upset. Fellow Daoist, please stop here. On the shore of the East Sea, the Water Dragon King was just about to leave when he suddenly stopped and said to Feng Zichen with a solemn expression, fellow Daoist, you've temporarily ascended to the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm with the providence of the human race. Although there are many benefits, this power is ultimately an external force. There are many restrictions and there are many hidden dangers. The method of using the providence of heaven and earth to raise one's strength originated from the ancient times. It was because of this that the 3 races obtained great benefits and were able to suppress the group of Khanate god fiends and dominate the primordial world. As such, the 3 races had a deep understanding of the pros and cons of the heaven and earth providence. And Water Dragon King, as the legitimate successor of the dragon race, naturally knew some secrets that ordinary people didn't know. Therefore, when he saw that Feng Zichen was using the human clan's providence to raise his cultivation, he was afraid that Feng Zichen would not be aware of the dangers involved and would be led astray. Fellow Daoist, please enlighten me. As this matter concerned himself, Feng Zichen couldn't help but become serious. He cupped his hands to the Water Dragon King and humbly asked for advice. His understanding of the providence of heaven and earth was only from the fragmented memories of the later generations. He only knew that it was the most precious thing and that there were many benefits after obtaining it. Even saints would shamelessly snatch it. The human clan's providence comes from the human race and is closely related to the human race. In the future, if there are any fluctuations in the human race, your strength will be affected. If the human race flourishes while you are in charge of the human race, it will be fine. But if there is a decline, under the backlash of the providence, endless negative karma will descend. Not to mention that your strength as Daoist Jingxian will drop instantly. I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep your life. At that time, your true spirit will be covered in dust and your great Tao will be severed. You won't even have a chance to start over. Hearing the Water Dragon King's frightening words, Ao Shui couldn't help but reveal a worried expression and looked at Feng Zichen worriedly. However, Feng Zichen smiled and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry. What's there to be afraid of? As the leader of the human race, I should shoulder the responsibility and fight for the strengthening of the human race. Being connected to the human clan's providence can show my determination to strengthen the human race and make the people trust me more. It will increase the cohesion of the people. This is actually a good thing. Moreover, with this pressure, it will constantly urge me to move forward and not slack off at all." There were gains and losses. The human clan's providence could increase his strength so much, and Feng Zichen was already prepared to pay a price. Now, the human clan's providence only completely tied him to the human race. Other than that, there were not many restrictions. And this was what he had hoped for. Such a price was equivalent to nothing to him. In fact, it would bring him many benefits. When Feng Zichen said these words, a fearless spirit emerged from his body. He had the spirit of a leader of the human race, and the few elders of the human race who came with him secretly nodded their heads. "It's good that you can think this way." Inexplicably shocked, the Water Dragon King was slightly absent-minded. From Feng Zichen, he discovered his own shortcomings. No, the shortcomings of the entire dragon race. This spirit, it's really shocking. This is probably what I'm lacking. It's also where I can't compare to Soaring and the others. Since ancient times, the dragon race had been living too comfortably. They had gradually lost the will to forge ahead, and the entire race was filled with a decadent aura. He was completely immersed in the glory of the ancient era. He no longer had the competitive spirit of the ancient era, fighting against the heavens and earth. Since the great calamity of Dragon Han, no new Daoist Jingxian has been born in our race. I originally thought that it was because the heavens had deliberately suppressed us, but now it seems that this is not entirely the case. Perhaps His Majesty saw this point and allowed us to take the initiative to attack the ferocious beasts. From time to time, he would praise Feng Zichen in front of everyone in order to arouse the competitiveness of the dragons. It seems that the human race is far inferior to the dragon race. But if we remove the foundation of the dragon race, the current dragon race, apart from the innate advantage of their bloodline, is no match for the human race. In his heart, the Water Dragon King compared the human race and the dragon race. Suddenly, he made a shocking discovery: the dragon race was in a state of regression, while the human race was in a state of improvement. When he first came to the human race, the strength of the entire human race was not worth mentioning in front of him. There was no need for the experts of the dragon race to make a move. He alone could wipe out the entire human race. But now, Soaring had become the Daoist Jingxian and left him far behind. The Chou clan and the Zi clan had also found their own Daoist opportunities, but he had no clue about advancing. If Feng Zichen was a genius that he could not compare to, even the Youyu clan, who lived in the East Sea for a long time, was gradually catching up to his realm. There were also several human city lords who had shown talent that was not inferior to his. Chapter 121. He was already the one who improved the fastest in the dragon race, but even so, he still could not compare to the humans. It could be seen that the dragon race was in big trouble. The spirit of fearlessness? After muttering to himself, the Water Dragon King fell into a trance, and his body emitted a mysterious aura. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, the ancestral dragon, who was taking a nap, noticed the changes in the Water Dragon King's body. He raised his eyelids slightly and looked at the shore of the East Sea. "Have you finally understood? It's not easy. Allow me to lend you a helping hand." He stretched out his dragon claw and pointed at the void. An invisible aura spread out, and the power of the great Tao surged out and poured into the Water Dragon King's body. As the power of the ancestral dragon entered his body, the world in the eyes of the Water Dragon King was completely different. He could see the laws of the world clearly, and his vision was infinitely expanded. He looked at the dragon race and saw a ray of light. That light was grand and carried the faith of the dragon race. But it was like the afterglow of the setting sun, emitting its last brilliance, with a sense of twilight. He looked at the humans again and saw the dazzling light of humanity, filled with the belief of self-improvement. It was like the rising sun, exuding a vigorous aura, and everything was full of vitality. It was a sharp contrast to the dragon race. Yes, the path of cultivation is to press forward. Without a fearless spirit and the determination to risk everything, how can one reach the end of the great Tao? As if infected by the light of humanity, a fearless spirit emerged from the Water Dragon King's body, vowing to cut off all obstacles, sweep away all tribulations, and reach the peak of the great Tao. Ha! The Water Dragon King laughed, and the haze in his heart disappeared. The dust in his soul was cleared, and he felt as clear as a mirror. Rumble. With a rumble, the barrier that had troubled him for many years shattered. His aura suddenly soared, and a powerful force distorted the void, evolving into a vast and endless river that emitted the aura of the great Tao. No one in the world was weaker than water, and no one could defeat the strong. It was not easy. The weak defeated the strong, and the soft defeated the hard. No one in the world did not know this. Goodness is like water. Water benefits all living things and does not compete. It treats the evils of the masses and is close to the Tao. The river was a Tao, a manifestation of all of the enlightenment that Water Dragon King had gained regarding water. It was a manifestation of the Tao of water that he had condensed into a mighty river. Just a moment ago, Water Dragon King had severed all his confusion and strengthened his conviction to prove his Tao. With an indomitable determination, his Tao heart had been sublimated in an instant. He had thoroughly understood his own Tao path and understood the true essence of Daoist. At that moment, all of his comprehension, all of his accumulation, all of it erupted, turning into a huge power that pushed him to an even higher level. Thank you, fellow Daoist. I didn't expect that my Daoist opportunity would be here. After a long while, Water Dragon King came back to his senses and sighed. Congratulations, Dragon Lord. The Daoist is in sight. Just now, I said that the next time we meet, I'm afraid I'll have to call you Dragon Sovereign. Look, it hasn't been that long. Didn't it come true? After Water Dragon King had completely calmed down, Feng Zichen congratulated him with a smile on his face. Water Dragon King's body was surrounded by Tao aura and the aura of the great Tao. There was a sense of transcendence, similar to Sueren's performance in the Eternal Lamp Hall. This was clearly a precursor to proving the Daoist Jingxian. Fellow Daoist, now that my breakthrough is imminent, I need to immediately return to the Dragon Clan's sacred land to cultivate in seclusion. I won't be able to accompany you to catch up. Water Dragon King cupped his hands and said apologetically. It's fine. There will be plenty of time to catch up in the future. Right now, Dragon Lord's breakthrough is more important. Feng Zichen waved his hand and said indifferently. By the way, fellow Daoist, I'll give you a piece of advice regarding the destiny of the human race. You must not forget it. Before Water Dragon King left, he seemed to have thought of something. With a little fear, he said in a warning tone, fellow Daoist, you can use the destiny of the human race to cultivate. This is no problem. But fellow Daoist, you must guard your heart. You must not succumb to temptation and refine the destiny of the human race into your body and turn it into your own cultivation. Once you succumb to temptation and refine the destiny of the human race, although this will directly allow you to truly step into the realm of the Daoist Jingxian, it will leave behind a huge hidden danger for your future. If one day in the future, the destiny of the human race suddenly plummets. Even if you are the Daoist Jingxian, you will die. Not eternal sleep, but true death. What? Isn't the Daoist immortal? How can he die? This time, Feng Zichen was really shocked and exclaimed repeatedly. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. In ancient times, countless experts of the water race could not resist the temptation of the destiny of heaven and earth. They chose to refine the destiny of heaven and earth and stepped into the realm of the Daoist Jingxian. At this point, a look of fear appeared on the water dragon god's face, as if he had thought of something terrifying. He trembled as he spoke. He said in a trembling voice, after the war between the three races, the destiny of the dragon race plummeted, and many experts of the dragon race were madly devoured. On that day, the sky above the East Sea was dark. Endless negative karma filled the air, and the dragons wailed incessantly. The experts who relied on refining the destiny of the human race to become the Daoist Jingxian were constantly wailing. Their great Tao was constantly collapsing and merging with the origin of heaven and earth. Their bodies were dissipating and turning into streams of connate qi. Their true spirits were completely lost in the great Tao and became a part of it. In the end, there was no longer their aura in heaven and earth. Even their Tao had disappeared. Their true spirits sank into the great Tao forever. They did not think or think, and there was no possibility of them appearing in the world. In this way, it was even more terrifying than falling into eternal sleep. It was truly death. Hiss. The backlash of destiny is so strong. After listening to Water Dragon King's narration, Feng Zichen felt his scalp tingle. This subverted his understanding of destiny. In this way, it was even more terrifying than death. Even Xuanqi and Ao Shui were shocked. They were born after ancient times, and they only knew a little about many ancient legends. This was the first time they had heard of such a secret. That's right. Under the backlash of destiny, no one can resist it except for the saints. Water Dragon King nodded and revealed another secret. Even His Majesty the Ancestral Dragon, who controlled almost 20% of the destiny of the primordial world, did not dare to refine it. He only used it to cultivate. From this, we can see the drawbacks of refining destiny. Back then, His Majesty the Ancestral Dragon had explicitly prohibited the clansmen of the Scaled clan from refining the destiny of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, in the face of a shortcut, how many people could resist the temptation? One clansman after another took the risk of disobeying His Majesty's orders to refine the destiny and step into the Daoist realm. Gradually, His Majesty's orders became nothing more than empty words. Under the general trend, even His Majesty was somewhat helpless. Chapter 122. Fellow Daoist, with your talent, becoming a Daoist Jingxian won't be a difficult task. Remember, be careful when using the luck of the human race. Don't rely on it too much, lest you go astray and affect your own future. In the end, we cultivators belong to ourselves. We can't rely on external forces. On the shore of the East Sea, the Water Dragon King thought of the fate of the dragon race's Daoist Jingxian and warned Feng Zichen earnestly. He was afraid that Feng Zichen wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of power and end up in such a miserable state. Thank you, Dragon Lord, for your warning. Zichen knows what's important. I won't joke about my own path. After tidying up his clothes, Feng Zichen bowed to the Water Dragon King. Such a secret was a clan's secret. The fact that the Water Dragon King could tell him meant that he didn't treat him as an outsider. Feng Zichen was very grateful. It's good that you know what you're doing. I won't say anything else. Without saying anything else, the Water Dragon King waved his hand and a mighty wave appeared. It stretched for tens of thousands of miles, as if it reached the depths of the East Sea. He waved at Ao Shui and Xuanqi, and the two flew uncontrollably onto the wave. Then, the Water Dragon King also stepped onto the wave. "Fellow Daoist, we've been delayed for so long. It's time for us to go back. When you visit the dragon race, I'll set up a banquet in the hall and await your arrival." As he spoke, the water ripples under the Water Dragon Lord's feet suddenly shrank forward. They disappeared from Feng Zichen's sight in an instant, leaving behind only 3 illusory figures. Just as Feng Zichen was about to leave, Ao Shue's voice came from afar. "Zichen, 5,000 years later, it will be my coming-of-age ceremony. Remember to come to the East Sea Dragon Palace to find me." "Alright, 5,000 years later, I will definitely head to the East Sea Dragon Palace." After replying, Feng Zichen turned around and walked towards the human clan's ancestral temple, not caring whether Ao Shui could hear him or not. Now that the private matter was over, it was time to get down to business. As the saying goes, a new broom sweeps clean. In order to establish his prestige, he had to start the first fire. In the meeting hall of the ancestral temple, Feng Zichen sat on the main seat and said to the people below him, "Elders and city lords, since the chaos of the beasts, I have not intervened in the affairs of the human race. Now that I have suddenly succeeded the throne, it is inevitable that I have some understanding of the current situation of the human race. Thus, I hope that the various elders and city masters will be able to lend me a helping hand. Give me a list of the number of immortals in each tribe and city, so that I can better control the situation of the human race and set the direction for future development." "Yes, Patriarch. We will immediately send a message to our clansmen to deal with this matter and strive to send the results as soon as possible." As they spoke, immortal light bloomed in their hands and turned into various forms, beasts, weapons, birds. They carried the order and flew out. Nodding, Feng Zichen continued. "Also, after so many years of reproduction, the number of people in the East Sea has increased. I plan to migrate another group of clansmen. But there are many tribes in the East Sea. It is a bit of a headache to decide which tribe to migrate. Especially after the chaos of the beasts, the clansmen are very afraid of the outside world and are unwilling to leave the East Sea. If we force them to migrate, it will inevitably make them dissatisfied and cause unrest in the clan. In this regard, I wonder if the various elders have any way to migrate some of the clansmen without hurting the harmony of the human race?" Feng Zichen originally planned to take advantage of the chaos of the beasts to train the clansmen and reignite their fighting spirit. But who knew that the chaos of the beasts was so tragic that less than 20% of the celestial immortals of the human race who went out to train survived. Now, the clansmen who were originally full of yearning for the outside world immediately became fearful. Although some of the clansmen did stimulate the desire to strive upward. But more of the clansmen were still fearful and planned to nest in the East Sea and continue to live their carefree lives. Feng Zichen's plan to train the clansmen was completely declared a failure. If it was 1 or 2 tribes, Feng Zichen could still drive them out if he was ruthless. But more than half of the clansmen were unwilling to go out. If he forced them out, he was afraid that he would lose his position as the patriarch. It was related to the future of the human race. Everyone couldn't help but discuss with a serious expression, but after a long time, they still couldn't come up with any useful ideas. "Patriarch, why don't we migrate some of the clansmen to the major cities? I think, with us watching from the side, the fear of the clansmen will be reduced a lot." After a while, seeing that the discussion couldn't come to a conclusion, Yang stepped forward and proposed. Shua, for a time, everyone's eyes were focused on Yang. The elders looked inexplicable, no one knew what they were thinking. The city lords looked unhappy, they seemed to be very dissatisfied with Yang's proposal. During the chaos of the beasts, the unbearable performance of the human race in the ancestral land was still vivid in their minds. How could the city lords let a group of trash enter the city and ruin their own culture? Yang's proposal naturally made them very dissatisfied. The city lords wanted to say something, but couldn't find a good reason to open their mouths. They could only shut their mouths resentfully and glanced at Yang fiercely with angry eyes. This is not appropriate. It's not easy for the city lords to stay outside. We really can't add more burden to them. Even Feng Zichen didn't agree with this. The clansmen of the outside world had been tested for a long time. Each of them was brave and good at fighting. They were the only force that the human race could bring out. Moving the clansmen of the ancestral land to the outside world, was it to drag them down? Thank you for your understanding, Patriarch. The city lords were overjoyed and quickly shouted in unison. Elders, these tribes in the ancestral land have always been under your management. So, regarding this migration, don't you have anything to say? Seeing that the elders were silent, Feng Zichen said in a deep voice. While speaking, Feng Zichen's body soared with a powerful aura. In an instant, the air in the hall became incomparably heavy. Everyone couldn't help but lower their heads. At this moment, Feng Zichen's eyes flashed with a strange light. In a moment when no one noticed, it fell into Guyue's body. In a trance, Guyue involuntarily stood up and said loudly. As the elders of the human race, we should set an example. Since our clansmen are unwilling to leave the ancestral land, then the tribes to migrate out this time will be selected from our descendants. We will set an example for our clansmen. Not giving Guyue a chance to change his mind, Feng Zichen quickly decided on this matter. Good, this method is wonderful. Elder Guyue is worthy of being the role model of the human race. We will do as you say. In addition, since this matter was proposed by the elder, we will leave it to the elder to handle. I am very assured with the elder handling this matter. Chapter 123. After so many years of development, the human race had gradually evolved into various classes. The tribe of the human race elders was the leader, occupying the place with the most resources on the coast of the East Sea. Next was the tribe of the Khanate humans, occupying the most fertile land on the coast of the East Sea. The rest of the land, which they looked down on, was the place where the postnatal humans gathered. Moreover, some of the elders, led by the Guyue clan, did not have a good impression of the postnatal humans. They thought that they occupied the living space of the Khanate humans and often suppressed them. The Khanate humans were born stronger than the postnatal humans. In addition, they occupied the best resources of the ancestral land, causing the gap between them to widen. Most of the human experts were from the Khanate humans. Therefore, faced with the suppression of the Guyue clan, even if Feng Zichen wanted to help, he could not fight against most of the upper echelons of the human race by himself. Now, Feng Zichen found an excuse to divide a portion of the Khanate humans. First, it could weaken the influence of the Khanate humans, and second, it could make room for the postnatal humans to develop. He could also take this opportunity to train them and let them truly grow up in the cruel untainted land. One had to know that in order to cultivate their descendants, the elders of the human race had spent countless resources. They were the backbone of the human race. It would be a pity if they were crippled just like that. As long as 1/5 of them, no, as long as 1/10 of them can become talents, it will be worth it no matter how great the sacrifice is. Feng Zichen's eyes seemed to be able to see through the endless void and take in the entire human tribe. He thought to himself as he looked at the smiling Khanate human tribe. This is a good idea. Several elders of the human race who were dedicated to the public thought about it and also felt that this was a good idea. They smiled and nodded in agreement. At this time, the Guyue clan came to their senses. Although they felt that this was a little inappropriate, they could not figure out what was wrong. They also felt that this was the best choice at this time. Then, they gradually lost themselves in the compliments of the crowd. Alright, everyone, you may go. After arranging all the affairs, Feng Zichen's figure flashed and disappeared from the meeting hall, appearing in the sky above Ziwei Mountain. Ha! With a deep shout, Feng Zichen gathered all the spiritual power in his body and suddenly grabbed at the void. Rumble. Khanate Qi gathered madly and surged into the fortune pool of 5 elements on Ziwei Mountain. At once, 5 colored lights shot up into the sky. It was incomparably bright and lit up the entire Zichen's heavenly abode. Roar. Amidst the earth-shattering roars, the images of the sacred beasts of the 5 elements rushed out from the fortune pool. An azure dragon soared into the sky, a vermilion bird spread its wings and let out a long cry, a chelan suppressed the earth, a white tiger roared at the sky, and a black tortoise covered the sea. Go! Feng Zichen's mind moved, and the chaos bead flew out from his body. It hovered in the air and flickered. Then, a white river flowed out, emitting the qi of fortune. It flowed towards the pool of fortune and merged with it. This was the fortune origin liquid that Feng Zichen had obtained from Mount Buzhou. It was formed from the essence of the earth and could create anything. Wang. After fusing with the fortune origin liquid, the fortune pool of the 5 elements emitted an even brighter divine light. Its body began to tremble violently as a powerful force suddenly spread out. Then, as if the mountains were collapsing, the Ziwei mountain shook violently. The entire Zichen's heavenly abode was shaking. Whoosh, Khanate Dao light bloomed, and Dao sounds rumbled between heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth appeared and fell on the fortune pool of 5 elements. Rustle, rustle. Khanate runes appeared one after another, dancing and intertwining in the air, gradually forming an illusory Khanate divine seal. Condense. Feng Zichen made a series of hand seals and activated the fate of the human race. It turned into a mighty torrent of human Dao and poured into the fortune pool of 5 elements. In the next moment, more Khanate runes flew out of its body and shone with the laws of heaven and earth. The illusory Khanate divine seal instantly became solid. At that moment, the fortune pool of 5 elements was shrouded in the divine light of creation. It was upgraded to a supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure. A powerful aura burst out, and the fortune qi swept in all directions, covering the entire Zichen's heavenly abode. Under the influence of this aura, the mountains and rivers became more beautiful, and the plants grew taller, revealing some spirituality. A large number of spiritual herbs were born, and it was full of vitality. Not bad. Feng Zichen couldn't help but be excited when the fortune pool of 5 elements was upgraded. However, his expression turned serious after a while. He clenched his right fist and punched at the fortune pool of 5 elements. Bang! In the shocking explosion, the fortune origin liquid in the fortune pool of 5 elements spurted out, turning into water droplets of various sizes. They all floated in the air, exuding the fortune qi like stars. At that moment, Daoist Jinxian's aura gushed out of Feng Zichen's body without restraint, forming a huge storm that was extremely terrifying. The void was first distorted, then shattered, and finally disappeared completely. Heaven and earth were vast, and only the fortune origin liquid floated there quietly. Fortune origin manipulation, rise. Feng Zichen's expression turned serious, and the divine light of creation appeared on his body. He drew a Khanate Dao pattern in the air stroke by stroke, and a supreme power appeared. This was the supreme divine power, fortune origin manipulation. It was also the number 1 divine power in the heavenly 36 transformations. It was a divine power of creation, and it was the supreme Dharma power. It could manipulate heaven and earth, and it could change the laws of heaven and earth and transfer everything in the world. Back then, Goddess Nuwa had relied on this divine power of creation to create the entire human race. It was truly a supreme divine power. As the Dao seal was completed, all the Khanate qi in Zichen's heavenly abode surged towards it and was devoured by the Dao seal. In the end, the essence qi in the entire heavenly abode decreased by more than 10 times. Go! Feng Zichen waved his sleeve and sent the Dao seal flying towards the fortune origin liquid floating in the air. As the Dao seal flashed, an invisible power appeared. It seemed to be able to create things out of thin air, manipulate yin and yang, and change heaven and earth. Roar! 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 The fortune origin liquid flashed and turned into spiritual beasts of different shapes and sizes. There were birds, beasts, and scales. As soon as they were born, they roared loudly and flew towards Zichen's heavenly abode. The chaos demon god used connate evil qi and various connate qi to create the ferocious beasts. Based on this principle, Feng Zichen used the supreme divine power of fortune origin manipulation to create the spiritual beasts in front of him with the fortune origin liquid as the core and connate qi as the body. Of course, Feng Zichen's realm was far below the chaos demon gods, and his understanding of the Tao of fortune was not as good as Goddess Nuwa's. Therefore, the spiritual beasts he created only had physical forms, but no breath of life, and no true spirit. They were just a bunch of marks, and were far from being a race. Chapter 124. The essence of these spirit beasts was still the connate qi of creation spiritual liquid. Their strength ranged from the connate realm to the golden immortal realm. The connate qi contained within was equivalent to the connate realm, the golden immortal realm was equivalent to the dharma power of a golden immortal. Looking at the spirit beasts scattered around Zichen's grotto heaven, Feng Zichen's heart stirred. He opened his 5 fingers and pressed towards the void. 36 rays of light containing connate Tao patterns appeared. This was the heavenly 36 transformations. Daoist Jingxian was the embodiment of the great Tao. He had reached the pinnacle of the great Tao. With such power, Feng Zichen looked at the heavenly 36 transformations again. His previous confusion disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he had learned the divine powers that he had never learned before. Of course, the learned here referred to being able to use it, not to fully understand it and unleash its earth-shattering power. Thousands of great Daoists, thousands of divine powers, in the end, all of them led to the same destination. As the saying goes, if you master one, you master all. The 36 rays of light were like flowing water. They swam in the air above Zichen's grotto heaven for a while before exploding and turning into specks of fluorescent light. They floated down like rain and merged into the spirit beasts' bodies. Roar! After absorbing the fluorescent light, the spirit beasts roared in pain. Their bodies glowed, and runes intertwined to form small divine powers. After the light faded, the spirit beasts' pain disappeared. They were all excited. Some breathed fire, some spit water, some emitted lightning, and so on. Obviously, they had gained divine powers. Good. Feng Zichen caught a ferocious spirit beast and felt its strength. It already had 1/10 of the ferocious spirit beast's strength. He could not help but laugh. Go! With a wave of his sleeve, Zichen's grotto heaven opened. The spirit beasts seemed to have received an order and rushed towards the entrance of the grotto heaven. Peace in the ancestral land? Waiting for death? Humph! I'd like to see how you can survive now. With a cold snort, Feng Zichen waved his sleeve and left Zichen's grotto heaven. He walked towards the ancestral temple of the humans. What? What's going on? What is this? It looks like a ferocious beast, but it does not have the baleful aura of a ferocious beast. Instead, it is filled with spiritual light. This thing came from Zichen's paradise, its clan leader. What is he doing now? Would he feel uncomfortable if he didn't cause trouble for a day? You've already become the patriarch, why don't you stop? The elders of the human clan sensed the large amount of strange auras that appeared in the human clan. While they were shocked, they walked out of their rooms and looked in the direction of Zichen's fairyland. The spirit beast was extremely fast. It didn't take long for it to reach the nearest human tribe to Zichen's grotto heaven. With a roar, it charged over. Not good. Seeing this, one of the elders was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly stretched out a giant hand and slapped towards the ferocious beast. In order to become an elder of the human race, one had to at least reach the realm of Tai Jingxian. It was a pity that the spirit beast was only at the Xian immortal realm. How could it resist the divine powers of the elders of the human clan? With just one blow, the spirit beast was smashed into pieces. It turned into connate chi and dissipated, leaving behind a drop of spiritual liquid of creation shining with colorful brilliance. It's the spiritual liquid of creation. Exclaiming softly, a touch of joy appeared on the face of the elder of the human clan. Obviously, he recognized the origin of the spiritual liquid of creation. He hurriedly stretched out his hand to grab it and was about to put it into his bag. That monster was transformed from the spiritual liquid of creation. This is good stuff. Seeing this, the rest of the people were tempted. They hurriedly attacked the other spirit beasts. Freeze! At this moment, Feng Zichen's voice came. The void suddenly froze. The people felt that they could no longer move. Their connection with heaven and earth was cut off. The divine powers that they had used disappeared quietly. Is this Daoist Jingxian? He is indeed an existence that the Tai Jingxian cannot touch. At this moment, many of the elders of the human clan felt the greatness of Daoist Jingxian for the first time. A sense of powerlessness surged in their hearts. Elders, don't attack. I have great use for this spirit beast. I can't let you kill it. A ripple appeared in the void. Feng Zichen walked out from it. At the same time, the void resumed its flow. The shackles on the elders were also lifted. Spirit beast? Is this beast called a spirit beast? Why have I never heard of it? As soon as he could move, Guyue asked doubtfully. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. This is the first time this beast appeared in the untainted land. It is not a living creature, but a form of connate chi. I created it to train the human clan. Feng Zichen smiled and explained. Another form of connate chi? Guyue nodded doubtfully. Suddenly, he reacted and said loudly, train the human clan? Is this how you train the human clan? You didn't even say a word and directly sent an army of spirit beasts to attack the human clan? Aren't you afraid that our clansmen will be killed by these spirit beasts? Elder, please don't worry. You are so anxious that you are confused. This place is protected by the boundary set by the goddess. Our clansmen will not be in danger. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a scream was heard. A human was killed by a spirit beast. You. Seeing this scene, the elders' faces changed wildly. They pointed at Feng Zichen and were speechless. Don't panic. This person is fine. Elders, take a look. Feng Zichen said and pointed in the direction of the corpse. A white light flashed and the wounds on the man's body were healed. His broken body recovered and he got up from the ground. How could it be? Seeing that the man was resurrected, the crowd did not relax. Instead, their pupils shrank and they exclaimed in disbelief. What about his cultivation? The man was in the heavenly immortal realm before he died, but after he was resurrected, his cultivation fell directly to the acquired realm. Thousands of years of hard work was lost in a day. At this moment, the man suddenly showed a look of horror. Obviously, he had discovered his situation. However, before he had time to think, the spirit beast came over and killed him. After a while, he was resurrected and killed again. Until one of the elders could not stand it anymore and killed the spirit beast, he was saved. However, his cultivation could not be recovered. After a while, Guyue asked Feng Zichen, Patriarch, what is going on? What about his cultivation? It's like what you saw. He was killed by the spirit beast. Although he won't die, he can't keep his cultivation. If you want to continue to live forever, you have to cultivate again. Feng Zichen curled his lips and said the cruelest words in the most indifferent tone. But this is too cruel. Thousands of years of hard work turned into flowing water in a day. How many people can bear it? This is worse than death. After hearing Feng Zichen's words, the crowd felt a chill in their hearts. Cruel? Terrible? The untainted land was crueler and more terrible than this. Chapter 125. The ancestors' land is too safe, without the slightest danger. That's why they are so dispirited and have no desire to improve themselves. Aren't they unwilling to leave the ancestors' land? Then let's do as they wish and let them stay. I'd like to see if they can still be as indifferent as before now that the ancestors' land is no longer safe with the threat of the spirit beasts. After the ferocious beast riot, Feng Zichen was completely disappointed with most of the clansmen in the ancestors' land. He felt that they were hopeless. If he wanted to motivate them, he would have to use extreme means. He didn't believe that in the face of something more terrible than death, these clansmen could still maintain the idea of muddling along and waiting for death without making any changes. But the human clan elder wanted to say something, but Feng Zichen waved his hand and interrupted impatiently, "No buts. The tragedy of the ferocious beast riot is still in front of us. You elders haven't learned your lesson yet. Do you want it to happen again? Then we'll do as the patriarch says." Thinking of the past, everyone was speechless for a moment. After a while, they made up their minds and said, "It's good that the elders can understand." Seeming to realize that his tone was a little harsh, Feng Zichen eased up a little. He tried to use a gentle tone and patiently explained to everyone, "Every spirit beast here contains a drop of spiritual liquid of fortune in its body. Depending on its cultivation, the amount of spiritual liquid of fortune in it is different. The higher the cultivation, the more spiritual liquid of fortune in it. After the clansmen kill the spirit beasts, they can take the spiritual liquid of fortune in it to cleanse their muscles and marrow to improve their physique and strengthen their origin. In this way, it can not only serve to sharpen the clansmen, but also allow them to obtain opportunities. It's killing two birds with one stone. If they are unfortunately killed and lose their cultivation, they can start over. It can make up for their foundation. With the previous experience, they may be able to take a step forward. Patriarch is right. Everyone rolled their eyes and said in unison. Cultivating from scratch was never a problem. The problem was the sudden loss of strength. If he couldn't adapt to this feeling, he couldn't even enter a meditative state, let alone cultivate. However, everyone only thought about it in their hearts and did not say it aloud to expose Feng Zichen. For the human race, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Thus, some sacrifices were acceptable. With the current situation of the human race, it will take at least 300 years to suppress this wave of spirit beasts. Glancing at the current situation of the human race, Feng Zichen made some calculations in his mind, then turned to the elders and suggested, "Let's do it." Elders, why don't you stay with me in the ancestral temple during this period of time? Let's see how many of our human children can stand out in this tide of spirit beasts. Good. Everyone nodded and followed Feng Zichen to the ancestral shrine. Come, elders, take a look. Inside the ancestral shrine, Feng Zichen waved his sleeves and a huge light screen appeared, displaying the scene of the human race in front of everyone. I haven't been in charge of the human race for a long time, so I don't know much about the current talents of the human race. Elders, please introduce them to me. Pointing at the light screen, Feng Zichen said to everyone with a smile. Patriarch, you must be joking. In front of you, who can be called a talent? An elder smiled and said. He was not flattering Feng Zichen. Everyone present had watched him grow up, so they naturally understood Feng Zichen's talent very well. It was truly rarely seen in their lives, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was unparalleled since ancient times. Although there aren't any talents like you, there are still a few good juniors who have a trace of your demeanor when you were young. Another elder stroked his beard and said with a smile. Well, who are they? Elders, please introduce them to me. Feng Zichen's eyes lit up and he said to everyone with interest. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I plan to select a few outstanding people and accept them as my disciples to inherit the Fiend God orthodoxy. After all, the Fiend God orthodoxy has been passed down in the human race for so many years, but I haven't accepted any disciples yet. It's not appropriate to show that I am the orthodox one. Oh. Patriarch, are you going to accept disciples? Xuantingshi suddenly stood up, walked quickly to Feng Zichen, pointed at a figure on the light screen and said, That's right. Patriarch, please take a look. This person is called Tree. He is the most outstanding member of our younger generation. Although he is far from being as outstanding as you, he can be called a rare talent. His understanding of the Tao of wood is far beyond ordinary people. He has touched a trace of the mysteries of creation and has a bright future. Patriarch, please take a look and see if this person is qualified to be your disciple. Feng Zichen looked at the light screen and saw a burly man surrounded by green light. With a wave of his hand, vines drilled out from the ground and wrapped around a spirit beast, strangling it to death. Not bad. Feng Zichen nodded and praised. When this person attacked, there was a trace of creation chi mixed in the green light. Obviously, he had awakened the creation bloodline. Moreover, he was only a little over 1,000 years old and had already reached the heavenly immortal realm. It was really rare among his peers. Patriarch, although Tree is talented, he has awakened the creation bloodline, which is not compatible with your attribute. Look at my tribe Mang. He has awakened the star bloodline and practiced the Zhouxing sword art. He is the most suitable disciple for you. Seeing Feng Zichen's satisfied expression, Feng Xiang was anxious and hurriedly pointed to the other side of the light screen and said to him. Is that Mars? Feng Zichen looked in the direction of Feng Xiang's finger and saw a young man with a star above his head. Red sword light surged around him and slashed at the spirit beast in front of him. The star was completely red, and fiery red light shot out in all directions, emitting a blazing aura. It was Mars Hua. As the young man attacked, wisps of connate fire chi hung down from Mars, increasing the power of the red sword light. This kid is not bad. He has gained the favor of Mars. If he can refine Mars in the future, it won't be difficult for him to become Daoist Jingxian. Feng Zichen's eyes showed a hint of joy. The human race has an endless supply of young geniuses. This is a sign of great prosperity. Patriarch, you must be joking. How difficult is it to refine Mars? Mang doesn't have the ability. I will be satisfied if he can step into the half-step Daoist realm. Feng Xiang shook his head and smiled bitterly. There were 365 main stars in the world. As long as one could refine one of them, the lowest achievement would be Daoist Jingxian realm. However, Zhouxing had long been occupied by the demons. It was difficult for outsiders to even get close to it, let alone refine it. Not to mention, there were also the heavenly cycle star gods who were wandering outside, spying on Zhouxing from time to time. Mang was just a postnatal human. What did he have to compete with them? Chapter 126. Elder, you don't have to belittle yourself. Who can tell what will happen in the future? Being able to gain the favor of Mars was a sign of fate. Perhaps in the future, Ray would soar to the skies and become a grand heavenly immortal. Clan leader, although my tribe has awakened the bloodline of the great earth, his talent is outstanding. He has comprehended the essence of creation from the myriad things in the great earth swamp. Do you think he can inherit your orthodoxy, chief, the successor of the hidden mountain tribe, Wan Shan, was born with great strength. He has a deep understanding of the way of the earth. Do you think he can be your successor, chief? What do you think of my tribu? She has also awakened the bloodline of the stars. One after another, voices came into Feng Zichen's ears. It was very noisy, but he didn't get tired of it. Instead, he smiled and said to the crowd, "Elders, don't be anxious. There's still a lot of time left. I'll look at them one by one. I won't miss anyone." With so many geniuses emerging in the human race, there were already signs of prosperity. Moreover, when the elders recommended their clansmen, except for a few people, most of them didn't care about who was first or last. They just talked about talent, which showed that they didn't have any prejudice against the human race. This was a good thing. How could Feng Zichen not be happy? Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Which one should I choose? Looking at the light screen, Feng Zichen held his chin and fell into deep thought. 100 years was enough for him to look at all the clansmen recommended by the elders. To be honest, these clansmen were excellent enough. They could be called the best among their peers. Even in the spirit beast tide, their performance was remarkable. However, they lacked a certain aura. They didn't have the great spirit of being invincible. It was like they lacked spirit, which made them lose a lot of points in front of Feng Zichen. On the road of cultivation, 100 kegs competed with thousands of sails. Without the determination to press forward and the spirit of invincibility, how could one defeat countless competitors and set foot on the peak of the Great Tao? These clansmen might be able to become heroes of their time and reign supreme for a time. However, if they wanted to become the heroes of the era, dominate the era, and lead the tide of the era, without that great spirit, they would have no hope. Therefore, Feng Zichen was not very satisfied with them. He hesitated for a moment, not knowing if he should continue to choose one of them as his disciple. Suddenly, Feng Zichen's eyes lit up. He saw a tall and straight figure on the light screen. The figure was emitting a powerful aura that attracted everyone's attention. "Elders, do you know who he is?" Turning his head, Feng Zichen asked the crowd with a slightly excited expression. "Who?" Everyone raised their heads, but all they saw on the light screen was a blur of figures. They did not see the person that Feng Zichen had mentioned. However, the scene flashed by and switched to another place. "Everyone, please take a look." Feng Zichen pointed at the light screen, and the scene on the light screen suddenly changed, showing a young man in white. The young man was not old. He was handsome and looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. He gave people a special feeling. It was as if no matter where he was the center of everyone's attention. He was outstanding and attracted everyone's attention inexplicably. Behind the young man, a Dharma form with a dragon's head and a human's body appeared. The Dharma form was suffused with Taoist rhymes, and there was a vast sun above his head that shone brightly. Hiss! The Tao of Sun? Connate Taoist phenomenon? This young man is not simple. Who is he? I didn't expect that there would be such a talent in the human race. Why haven't I heard of him before? Seeing the young man in white, the elders were surprised. Apparently, they did not know him. At this moment, the young man in the light screen moved. He clenched his fist, and his whole body was glowing. An invisible force surged out. Although he was still in the Connate realm, he gave people a feeling that he was invincible. With a boom, the young man raised his fist and attacked a spirit beast in the spirit refinement realm. With just one punch, the spirit beast was blown to pieces. Elders, don't you know this young man? At this moment, Feng Zichen became more and more curious about the young man's origin. Judging from the purity of the young man's Connate chi, he should be a Connate human. Moreover, the Dharma form with a dragon's head and a human's body is Emperor Sui's Dharma form. Judging from this, he should be a descendant of the Feng clan. What? Patriarch, you can't even recognize a descendant of the Feng clan? Guyuesher suddenly said to Feng Zichen after observing the young man for a long time. Ahem. I've been traveling all year round, so I'm not very familiar with the people of the Feng clan. I'm sorry that I've made a fool of myself, Feng Zichen explained with an awkward smile. Seeing that no one recognized the young man, Feng Xianxia suggested, since no one can recognize him, why don't we call him over and ask him? There's no hurry. Let's wait and see. It won't be too late to call him over after the spirit beast wave ends. Feng Zichen waved his hand and stopped Feng Xianxia, who was about to call him over. Seeing the young man's performance, Feng Zichen was not in a hurry to see him. He wanted to see how the young man would perform in the future and whether he could bring him more surprises. Boom! At this moment, the scene on the light screen changed again. A shocking murderous aura was transmitted over. Who is this young man? What a fierce aura! The figure of a young man in black appeared on the light screen. His body was surrounded by a scarlet light, and he was fighting fiercely with a spirit beast. His moves were bold and carried a majestic aura. He was unusually fierce. In just a few moves, he tore the spirit beast into pieces. Tearing a spirit beast apart? This young man is so fierce. Who is he? Why have I never heard of him? This is so strange. Where did these two young men of the human clan come from? Glancing at the black-robed young man and then at the white-robed young man, the elders were puzzled by the sudden appearance of these two human skyprides. That's the 7 kills star. In Feng Zichen's eyes, there was a dark red star shining above the young man in black's head. It was shining brightly and exuded a strong connate murderous aura. That was where the young man's murderous aura came from. No wonder he has such a strong murderous aura at such a young age. It turns out that he is favored by the 7 kills star. The 7 kills star was an austere star. It symbolized bravery and was in charge of killing. It was the manifestation of the way of killing in the starry sky. It was also an important star in the Ziwei galaxy. Stop guessing. The bone age of these two people is less than 100 years old. Obviously, they were born 100 years ago. It's normal that we haven't heard of them. After all, we have been in the ancestral temple for more than 100 years. At that time, they should not have been born or had just been born. Seeing the doubts in the elders' eyes, Feng Zichen explained. No wonder we've never heard of these two people before. The elders nodded as if they were suddenly enlightened. Chapter 127. 300 years later, Feng Zichen's heart stirred, and he suddenly struck a seal into the void. Instantly, the spiritual beasts that were attacking the human tribes all retreated to Zichen's grotto heaven as if they had received an order. After the spiritual beasts died, the connate chi that was scattered in the world began to gather again and flew into the 5 elements creation pool. Once the new creation spiritual liquid was born, the spiritual beasts could appear in the world again. After doing all this, Feng Zichen walked out and said to the crowd, "Elders, this is the end of the spiritual beast wave. It's time for us to go out and take a look." However, just as he reached the entrance of the main hall, he seemed to have thought of something and stopped abruptly. He continued to speak to the crowd. In addition, every 100 years, there will be a small wave of spiritual beasts attacking. Every 1,000 years, there will be a large wave of spiritual beasts attacking. The small wave of spiritual beasts is specially prepared for the people who have not reached the immortal path. Therefore, when the time comes, I hope that you can restrain your subordinates and not let the immortals who have achieved the heavenly immortal path help the people to survive this disaster. As for the large wave of spiritual beasts, the scale will be the same as this one. I have prepared it for the people of the ancestral land. When the time comes, please stay in the ancestral temple. At this point, Feng Zichen's tone suddenly turned cold and he warned the crowd, if I find out that anyone has violated this order and attacked without permission, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yes. We understand. This matter concerned the future of the human tribe. Everyone knew the severity of the matter and would not go against Feng Zichen's order and attack without permission. Standing outside the ancestral temple, Feng Zichen looked out and saw the entire human tribe. Not bad. It's a little better than what I expected. In this wave of spiritual beasts, many people were killed by the spiritual beasts and lost their cultivation. However, more people obtained opportunities and used the creation spiritual liquid to cleanse their bodies and strengthen their foundations. At the end of the day, Feng Zichen's main purpose of creating spirit beasts was to give his people an opportunity, but they had to rely on their own abilities to obtain the opportunity. The strength of spirit beasts was far inferior to that of ferocious beasts. In fact, it was even inferior to the strength of most of the clansmen. As long as one focused, it would not be difficult to kill spirit beasts. As for the clansmen who were killed by the spirit beasts, as long as they weren't unlucky enough to be attacked by a spirit beast whose cultivation base far exceeded theirs, or were besieged by a large group of spirit beasts, they could only be said to be useless and hopeless. Feng Zichen wasn't going to care about them anymore. He was going to let them fend for themselves. The only one who could save them was himself. Feng Hen, go to the Feng clan and bring these two people to me. After a while, Feng Zichen thought of the two young men of the human clan. He transmitted his voice to Feng Hen in the distance. 200 years had passed, and Feng Zichen naturally knew the origins of the two youths. They were both from the Feng family. Feng Hen, on the other hand, was the current leader of the Feng family. Naturally, the images of the two youths appeared in front of Feng Hen. Feng Hen, who was about to refine the spiritual creation liquid, suddenly saw the two figures in front of him. His expression changed drastically. Then, he heard Feng Zichen's voice. He heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "Yes, clan leader, I'll do it right away." With that, he didn't have time to refine the spiritual creation liquid and immediately headed to the Feng clan to fetch the two youths. Jianghu Xiong. What an amazing name. Feng Zichen muttered to himself as he returned to the ancestral temple to wait for the two youths. Clan leader, I've brought them here. 3 days later, Feng Hen brought 2 men and a woman to the ancestral temple. He looked troubled as he shouted into the temple. Come in together. Feng Zichen laughed in his heart as he casually opened the temple door. Clan leader, it's not my fault, it's... Feng Hen pointed at the young girl beside him as if he wanted to explain something to Feng Zichen. Alright, I already know about this, it's not your fault. Feng Zichen waved his hand and interrupted him. You may leave first. Yes, clan leader. Seeing that Feng Zichen didn't blame him for bringing an extra person, Feng Hen's troubled expression disappeared. He bowed again and left. What are your names? Feng Zichen asked the 3 youths after Feng Hen had left. Jia of the Feng clan, greets the clan leader. The youth in white bowed and said. Xiong, Hui, of the Jiang clan, greets the clan leader. The youth in black and the uninvited girl were siblings. After Feng Jia, they also bowed to Feng Zichen. Heroes of the ages, heroes of all ages? After seeing the 2 of them with his own eyes, Feng Zichen seemed to see 2 rays of light from them that illuminated the past and the present, eternally immortal. In a trance, 2 earth-shattering figures appeared before Feng Zichen. One of them seemed to be the center of the heavens, and the world revolved around him. Wherever he went, that place would be the focus. He was dazzling and emitted endless light that covered all other light in the world. One of them was peerlessly domineering, and his heroic spirit soared to the heavens. The image of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared under his feet, and a murderous aura overflowed from his body as if he wanted to kill everything. On their bodies, the fate of humanity gathered, and the power of will flowed. The prayers of tens of thousands of people resounded, as well as countless calls, forming two grand voices, heroes. Heroes. After a long while, Feng Zichen came back to his senses. When he looked at the two of them again, all the strange phenomena had disappeared, as if everything was an illusion. Of course, this was not an illusion. This was a hint from the fate of humanity, telling him that these two were the children of fate born from the fate of the human race, and they bore the mission of bringing prosperity to the human race. So, this is the origin of heroes and heroes. In order to commemorate them, the later generations called the outstanding people of our race heroes and heroes. At this moment, Feng Zichen understood some things. Heroes and heroes were originally two ordinary words, but because of the existence of these two people in front of him, they were given extraordinary meanings, and became extraordinary. They were no longer ordinary, and would affect the future generations for countless years. Is this history? And so on and so forth. In the future, behind each and every word that represented a special meaning, there was probably a great power hidden behind each word. What about that little girl? Why does she give me a special feeling? Retracting his gaze from Jiang Xiong and Feng Jie, Feng Zichen looked at Jianghu. No matter why she appeared here, since she was here, it meant that she was fated to be with Feng Zichen. However, Feng Zichen did not find anything special about her. With the sun and moon appearing in his eyes, Feng Zichen used the sun-moon divine gaze and looked at Jianghu. There is indeed a problem. Under the gaze of the sun-moon divine gaze, Feng Zichen found that Jianghu was shrouded in a layer of fog, completely concealing her secrets. Chapter 128. Open. In a split second, time and space froze as two godly rays shot out from Feng Zichen's eyes, shattering the mist that shrouded Jianghu. An indescribable radiance emerged. It was extremely dazzling, as if there were thousands of colors flowing around. It was the light of wisdom. It could enlighten all living beings, enlighten all living beings, enlighten all living beings, enlighten all Daoists, and explain the truth of heaven and earth. The light of wisdom. After seeing the truth behind the mist, a bigger question appeared in Feng Zichen's mind. Jianghu is just an ordinary human, how can she have the light of wisdom? The light of wisdom was a product of the Tao of wisdom, it contained the mysteries of wisdom. It was as mysterious as the Tao of destiny, it was controlled by the heavenly Tao and was forbidden from prying into it. I'd like to see who you are. Curious about Jianghu's background, Feng Zichen took a deep look at her. Dazzling purple light shot out from his body, forming a river of stars. Then, the sun, moon, and stars were born. Zhouxing was manifested. A purple star rose slowly, it suppressed the endless space and ruled over Zhouxing. It was the ruler of the stars. Ziwei star. Turn. The innate Tao language sounded, and under the lead of Ziwei star, Zhouxing started to turn according to an unknown trajectory. A huge power came, following the light of wisdom on Jianghu. It chased after the past, trying to see through the secrets of the past. Is that an innate spiritual treasure? Strange and bizarre images flashed in front of Feng Zichen's eyes, and in the end, he saw a gem shining with the light of wisdom being bombarded by the destructive lightning. The power of the heavenly Tao. Looking at the destructive lightning, Feng Zichen felt a chill down his spine. Without thinking, he knew that this was the power of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was destroying an innate spiritual treasure. How unbelievable was that? Amidst the rumbling of thunder, the wisdom gem shattered, and an innate inextinguishable spiritual light surrounded by chaotic baleful aura appeared. More than half of its body had already turned pitch black. Clearly, this innate spiritual treasure derived from the Tao of wisdom had been corrupted by the Chaos Demon God. Judging from the heavenly Tao's hatred for the Chaos Demon God, it would not allow such a thing to exist. In just a short moment, the connate indestructible spirit light that had been corroded by the chaotic baleful qi was shattered and obliterated by the heavenly Tao. It could not be said that it was completely obliterated. A small part of the innate indestructible divine light that had not been eroded was unexpectedly preserved. After wandering in the untainted land for countless years, it somehow fell into the body of a woman of the human tribe and gave birth to 2 divine fetuses. This was the origin of Jianghu and Jianghu. Jianghu was the inextinguishable innate inextinguishable by the Tao. Jianghu was formed from the wisdom Tao of the innate indestructible divine light. Thus, she was extremely intelligent and was naturally close to the Tao. Jiang was the heavenly Tao was the heavenly Tao. Was the heavenly spiritual innate. Is the heavens. He, he's, he of, he's, he, time and the time. Were the time, were the time in time and were time and time and time and were time. Are you all willing to acknowledge me as your master? After staring at the 3 for a while, Feng Zichen said slowly under their anxious gazes. Disciples Feng Jie, Jiang Xiong, and Jiang Hui pay our respects to master. Overjoyed, they hurriedly bowed. Feng Zichen was a legend in the human tribe. It was the dream of many humans to be his disciple. The 3 of them were pleasantly surprised, but they also found it hard to believe. How could they refuse to accept him? Very good, get up. There are not many rules in my sect. You don't need to be too restrained. As he spoke, a gentle force came and lifted the 3 of them up from the ground. As my disciples, you should take it as your duty to make the human tribe prosper. You can't deceive your master, destroy your ancestors, kill your fellow disciples, humiliate your fellow disciples, or kill your fellow disciples. Anyone who disobeys will be severely punished. Do you understand? After the 3 of them got up, Feng Zichen said solemnly. Yes, master. We will bear it in mind and dare not disobey you. They said in unison. It's good that you understand. Feng Zichen nodded and waved his sleeves. 3 balls of light appeared in the air. Each of them was wrapped in a spiritual treasure. There was a mirror, a sword, and a hairpin. Feng Jie, I'll give you this bright sun divine mirror. It's for your protection. Feng Zichen pointed at one of the balls of light. A golden mirror flew out, exuding pure qi of the sun. It was engraved with dragon patterns and fell into Feng Jie's hand. This mirror was formed by the ancestral dragon's reverse scale and the sun spirit. Although it's only a lower-grade innate spiritual treasure now, it has unlimited potential. If you can find a yang divine item in the future, you can integrate it into the bright sun divine mirror to upgrade the grade of this mirror. Feng Zichen continued when he saw Feng Jie take the bright sun divine mirror. Thank you, master. At this time, Feng Jie recovered from the pleasant surprise and hurriedly thanked Feng Zichen. Jiang Xiong, I'll give you this 7-kill sword. I hope you can make good use of it. Feng Zichen waved his hand and turned to Jiang Xiong. As soon as he finished speaking, the temperature in the hall dropped a few degrees. A reddish-gold long sword appeared slowly, exuding a strong innate murderous qi. As the cold light flickered, it was surrounded by innate metal qi, making it even sharper. This sword was made from the claws of the white tiger and integrated with the 7-kill star. It's a killing weapon. You should make good use of it. Like the bright sun divine mirror, it's also a lower-grade innate spiritual treasure. If you find a metal elemental item in the future or obtain the origin of the 7-kill star, you can upgrade the grade of this treasure. Thank you, master. I promise that this sword will never be stained with human blood. Jiang Xiong took the 7-kill sword carefully and promised Feng Zichen. What a strong murderous spirit. I'll have to enlighten him in the future. He wouldn't attack the human race, which meant that he wouldn't have any qualms about using this sword against anyone other than the human race. Jiang Hui, this is the 5 virtues divine phoenix hairpin. Take it and use it to protect yourself. Feng Zichen put Jiang Xiong's matter aside and said to Jianghu, "This treasure was made from the tail feathers of the phoenix ancestor. It can open up yin and yang, define the 5 elements, and operate the 5 virtues. In the future, if you can find a corresponding innate spiritual item, you can upgrade the grade of this treasure." Not long after the phoenix ancestor gave Feng Zichen her plucked tail feathers, the other 5 elemental sacred beasts sent their origin objects over one after another. This was the reason why he gave his disciple a present. Otherwise, Feng Zichen wouldn't have been able to find 3 innate spiritual treasures, even if they were lower grade. "Thank you, Master." Jianghu took the 5 virtues divine phoenix hairpin and smiled sweetly. Chapter 129. Essence is expressed in qi. Yin, yang, and the 5 elements are the same. Condensation is the gathering of qi, and qi is the master. The 5 elements of yin, yang, and qi are intricate, and each of them condenses to form. Yang becomes a man, and this is the Tao of the father. Yin becomes a woman, and this is the Tao of the mother. It is the beginning of a person, born from qi. When qi gathers to form, it intersects with qi, and then it transforms into all things, with endless changes. This was the 3 Enclosures Sutra. It was divided into 3 volumes, the Grand Mystic Pivot Sutra, the Crepe Myrtle Cave Sutra, and the Grand Mystic Mahayana Sutra. It was a Daoist sutra of connate existence, inscribed in Zhouxing. It was the supreme Daoist sutra that Feng Zichen had obtained on the North Star. After bestowing the connate spiritual treasure, Feng Zichen felt that their cultivation methods were too simple and crude. After some thought, he imparted this top Daoist sutra of the Great Wilderness, the 3 Enclosures Sutra, to the 3 of them. There was no specific cultivation method in this sutra. It simply described the great Tao of heaven and earth and the mysteries of the universe. However, it was all-encompassing. No matter what great Tao it was, one could find a thing or 2 from it. This was a cultivation method that led directly to the great Tao. Anyone could gain different understandings from it. Even saints would benefit from it after fully comprehending it. This sutra is obscure and difficult to understand. It's normal that you can't understand it. It's not just you, even I don't know much about it. Therefore, you don't have to delve too deeply into it. When you have nothing to do, just take it out and recite it once. When it's time to comprehend it, you will comprehend it. After imparting the 3 Enclosures Sutra to the 3 of them, Feng Zichen comforted them when he saw that they were frowning. It was obvious that they couldn't understand it at all. "Yes, Master." The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. They had thought that they were too stupid to understand the sutra that Feng Zichen had imparted to them. "From now on, you will cultivate on the Crepe Myrtle Mountain and strive to achieve immortality as soon as possible," Feng Zichen suddenly said after frowning at the 3 of them. Spirit refinement realm cultivation was a little low. After all, the celestial demon orthodoxy had been passed down for so many years that there was no lack of golden immortals. As Feng Zichen's disciples, they were meant to take charge of the orthodoxy in his stead. How could a mere god refinement realm cultivator face a group of arcane immortals and golden immortals? "Master, what about the spirit beasts in Zichen's paradise? Can we attack them?" At this moment, Jiang Xiong's eyes suddenly lit up. He was thinking about attacking the spirit beasts. "You want the spiritual liquid of creation, right? It's fine. You can do whatever you want with the spirit beasts in Zichen's paradise." Feng Zichen waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Moreover, if you have the ability to ascend to the peak of Ziwei Mountain, you can also use the creation spirit liquid in the 5 elements creation pool." The purpose of the spirit beasts' existence was to train the human race. Not to mention them, even if any human wanted to enter Zichen's paradise to hunt spirit beasts, Feng Zichen would allow them to do so. Understood. Jiang Xiong and the other 2 were excited. Obviously, they had experienced the benefits of the creation spirit liquid. Seeing how happy they were, Feng Zichen could not help but pour cold water on them. However, if you are accidentally killed by the spirit beasts and lose your cultivation, don't come crying to me. Otherwise, not only will you not be comforted by me, but you will also be punished more severely. Do you understand? Don't worry, master. This will never happen. Feng Jie smiled and said with his head held high, how can the spirit beasts kill us? When Feng Jie said this, a powerful aura surged out from his body. It shook the hearts of people, causing them to involuntarily feel a sense of awe. This was because Feng Jie was too powerful in the future. His aura distorted the endless space and time, affecting the present from the future. Very good. I look forward to your performance. Feng Zichen nodded and expressed his approval of Feng Jie. Unlike Jiang Xiong and Jiang Hui, who were reincarnated as innate spiritual treasures, Feng Jie was a god's favored son who was truly born with the fortune of the human race. He was the last innate human to be born. His birth marked the end of the Holy Mother's legacy. Since then, the new innate humans born in the human race were all transformed from later on. No one was born as an innate human. He had gathered all the fortune of the innate human race. He was the last glory of the innate human race. Because of this, Feng Jie, as a human, could be compared to Jiang Xiong, who was reincarnated as an innate spiritual treasure. Alright, this matter is over. You can go back and cultivate. Feng Zichen waved his hand and sent the three to Ziwei Mountain. Born to be a man, a clean and indomitable spirit, a man of indomitable spirit. How can everything in the world go according to one's wishes? Just have a clear conscience. I'll give you these words. I hope you will remember them and use them to encourage yourselves. When the three of them landed, Feng Zichen's voice drifted over from afar. On Kunlun Mountain, Daoist Tai Ching, who was comprehending the great Tao and searching for the opportunity to become a saint, suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of annoyance and woke up from his Tao comprehension. Oh! Is the poor Wei's heart in a mess? Opening his eyes, Daoist Tai Ching's eyes flashed with confusion at first. Then, he regained his clarity. He had not found the opportunity to become a saint for a long time. Even with his state of mind, he could not help but feel a little confused. However, an existence like Daoist Tai Ching had a firm Tao heart. In an instant, he severed that confusion and returned to his indifferent state. Sigh. So many years have passed. Why hasn't the poor Wei sensed the opportunity to become a saint? Sighing, Daoist Tai Ching knew that it was useless to continue cultivating in seclusion. He got up and walked out of the quiet room, left Kunlun Mountain, and traveled through the primordial world. Daoist Tai Ching began to wander aimlessly in the primordial world. He moved according to his heart, and wherever he went, he would go. If he was in a good mood, he would stop at a certain place and either preach the great Tao to the living beings there, bestow one or two pills, or leave behind Tao scriptures and mystical abilities. He was very carefree. Gradually, the depression in Daoist Tai Ching's heart reduced by a lot. His state of mind actually improved slightly, causing a trace of joy to rise in his heart. Boo-hoo! On this day, Daoist Tai Ching was traveling when he suddenly heard a cry. The cry was extremely ordinary and did not have the slightest fluctuation of Dharma powers. However, it inexplicably attracted his attention. Is it really interesting? Curious about the origin of the cry, Daoist Tai Ching could not help but walk in the direction of the cry. Grandpa, don't sleep. Wake up and open your eyes to look at me. Not long after, Daoist Tai Ching saw a human child hugging a corpse and sobbing non-stop. The cry that he heard along the way came from that human. This was Daoist Tai Ching's first time coming into close contact with a human. Oh! His organs are dried up, his body is weak, and his life source is exhausted. Daoist Tai Ching was shocked when he looked at the corpse. Chapter 130. It's really unbelievable. This human actually died because his lifespan ran out. Daoist Tai Ching was extremely experienced and knowledgeable since his debut. However, even so, it was his first time seeing someone die because his lifespan ran out. Child, don't cry. Look, isn't your grandfather fine? Daoist Tai Ching walked forward and said to the child. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, the human elder who had been dead for a long time regained his vitality and opened his eyes to get up from the ground. At Daoist Tai Ching's realm, he could make all living things wither and revive with just a thought. Life and death were just between a thought, and reviving the dead was just a thought. Thank you for saving my life, old immortal. After the elder was revived, he was first confused for a moment, then he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly thanked Daoist Tai Ching. However, he was nowhere to be seen and had already left for a long time. This human is interesting. Perhaps the poor Wei should go and take a look. Daoist Tai Ching made a decision in midair and rushed towards the human tribe closest to him. The human tribe closest to this place was called Jianghu and had a population of hundreds of thousands. It was not a tribe that had migrated out of the ancestral land but was founded by the human clansmen outside. During the chaos of the ferocious beasts, Emperor Sui had ordered that all human immortals had to go out and kill a ferocious beast of the same realm before returning to the tribe. If they could not do it, they could not return to the ancestral land. Some of the clansmen were used to living a peaceful life and did not dare to fight with the ferocious beasts. Hence, they found a place to hide and survived the chaos of the ferocious beasts. Among these clansmen, some were unlucky and were found by the ferocious beasts and died tragically. Some were lucky and successfully survived the chaos of the ferocious beasts. They knew that even if they returned to the tribe, the clansmen would not accept them again. Hence, they settled down in the place where they hid and lived their own lives. That was how the name Jianghu came about. With Daoist Tai Ching's speed, even if he deliberately slowed down, he arrived here in less than 10 minutes. In the next moment, the scene in the tribe appeared in Daoist Tai Ching's eyes, causing him to frown in displeasure. Within the tribe, everyone's behavior was incomparably barbaric. Other than a few people, most of them had tattoos all over their bodies. It was normal for the strong to bully the weak, and bullying the young with age was the norm. The old, weak, sick, and disabled would fall to the side of the road without anyone looking after them, leaving them to fend for themselves. There were even some who did it out in the open without any misgivings. If it weren't for the fact that the people here knew how to start a fire and eat cooked meat, breaking away from the state of eating raw meat and drinking blood, they would be no different from the human race in the barbaric era. Speaking of which, the few people who founded the long-term tribe were all people who were just eating and waiting to die. How could they know how to manage a tribe? In the ancestral land, other than learning how to make fire, they didn't know much about etiquette, justice, integrity, or the management system. Moreover, even if they knew about this, with their lazy temperament, they wouldn't have the time to tell the tribesmen. Therefore, after establishing the tribe for less than 100 years, they began to enjoy themselves, leaving the tribe to fend for itself and not caring at all. As a result, the tribe's civilization would naturally regress and it wouldn't be long before this tribe degenerated into the barbaric era. After frowning for a long time, Daoist Tai Ching flicked his sleeves and left for the next human gathering place. The rootless tribe was also created by the tribesmen who escaped the chaos of the ferocious beasts in the past. However, unlike the founders of the long-term tribe, the founders of the rootless tribe had always been thinking about the ancestral land of the human race and wanted to return at all times. Therefore, they were exceptionally attentive to the tribe and worked hard for it all the time, intending to develop the rootless tribe in an attempt to return to the ancestral land through this method. After their vigorous development, the civilization of the rootless tribe was clearly superior to the civilization of the long-term tribe. The tribesmen here already had a sense of shame and were all covered in clothes. They no longer acted preposterously or bullied the weak. There's such a huge difference between the two sides of the human race. Looking at the situation of the rootless tribe, Daoist Tai Ching revealed a thoughtful gaze and continued to walk to the next tribe. Because it was close to the Elephant Mountain tribe, the tribal civilization of the Yue tribe was a step closer and had a preliminary concept of hierarchy. The Elephant Mountain tribe was a tribe that moved out of the ancestral land of the human race in the past. The civilization here was undoubtedly a level higher and already had a hierarchy. Walking through one tribe after another, Daoist Tai Ching witnessed the evolution of civilization from low to high, the process of going from disorder to order. All sorts of thoughts appeared in his mind, but he could not grasp them and could not help but feel extremely depressed. The Shouyang tribe was one of the three major tribes under Yi City and was also a top tribe of the human race. It had the highest civilization of the human race. Arriving here, Daoist Tai Ching saw that the old had people to rely on, the young had people to take care of, marriage and funerals. Everyone had their own duties and it was a scene of prosperity. Here, Daoist Tai Ching saw the beauty of etiquette and the light of civilization. Ah! The poor way has been enlightened. My Tao has been completed. In a trance, he seemed to have grasped something and the depression in his heart disappeared. Emptiness, vast Tao runes emanated from his body and spread in all directions. A shocking aura burst out and shook the primordial world. Boundless purple qi appeared and covered the sky. Along the way, Daoist Tai Ching had accumulated too many insights. Finally, they completely erupted here at the Shouyang tribe and turned into a bright light of civilization, illuminating the path ahead for him and finding the opportunity to become a sage. At this moment, in the territory of the Shouyang mountain, where the new East city of the human race was located, Yang, who was cultivating in the city lord's mansion, suddenly felt his heart clench. An indescribable feeling suddenly surged in his heart, forcing him to look up. Hiss! That's. Yang's mouth was wide open as he looked into the distance with a look of disbelief. He was so shocked that he could not speak. In front of him, endless phenomena filled the air. There were Ganoderma tree 9 splendors, Qilance dancing, phoenix singing, and purple qi coming from the east that dyed the entire sky purple. It was extremely noble. This is the phenomenon of a sage's journey. After a long while, Yang said excitedly, "Guards! Hurry up and open the city gates. Follow me out to welcome the sage." Yang stood up abruptly and ran outside while yelling, "Wait, the arrival of a sage is such a big matter. I have to inform the clan leader." With that thought, Yang took out the Great Tao Divine painting and used its connection with the Chaos Bead to inform Feng Zichen of this matter. "Sage? Are the sages of the primordial world about to appear?" After receiving the news from Yang, coupled with the aura that shook the primordial world not long ago, Feng Zichen understood what was going on. Daoist Tai Ching is about to become a sage. Chapter 131. After pondering for a moment, Feng Zichen's figure suddenly disappeared as he rushed towards Yi City. Daoist Tai Ching becoming a sage in the human race was a huge matter that concerned the destiny of the human race. As the leader of the human race, he had to be present no matter what. Otherwise, it would be inappropriate if he did not even show his face when the destiny of the human race was in turmoil. Humph! In the void, Feng Zichen suddenly felt that the space was abnormally heavy. Following that, a huge force attacked and he could not help but groan as he fell out of the void. So powerful! Daoist Tai Ching is so powerful. After releasing his spiritual force, Feng Zichen immediately understood what had happened. With the Shouyang tribe as the center, the void within a 500,000 kilometer radius was enveloped by the powerful aura emitted by Daoist Tai Ching, sealing everything. Since the spatial divine ability failed, Feng Zichen immediately used the star escape technique and turned into a purple light that flew towards the Shouyang tribe. The Tao that can be said is not the Tao. The name that can be named is not the name. Nothingness is the beginning of heaven and earth. Being is the mother of all things. Therefore, nothingness is often used to observe its wonders, being is often used to observe its mysteries. These two come from the same place but have different names. They are both called mysteries, mysteries within mysteries, and the door of all mysteries. Heaven and earth are heartless and treat all things as straw dogs. Saints are heartless and treat the people as straw dogs. The god of grains is not dead and is called Xianping. The gate of Xianping is called the root of heaven and earth. If it exists, I won't use it frequently. When Feng Zichen arrived at the Shouyang tribe, Daoist Tai Ching had already begun preaching to everyone. It was a moral chapter that contained the power of education. It explained the truth of nature and the world, improving everyone's virtue and conduct. It did not record any cultivation method, but it was more honorable than any cultivation method because it could inspire the wisdom of all living beings. To cultivators, it could explain the truth of heaven and earth in the most common language and point to the core of the great Tao. To mortals, it could explain the principles of dealing with people through things and point to the depths of their hearts. As the saying went, Tao was born, virtue was born of animals, objects were formed, and tools were formed. Therefore, all things respected Tao and valued virtue. Tao is the most honorable, virtue is the most precious. Fu Mo's life is the most natural. Morality was related to a person's life and was especially important. 300 years later, Daoist Tai Ching stopped preaching and everyone who was immersed in the great Tao heavenly melody also woke up. Although their cultivation levels did not increase, the light of wisdom and the light of virtue shone behind their heads, causing their connection with the world to deepen and their comprehension of the Tao to take a step closer. Their future achievements would be even greater. Even Feng Zichen obtained many benefits after listening to Daoist Tai Ching's preaching. After everyone woke up, Daoist Tai Ching took out the 8 trigrams cauldron and waved his sleeve. Several types of connate spirit herbs flew out and entered the cauldron to refine pills. The connate spiritual medicine was condensed from the essence of heaven and earth. Under the burning of the divine Yin fire, it gradually melted into strands of connate qi. This was called refining essence into qi. At this time, the 6 Yin divine flame became even more vigorous. The innate energy gradually gathered into a sphere, forming a golden pill. Yuan Tuachuo, golden and dazzling, released great radiance. The golden pellet had 9 apertures and was surrounded by Tao patterns. It flickered with spiritual radiance and was abnormally agile. Gradually, the image of a god appeared and sat cross-legged inside the golden pellet. It continuously breathed in the qi of heaven and earth through the 9 apertures. This was called refining qi into spirit. As a large amount of connate qi was absorbed by the god, his figure gradually condensed and then turned illusory. During the transformation, it seemed to have merged with the void. It was vast and boundless, transforming into an illusory body that was connected to the omnipresent great Tao and manifested billions of incarnations. This was called refining the spirit into the void. A bit of connate qi was born between the god's brows. It existed before heaven and earth and came from the void. It was connected to the Tao and created all things in the universe. An immortal Tao light rose, the aura of the great Tao spread, and endless runes were born. The connate qi became stronger and stronger. The god seemed to have become the incarnation of the great Tao, sacred and mighty. This was called refining the Tao into the void. The 8 trigrams cauldron was the human body, and the connate spiritual medicine was the body's own great medicine with endless essence. Daoist Tai Ching used the method of refining the 9 revolutions golden pill to open up a new cultivation path for all living beings. With yin and yang as firewood and heaven and earth as fire, he gathered his own great medicine and refined a round golden pellet. The golden pellet gave birth to a connate yang spirit that evolved into connate qi and merged with the great Tao of heaven and earth. The moment the pellet was formed, the heavenly Tao suddenly sensed it and merit descended. 50% entered Daoist Tai Ching's body, 40% entered the 9 orifices golden pill, and 10% turned into light rain that fell into the bodies of everyone present. The 9 orifices golden pill obtained merit and became more extraordinary. Endless Tao was born and gave birth to all kinds of changes, causing the Tao of heaven and earth to fall and the laws of nature to rumble. It emitted an immortal and inextinguishable aura and was extremely magical. It was the essence of heaven and earth, the origin of the golden core lineage, and also its highest achievement. It was the Daoyuo Tao fruit. The 9 orifices golden pill had great luck and merit. There was only one of it in heaven and earth. Anyone who could refine it would immediately become the Daoyuo Jingxian. Daoist Tai Ching suddenly shouted. Heavens will appeared and turned into a Tao slashing saber that slashed towards him. Purple light appeared and an illusory figure walked out of Daoist Tai Ching's body. It gradually solidified and turned into an old Daoist in a bagua robe. Grand Elder of the Poor Way, greetings to me. The Daoist appeared and bowed to Daoist Tai Ching as he said. However, Daoist Tai Ching used the merit of Tao creation to sever his obsession. With that, the 3 corpses were severed and the quasi-sage realm was completely perfected. At the same time, he was also the first existence to completely sever the 3 corpses after Tao ancestor Hongjun. You and I are one. Fellow Daoist, you don't have to be so polite. Daoist Tai Ching looked at Daoist Tai Ching and laughed out loud. After the 3 corpses were severed, Daoist Tai Ching felt his true spirit suddenly become clear. His body relaxed and a great sense of joy rose in his heart. In front of his eyes, the great Tao was unprecedentedly clear and close, as if it was within reach. At this moment, the primordial violet energy that hadn't moved since he obtained it had actually started to tremble on its own. The trembling conformed to the rhythm of the heavens and the earth, and it was like the heaven Tao was speaking in a low voice about all the principles of the heavens and the earth. The Poor Way is the father of Daoist Tai Ching of Pangu. Today, I feel that it is not easy for the living beings of the primordial world to cultivate the Tao. Their future is boundless. They do not know etiquette, do not know the heavenly Tao, and do not know the great Tao. I specially established Ren School to educate all living beings and make them gain intelligence so that they can understand the Tao and do moral things. With the Khanate Cardinal Treasure Taiji painting to suppress destiny and the heavenly Tao as proof, Ren School will be established. As soon as Daoist Tai Ching said that, the 3 flowers above his head and the 5 chi in his chest appeared on their own. A purple light soared into the sky, golden flowers fell from the sky and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. The Khanate Taiji painting hung above his head. Yin and Yang chi intertwined with each other and the chi of morality appeared, enveloping a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. Chapter 132. There was a loud bang in the void as fragrance filled the air. Boundless Xianhuang merit chi appeared and surged into Daoist Tai Ching's body, intertwining with the Hongmeng purple chi. Suddenly, a dazzling purple light erupted from his body and dyed the world purple. It was extremely gentle like flowing water and emitted an extremely noble aura. That was the merit of creation. Under the influence of the merit of education, the merit of creation also moved and merged into Daoist Tai Ching's true spirit. The truth of Yin and Yang appeared and the Qi of Tao was born. After a while, the Hongmeng purple Qi and Xianhuang merit Qi were all absorbed by Daoist Tai Ching. He seemed to have merged with all things in the world and emitted a mysterious heavenly Tao aura. A supreme pressure that was far stronger than when Yuhua became a saint erupted from his body and spread throughout the entire primordial world. When Yuhua became a saint, she only severed 1 corpse but Daoist Tai Ching severed 3. Even though the merit of teaching could not be compared to the merit of creating a person, with the addition of the merit of opening the heavens, Daoist teaching's strength after becoming a saint was naturally stronger than Nuwa back then. Set up a sect and go through tribulations. Master of the Emperor, and Master of the King. Set up the Tao of heaven, the Tao of earth, and the Tao of man. Reveal the hidden saint. There are a total of 1,200 lords. Contain trillions of Brahma Chi. Transform into the present and ancient times, with the 5,000 words of Daoda. Master Yin and Yang, life thunder with 9 and 5 numbers. Great sorrow and great wish, great saint and great mercy, grand supreme elder, heavenly lord of Daoda. As long as the countless living beings in the primordial world did not reach Daoist Jingxian, they all bowed in the direction of Daoist Taiching and called him the Taiching treasure Hao. That was the heavenly Dao's commendation to Daoist Taiching and conferred him the heavenly lord of Daoda. It also personally created the treasure Hao for him so that it would appear in the hearts of all living beings so that they would naturally chant it. Daoist Taiching has become a saint. At this moment, all the mighty figures in the primordial world were alarmed as they walked out of the Dao field and looked in the direction of Mount Shouyang. After Daoist Taiching became a saint, Daoist Yuqing and Daoist Xianxia who were connected to his aura also understood the opportunity to become a saint. The heavenly Dao is above. The Poor Wei Pangu Daoist Yuqing is the primordial beginning. Now that I feel that it is not easy for all living beings in the primordial world to cultivate, I specially set up a sect called Chan, following the will of the heavens, expounding the principles of the heavenly Dao and teaching according to the teachings of the talents. Anyone who is fated can join the sect. With the Khanate cardinal treasure, the Pangu banner, suppressing the providence and the heavenly Dao as proof, Chan school will be established. On Kunlun Mountain, Daoist Yuqing held the Pangu banner and announced to the sky that he had established Chan school. Instantly, a supreme pressure that was slightly weaker than Daoist Taiching's erupted and suppressed the living beings of the primordial world who had just stood up. Above the Jade realm, there is Brahma Chi, the highest of the highest of the heavens. Yu Luo Shao Tai, Yu Shan Shangjing. Misty Golden Palace, limitless clear waters. Mystic Unity Chi, the predecessor of chaos. There are mysteries within the pearl. Open up the scenery of the heavens and transform the heavens. Billions of naive people are countless. Whirling Duan Li Ji, returning to the 5 elements. Majestic Fan, the sect of 10,000 Dao. Daoyuo Yuqing, void and nature. Ultimate Dao, heavenly lord of primordial beginning. When Daoist Yuqing became a saint, the heavenly Dao conferred him the title of heavenly lord of primordial beginning. His treasure was naturally read out by all living beings. With the heavenly Dao above, the Poor Wei Pangu Daoist Xianxia is omnipotent. Today, I feel that it is not easy for the living beings of the primordial world to cultivate and do not understand the great Dao. I specially established a sect called Jia. The great Dao is 50, and the heavens have 49. Everything has a chance of survival. Today, I have established Jia school to obtain a chance of survival for all living beings. There is no discrimination in education. Anyone who has the heart of the Dao can join the sect. With the Khanate cardinal treasure, the immortal vanquishing sword array, suppressing the providence and the heavenly Dao as proof, Jia school will be established. Daoist Xianxia, who was traveling in the Eastern Sea, also established the Jia order to prove his Dao and become a saint after his 2 elder brothers established a sect to become saints. Swoosh, the moment the celestial slaying sword formation appeared, endless fiendish aura surged out and engulfed the entire primordial world, causing all living beings to be terrified. Even Daoist Jingxian felt his hair stand on end. However, although the celestial slaying sword formation was the strongest, it did not have the ability to suppress fate. Compared to the fate of the humans and Chan school, it was much dimmer. Moreover, under the influence of the fiendish aura, a blood-red color appeared in the fate, burying a hidden danger for the decline of the future generations. In the Xianxia realm, known as Lord Lingbao. Ancestral tribulation, more than 99,000 Brahma Chi. Crimson script glows, 668 true words. Due to the crimson script of the primordial chaos, the 9 heavens opened. The epic cave is divided into 5 tribulations. The heavenly Tao, the majestic sect of creation. Cardinal Yin Ji Yang, the ancestor of lightning, great sorrow and great wish, great sage and great benevolence. Daoist Yuchen, heavenly Lord Lingbao. Daoist Xianxia became a saint, and the heavenly Tao conferred him the title of heavenly Lord Lingbao. However, compared to Daoist Taiqing, Daoist Yuqing and Daoist Xianxia were obviously weaker. As the saying goes, good and evil are easy to sever, but it is difficult to understand oneself. They were all in the realm of severing 2 corpses, but Taiqing had severed 3. As such, his strength after becoming a saint was naturally weaker. Hiss. The 3 pure ones are indeed the orthodox of Pangu, and are favored by the heavenly Tao. They have only just become saints, and have not made any achievements, but they have already been conferred by the heavenly Tao, and obtained the title of heavenly Lord. One must know that when Nuwa became a saint, she had cleaned up the ferocious beasts. With such achievements, she has not been conferred by the heavenly Tao. This can't compare, can't compare. When the group of mighty figures saw the phenomenon of the 3 pure ones proving their Tao, and compared it to the phenomenon of Nuwa, they could not help but reveal strange expressions, and their thoughts were hard to understand. Taiqing, you, in the palace of Empress Hua, Nuwa's expression could not help but turn ugly. She did not care about the heavenly Lord titles of the 3 pure ones. To a saint, these were external things that were dispensable. What she cared about was Daoist Taiqing's attitude. Daoist Taiqing clearly knew that she was the one who created the human race, but he did not even greet her and directly preached among the human race. What did that mean? Was he looking down on her? Or was he ignoring her? At that moment, Daoist Taiqing, who was immersed in the joy of becoming a saint, did not know that Nuwa already bore a grudge against him. When the phenomenon of the 3 pure ones becoming saints disappeared, the mighty figures all looked towards the west. Since the 3 pure ones had already become saints, would the 2 in the west be far away? In the west, on Mount Meru, Zhuanti suddenly said to Jia Yin, "Senior brother, the opportunity has arrived. The opportunity for us to become saints is now." "That's right, it's now." Jia Yin nodded and agreed. Seeing that the 3 pure ones had established their sect and become saints, the Hongmeng purple qi in their bodies trembled inexplicably and emitted endless Daoist rhymes. It was the opportunity for them to become saints. In the name of the heavenly Tao, Jia Yin of the poor way, Zhuanti, has felt the suffering of all living beings, killing and fighting, and there is no way to transcend. Thus, I have established a sect, and I call it the West. Holding the Sarira, cultivating the immortal golden body, guiding all living beings to good, without suffering or sorrow, and passing on the way to transcend. It is a place of bliss. With the innate spiritual treasure, the 12th grade golden lotus, suppressing the fate, and the heavenly Tao as the witness, the Western sect shall be established. As soon as the 2 finished speaking, the sky above was filled with a golden color. Endless qi of merit gathered, and it was twice as much as when Daoist Taiqing became a saint. Chapter 133. The qi of merit stopped in the sky for a moment and suddenly split into 2. It descended and surged into the bodies of Zhuanti and Jia Yin. However, without the merit of creation, how could the 2 of them become saints just by relying on the merit of establishing a sect? When the qi of merit entered their bodies, the aura of the 2 of them immediately soared. However, at the final moment of becoming a saint, the qi of merit was exhausted. The momentum of their advancement came to an abrupt end. Now that things have come to this, this is the only way. They knew that they could not miss the opportunity. If they missed it, they did not know how long they would have to wait for the next time they wanted to attain the Tao. The two of them looked at each other bitterly and made a decision. Sigh. In the end, we are not as lucky as the three pure ones who have the merit of creation. After sighing, Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti straightened their expressions. At the same time, they made a great wish to the heavenly Tao. When I was a Buddha, everyone in my Buddhist temple loved and respected each other. There was no hatred or jealousy. If I was not willing, I would not become a Buddha. When I was a Buddha, everyone in my Buddhist temple had the same kind heart. They did not doubt other thoughts. What they wanted to say was foresight. If I was not willing, I would not become a Buddha. When I was a Buddha, everyone in my Buddhist temple knew that their bodies were like illusions. There was no greed in their hearts. If I was not willing, I would not become a Buddha. Stuck at the juncture of Tao validation, Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti were helpless. They could only use the Great Wish technique to borrow boundless merit from the heavenly Tao and become saints. However, although this technique could help the two of them attain the Tao, it also caused their strength to be at the bottom of the saints. The two of them made a total of 48 great wishes before they gathered the merit to attain the Tao. Immediately, purple chi filled the sky and auspicious clouds appeared. Countless rays of light flew towards the west. Sanskrit chants sounded on Mount Meru. Golden flowers fell from the sky and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. Many strange phenomena occurred. The connate spiritual energy increased by several times. Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti sat upright on Mount Meru with a smile on their faces. They faced the eastern boundary and spoke of the great Tao mantra, describing the Tao of relics. Lotus flowers flew out with a seductive intent. Those who heard it could not help but yearn for the Western paradise. It was no wonder that the two of them were like that. In fact, their attainment of the Tao was a trick. Making a great wish was like borrowing from the heavenly Tao. However, it was not so easy to take advantage of the heavenly Tao. If they were unable to complete it, they would suffer the backlash of the heavenly Tao. At that time, not to mention losing their positions as saints, they might not even be able to keep their lives. In order to protect the position of the saint, Zhuan Ti were bound to fulfill their great wish. They would prosper the Western sect and save the world. However, the Western sect was barren. If they wanted to rely on this place to prosper the Western sect, they would not be able to do so even if the immeasurable calamity descended. Therefore, the two of them set their sights on the east, where outstanding people lived. He wanted to cross all the fated people in the east and prosper the Western sect to fulfill his great wish. One had to know that after the great ambition was completed, the heavenly Tao would bestow rewards. The greater the ambition, the more generous the reward. Judging from the great ambition made by Zhuan Ti, once it was completed, the reward would be unprecedented. How dare you! On the sun star, Donghuang Tai saw many demons emitting Buddhist light. Apparently, they were bewitched by the Sanskrit chants. He couldn't help but be enraged. He roared towards the west and suddenly rang the Donghuang bell. Dang! The world suddenly lost its sound. The great path fell into silence. Time and space stopped moving. Even many mighty figures lost consciousness for a short time. Only the sound of the bell echoed. After an unknown period of time, it seemed like a moment, but also like thousands of years. The world returned to normal. The vision of Zhuan Ti's path confirmation disappeared. Peace was restored on the sun star. Who won? After regaining consciousness, the mighty figures were curious about the result of the battle between the two sides. They hurriedly looked at the sun star, but their eyes were full of bright white. It was Donghuang Tai who covered the sun star. The mighty figures retracted their gazes and looked at Mount Meru. They saw Zhuan Ti sitting in the void with a smile, continuing to talk about the method of condensing the Sarira. However, at this moment, their voices were only heard in the west. They could no longer reach the east. Did Tai win? Or could it be that another saint intervened? There was no doubt that the two saints of the west were at a disadvantage in this battle. Otherwise, how could they be at ease preaching in the west? However, whether it was Tai who suppressed the two saints of the west or the other saints who helped, the mighty figures lost consciousness at that time and had no way of knowing. However, they could not know, but those saints and existences who were infinitely close to being saints saw it clearly. What? How can Tai be so strong that he can fight the two saints of the west to a draw? In Empress Wa's palace, Niu Wa stood up in shock and looked at the sun star in disbelief. How is that possible? Tai hasn't stepped into the realm of origin yet, but he's already so powerful. If he advances further, won't he be invincible? When the time comes, Tai and Di Jun will join forces. What will we saints do? On Mount Kunlun, Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyelids twitched wildly. He had never thought that Tai would have such combat strength. He could fight the two of them alone and still not be at a disadvantage. Didn't they say that all below the saints were ants? What's wrong with Tai? Even if Zhuan Ti and Ji Yin were the weakest saints, it shouldn't be like this. I wonder if the former number one in the primordial world can block the poor Wei's immortal slaying sword formation. On the East Sea, Tongtian's fighting spirit rose. The four immortal slaying swords seemed to sense his mood and made clanging sounds, shocking the creatures of the Sea clan within a radius of millions of miles. On the other hand, Daoist Tai Ching, who was on Mount Shouyang, was calm. No one knew what he was thinking. Senior brother, with the shamans and demons dominating the primordial world, we can't even preach, let alone prosper. What should we do? As soon as the mighty figures looked away, Zhuan Ti frowned and said to Zhuan Ti. Compared to losing the battle with Tai and not being able to preach, it was just a small matter. After all, the former would only lose face in front of everyone and would not lose a piece of flesh. The latter was a fatal matter. If they could not prosper the Western sect, they might really die. It's fine. From the poor Wei's point of view, the shamans and demons have deep negative karma. It's not a long-term sign, Daoist Jia Yin said, shaking his head. The shamans and demons had dominated the primordial world for many years. They had killed countless people and accumulated a lot of resentment. Their negative karma was so deep that even saints were terrified. They only needed to wait for a fuse to detonate it. At that time, the two races would not be far from decline. Zhuan Ti followed the guidance and saw the luck of the shamans and demons. Indeed, there was a thick layer of negative karma on the luck of the two races. It was constantly eating away at the luck of the two races. Only when the negative karma completely suppressed the luck of the two races would the beginning of the decline of the two races. How long do we have to wait? It seems that we still need the poor Wei's help. Moreover, Tai is too much of a bully. The poor Wei needs to give him retribution and let him understand that saints can't be humiliated. Zhuan Ti silently calculated the speed at which the negative karma was eating away at his luck. He immediately looked dissatisfied and looked at the sun. No one knew what he was thinking. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.